Hello. Morning, folks. Morning. We're going to get started. Okay. So welcome back, or welcome for the first time to the second day of the 12th meeting of the Caribbean Digital. Yesterday, we had lots of really great panels, presentations, a really wonderful keynote panel conversation around Caribbean studies, memory, folklore, and the digital. Super excited to get started on the panels for today, which, as yesterday, are really, really great. I do want to let people know that we had a huge number of people submit proposals for this conference, and over 100 submissions. And so this is really the cream of the crop that you're seeing here. We wished we could have had everyone present. The submissions were that amazing, and it's part of the reason why there's so much going on today and yesterday, because we really wanted to respect the amount of work and just the amazing amount of work that went into these presentations and the submissions. So I want to remind people about the Wi-Fi. Whoops. So the Wi-Fi is New Wave Guest or EduRoam. If you do use New Wave Guest, you have to register. So they just ask for your email and your name and that kind of thing. And then the schedule, the QR code is here. The schedule is online, and you can check that out as well. Let me see. So a couple of other announcements. Bathrooms. Sounds louder. Bathrooms are right behind, and there are several bathrooms. And if there are also elevators, but I don't think folks are going to need the elevators. But if you have any kind of issues, you need anything else, definitely come look for myself or Reba. If you need information about Northeastern, you can go to the welcome desk, which is right out there, and folks will be able to help you out. I want to make an announcement about lunch today. So lunch is going to be provided just for the presenters. I apologize for folks who registered for the conference, but there's just not enough money to be able to, I mean, we wish we could support everyone, but there are some lovely lunch options close by. So the Student Center is right around the corner. You can actually see it right here. There are some lovely options right there. There's also across the foyer, there's Equator Coffee, and they have light bites and things like that. We were supposed to have a welcome from New Lab, but I don't see anyone there from them. So CDSC, were you guys going to add something this morning? No. No, not Julia. It's Ellen. It was Ellen, but I don't see her this morning. So I guess she's. Welcome, everybody. Awesome. So I do want to remind people about the posters. So the posters are here. And some of the folks are also around. Their contact information is there. Part of the reason why we have posters is because, right, we didn't have enough space to put people on panels. So we thought posters might be an option. So I'm going to turn things over to Reba Dickson to tell us a little bit about Dr. Nieves.
Good morning, everyone. I said good morning. Give me a happy, okay, thank you. So as you all know, the Caribbean Digital conference this year is being held in loving memory of Dr. Angel Neves. Um, at the time of his passing, Dr. Neves was the Dean's Professor of Public and Digital Humanities and a professor of Africana Studies and History and the director of the Humanities Center at Northeastern University in Boston. Dr. Neves was a beautiful soul who lit up every room with his humor, kindness, unwavering support for his students, colleagues, and friends, and just his overall commitment to social justice. For those of you who knew him, met him briefly, or encouraged his work or encountered his work, we grieve his loss daily, and his gentle nods of solidarity never failed to bring a smile to our faces or remind us that we were not alone. It was an honor to know him and to learn from him. As Bell Hooks reminds us, to be loving is to be open to grief, to be touched by sorrow, even sorrow that is unending. At this time, I invite you to join me in a moment of silence for him. We created a virtual and physical space where we could mourn his loss and remember him. In Snell 161, if you go into the room, you're able to share a memory about Dr. Neves, something that happened, a joke or whatever. And you're also able to do that online. If you scan the QR code, it will take you to a online Padlet, and you could share a memory. So please, I hope that you guys indulge with us today as we remember one of our beloved. Thank you. And are we going to begin now, Dr. Okay.
Thank you. And this is particularly meaningful because this is the actual day that he passed a couple of years ago. So we're going to start our panels in about 5 minutes on the first panel. So if the folks on the Reimagining Archives panel can start to make their way up to the front, we'll go ahead and get started. Thank you.
Which laptop is that? What's this one? This one.
Yeah.
Is this on? Okay. Hi. Hi, everyone. I am Reba Dickson, a PhD student in the English department at Northeastern. Thank you for joining us today. I have the honor of moderating my first panel ever because the leadership of the Caribbean Digital was like, you guys have to do it. So on reimagining archives, in my own research, I try to do that. And so I'm excited to hear what you guys are up to. And so further ado, on this panel, we have Grayson Jong. And again, all the bios are going to be online. I'm not reading any bios, I'm just introducing. Grayson Chong in the red. We have Guadalupe Garcia, Pablo Herrera Vieta, and Andrina Morales Diaz, and Rene Cordero. We will begin with Grayson. Grayson, you could come up over here. Thank you. Do you want to hold the mic?
Hi, everybody. Oh, sorry. Thank you for coming out and good morning.
I'll just start.
Are we good? All right. If you just see me fidgeting, I'm also trying to keep in time, so that's fine. My name is Grayson. I am an independent scholar, artist, editorial assistant of Essex Salon, and the maker scholar fellow for Random Revolution. So shout out to Siobhan May and Jonathan Square, who are with us in spirit. And before I begin, I just want to make a small plug for Essex Salon. So we have an open call for the year, and we are seeking scholarly and creative submissions on the climate crisis and its ruinous effects on the Caribbean. So if you are interested in submitting, please at some point come talk to me, and I would love to let you know how we can do that or how you can submit. So this particular paper examines how digital fashion archives are important to dancehall culture. Through the digital documentation of dancehall fashion, a type of ecosystem is created, which includes fashion designers, dancehall participants, academics, and public audiences. Through the intersection of the material and the digital. Given the material quality of fashion and clothing, this paper explores the opportunities and challenges of digitizing textiles. I want to just say I approached this project from an artist perspective, in which I take my own garmenting collection of dancehall fashion and use it as a case study to highlight what the transition between the material and the digital affords scholars and public audiences. And so what transpires out of this is a project in its very early, very baby stages called Turn Up, documenting dancehall fashion in diaspora. I want to just note that this project draws on the work of current digital projects such as Connecting Threads Project, Fashion in the Self, and Random Revolution. So overall, this paper examines the importance of media technologies as a way to archive material culture to ensure the futurity of Caribbean textile education. So within the context of dancehall fashion, digital archives increase accessibility and engagement among wider audiences, build diasporic connections, and showcase Caribbean creativity and culture globally. I just want to note, in an interview between Mina Ross and Valerie Steele, Steele calls for a truly global fashion history and points out that there are a lot of gaps in fashion studies scholarship. A digital archive on dancehall fashion responds to Steele's call. One of the most exciting opportunities that a digital dancehall fashion archive offers is cross collaborations between dancehall practitioners, researchers, designers, and a project of the scale I want to just emphasize cannot happen without the knowledge of dancehall designers, musicians, sound techs, choreographers, creators. Donna P. Hope would categorize these people as affectors, and involving affectors is crucial to this project because it centers the bodies and input of people engaged in the scene doing the grassroots work. But I also want to mention that digitizing fashion artifacts in general is not without its challenges. First, there is the question of the technology used to capture these objects. I mean, we have high resolution photography, 3D scanning, and interactive tools such as Clo 3D, Sketchfab, Reality capture, I'm not going to go through each medium. They all have their limitations. And so while high resolution images preserve the visual appearance of a garment, it can't fully capture its tactile qualities, like the weight of the garment, the feel of the fabric, or the way it moves with the body gets lost in translation between the material and the digital. And moreover, something that we were talking about yesterday in our conversations is that digitization is not a neutral process. Curators, designers, and artists must consider the ethical questions of ownership and representation that come into play, such as whose stories are being told, who owns the digitized images and videos. And I want to say that these questions and concerns make it even more paramount to consult affectors to ensure that integrity is maintained. So with these opportunities and challenges in mind, I use my own garmenting collection as a case study. Hold on 1 second. Perfect. As a case study to demonstrate how the shift from the material to the digital happens in real time. So Tonya Handmade Fashion, which you are seeing right here, is a clothing collection that takes its name from the Jamaican phrase of using what you have and turning it into something new. And in this particular collection, I employed the expression quite literally by making fashion out of old pieces of clothing that I had available to me. I'm not going to get too much into the collection itself, but I do want to say that the garments on a whole speak to various themes, such as the shared aesthetics between dancehall, carnival, and jonkunu, Afro-Asian intimacies in dancehall, and dancehall's relationship to the global fashion industry. So what transpires from this clothing collection is a digital-based public humanities project in, like I said, very early stages, like baby steps, that I'm tentatively calling Turn Up. And it's a digital exhibit that describes the history of dancehall fashion and celebrates the people who have and continue to showcase dancehall culture. This project documents and archives dancehall fashion in the North American diaspora. I want you to think like Toronto, Miami, New York. Part of this research focuses on the diaspora specifically because of my own positionality as a Jamaican Chinese woman living in the diaspora, specifically Toronto. Spanning the inception of dancehall culture in the 1970s to the present day, I imagine this archive will include a compilation of documentaries, videography, photography, microfilm, and newspapers. I would love for it when we expand to feature artists that engage with dancehall using digital technologies like film, animation. And the purpose of this project is to collect and consolidate information and materials that relate to dancehall fashion history. I do also want to say that I am inspired by Carolyn Cooper, Maria Hitchens, Sonia Stanley Naya, Joel Powell, Antoinette Steins, and Latonya Style, who have been instrumental in preserving, documenting, and advocating for dancehall culture. And then Turn Up is, I would say, a digital project that stretches across the borders of form with its combination of text, multimedia, and resources, and cultural geography, its open accessibility to those in the Caribbean and Caribbean diaspora. Okay, so I imagine the digital archive to be divided into 4 parts: history, adornment, brand, and lyrics. And I take my cue from the culture, hip hop, and contemporary art in the 21st century. It was an exhibit on view at the Art Gallery of Ontario, actually from December of last year to April of this year. The exhibit itself is divided into 6 themes: language, brand, adornment, tribute, pose, and ascension. And I'm just going to quickly, briefly describe how I'm sort of, I guess, conceptualizing the themes themselves. So history would focus on dancehall fashion trends from the 1970s to the present day. And it pays homage to the designers of dancehall fashion as well as the choreographers of dancehall movement. Adornment would attend to how everyday people participate in dancehall events. And I kind of want to showcase, this one is the most, I would say, not as solidified, but I would like it to showcase how people in Jamaica and people in the Caribbean diaspora are connected through similar dancehall fashion trends. Brand tells two particular narratives. First, it pays homage to the dancehall queens, who we could argue are a personal brand in themselves. And the second narrative of brand focuses on the significance of dancehall fashion within the global fashion industry. Lyrics pays homage to the dancehall artists that focus on dancehall fashion. And I always say that there is no dancehall culture without the music, so it is my way of paying homage to that. Aside from traditional photographs and videos of finished garments, a dancehall fashion digital archive allows for showcasing the process that goes into constructing garments. So, for example, in the previous slide, I filmed what you saw were film stills of me, I guess, documenting the entire process from beginning to end. And focus on process is crucial because for me, especially, like, it shifts a focus away from the finished product and centers the material, labor, bodies, and time required to create clothing. One of the things that I want to highlight in terms of like documenting process is that it attempts to make visible the people and labor that usually goes unnoticed. And I want to just also mention too, I'm not going to get too much briefly into this, but the layout of the exhibit is inspired by the Set Girls None So Fine virtual exhibit. It was actually hosted at the African Caribbean Institute of Jamaica, and what I really liked about it, you're seeing it on the bottom right. It's like when you click on, perfect, thank you. Uh, uh, I really like how it engages with virtual reality. When you click on the link, you sort of get like a 360 view of the room itself. And then you can move to see the dresses and the costume and the wall text up close. And it sort of mimics the idea of like touring an art gallery or a museum. And so I bring up the Set Girls virtual exhibit because it sort of gives me a model for how I would curate the 3D sort of portion of Turn Up. Okay, we're not going to get too much into the slide, but what I really want you to take away from this is in the process of building these archives, what I hope to prioritize is accessibility, educational utility, and collaboration. And the three sort of images that you're seeing are inspired by the work of Render Revolution, Fashion the Self, and Connecting Threads. All three of these projects focus on fashion and textiles in some way. And I just want to say that, like, the work is already being done, and I am paying homage to them who walk so I can run. Okay, so concluding. Digitizing dancehall fashion is an intervention that affirms the vitality, creativity, and historical significance of Caribbean style and culture. While digitization enables broader access to Caribbean cultural heritage, it also raises critical questions about the integrity, accessibility, and ethical considerations of the archiving process. Ultimately, digital archives like ToneUp are platforms invested in cultural futurity and provide opportunities for education, collaboration, and celebration. In a world where fashion narratives continue to be shaped by Eurocentric institutions, digital dancehall archives offer a counterpoint. In preserving the essence of dancehall fashion, we both acknowledge the past and imagine possible futures. Digital archives emphasize that dancehall culture is limitless, or as Vaz Cartel reminds us, dancehall can't stop. And thank you very, very much for listening.
Thank you for that very interesting and lively presentation, Grayson. Next up, we will have Guadalupe Gracia. So I'm placing.
Yeah. Okay. Hi, everybody. So I'm thrilled to follow Grayson's presentation on archiving fashion, because I'm too, in this project, thinking through what it means to do archival research while talking about, writing about tactile objects like textiles and fabrics, but when people wore them 50 years ago, 100 years ago, 300 years ago. I'm going to start with the exhibit that inspired the 2025 Metropolitan Museum of Art's Gala, and I'll be reading, so bear with me in the interest of time. The exhibit, like the gala, was titled Superfine, Tailoring Black Style, and it explored the origins and multiple meanings of Black dandyism in the diaspora, focusing on the importance of sartorial style to the formation of continuously shifting but temporally and geographically anchored Black identities. Dandyism has almost always been read as a style born, and I'm quoting the exhibit here, at the intersections of African and European modes of dress and adornment. It attributes one of the earliest expressions of the practice to Olaudah Equiano. Equiano was enslaved in the late 17th century in Virginia, in the Caribbean, and in oceanic spaces before he was able to purchase his freedom and return to live as a free man in London. The title of the exhibit is taken from Equiano's autobiography, where he writes that, quote, "I laid out above 8 pounds of my money for a suit of superfine clothes. At the dances I gave, my Georgia superfine clothes made no indifferent appearance." And this is an important comment because historically, dandyism has been discussed as both a liberating act of self-fashioning, but also read as a dangerous performance of the trappings of capitalism born from slavery, colonialism, consumption, and excess. And today I'm going to weave a different history by relying on archival fragments radically recontextualized across geographies to look away from the Atlantic and away from the colonial archive, which has produced images like this. Oh. It's stuck. There we go. Thank you. Press the down button. Okay. So this is one of the colonial images, and I am happy to answer questions about it in the Q&A. And I begin and end with the extended Caribbean, including areas of the US where fragments of sartorial practice, while existing in the archive, do not have to remain anchored in colonial time and space. And so to be clear, however, the images and practices I'm talking about are still located within empire and shaped by colonialism and slavery. But the series of visual images allow us to imagine histories that push beyond and against archival practices. And in the examples that follow, I trace through a series of seemingly discongruent images what that looks like. So I'm going to begin here with the quote that started this project for me, which is from the autobiography of Malcolm X. And the quote here is a Killer Diller quote with a drape-shaped reed pleats and shoulders padded like a lunatic's cell. Before Malcolm Little was widely known as Malcolm X, he described the conspicuous style of dress known as a zoot suit. He describes being measured for the suit in Harlem and being fitted for a wild sky blue pants that the salesman pulled from the rack before adjusting them so that the waist pinched tight and the fabric flowed 30 inches to his knees before narrowing to a 12-inch cuff around his ankles. While the style was not fashioned for the public in mind, the effect, Malcolm X noted, caused even white people on the street to stop and stare at the drape of the suit over his 6-foot frame. The excesses of the zoot suit would eventually lead Malcolm X to condemn the style as, quote, ghetto adornment that distracted from political enlightenment, but not before the zoot suits traveled from Harlem to working class communities across cities in the United States. Black, Latino, Filipino, and Japanese American youth in LA, Chicago, New Orleans wore the suit through the decades of the 1930s and 1940s, and the zoot suit became ever more tailored and exacting as jackets grew longer and pants more voluminous and deliberate. In the words of Robin D.G. Kelley, the body of wearer became, quote, a dual signifier of opposition in its rejection of, quote, both Black petite bourgeois respectability and American patriotism. So in the midst of World War II, zoot suits misdirected textiles away from the war effort and the fabric rationing instituted by the War Productions Board, which forbade the manufacturing and sale of zoot suits, and wearers like Malcolm X, who moved through the city as able-bodied men who refused to enlist or otherwise dodge the draft, were now deemed treasonous by order of the law. So, let's see. Sorry, technical difficulties. Okay, so this is Cab Calloway wearing the zoot suit, and I'm going to go through a couple of these so that you get the full effect of where this is one of the iconic images from the West Coast. The history of the zoot suit would become entangled with the race riots of 1943, when Mexican, Black, and Asian youth were stripped of their clothing and beaten by U.S. servicemen on leave in the city. The zoot suiters, composed of both young men and women wearing flowing and flamboyant, described in the press, suits often appeared in public in defiance of the law. Zoot suiters strolled down the street or rode in slow-moving cars purposely outfitted to be hyper-visible, including in daytime work time hours. And I'll talk about this a little bit later on in a colonial context, but there's a deliberate contrast here in the zoot suit wearer's time to the fast-paced industrial ethos that was coming into being as a result of the war, and that was reflected in the speeding up of white American popular culture. So, for example, the fast cars of the 1940s would gain in popularity in the decades that followed, fueled by post-war prosperity and the desire for personal freedom. The U.S. prohibition against the zoot suit is an example of a modern day sumptuary law, the body of royal orders, laws, and local ordinances that restricted colonized and enslaved people from the extravagant displays of wealth by restricting their dress and adornment. In Spanish, French, and British territories, for example, imperial law prohibited Black and Indigenous people from wearing silk in public and from wearing pearls or gold as accessories. In Spanish New Orleans, the Tignon law of 1786 prohibited Black and Creole women from displaying, quote, excessive attention to dress in the streets of the city. In a racially diverse space with a historically Black and free population, the law enforced racial hierarchy through dress while differentiating Black, mulatto, and African-descended women of varying skin tones from their white counterparts. And through the restrictions on dress, Europeans were also free to imagine non-white men and women in categories clearly subservient. This is Jacques-Guillaume Lucien Amont's Creole in a red headdress that we saw previously. Here we see someone whose dress corresponds to colonial sumptuary laws and who reflects white European desire through a scant sexualized dress reminiscent of slavery. But in cities across colonial Caribbean ports, Black colonial subjects clothed themselves in garments not only cut from silk and linen, but also with an abundance of fabrics similar to what would distinguish the suit wearer in Harlem of the 1930s. Much like white people had, quote, stopped in their tracks to stare at a young Malcolm Little, travel accounts of the late 18th and early 19th centuries described the disorientation of white observers in cities like New Orleans, where people stopped and stared at women so intricately adorned that visitors were uncomfortable with their ability to assign racial and legal status to individuals. And here is a Creole woman sitting for her portrait where the tignon is not only part of the outfit and style of a dress, but showcases status through her access to illicit materials like brooches and lace. So Flowing and Flamboyant, the title of this paper, is taken from documents that describe also colonial practices in the self-styled dress and sartorial practices of people in Cuba. That's also how the celebrated anthropologist Fernando Ortiz describes the wearer and the garments of Black Havana residents known as curros. In his celebrated work, Los Negros Curros, Ortiz documents an urban world and what he terms a, quote, Black subculture that thrived on the margins of the 19th century city. Excuse me. In Victor Patricio Landaluce's iconic painting that now hangs in the Museo de Bellas Artes in Havana, Landaluce depicts the curro, one man and another a woman, attired in their trademark clothing. And I'm focusing on the curro as intimately and materially connected to the suit-suiter and the dandy through Black Caribbean circulation. It's a concept that I take that is developed in the work of one of my colleagues, Lisa Calvente, who talks about it in her newly published book, Moving Blackness, where the desire for home space and belonging, born of colonialism and slavery, is a political act that shapes contemporary interactions by transforming movement and space. Using a Caribbean and African diasporic approach allows us to reconstitute the Americas as a cohesive geography and see historically truncated processes as part of the same phenomenon. So Black mobility in the literal sense and Black circulation in the conceptual sense is what allowed curros access to their defining trademark dress. It was their sartorial style, like that of the dandy and the suit-suiter, which marked them as curros, the quote, flowing and flamboyant pants, as described by Fernando Ortiz, that pinched the waist, and long-sleeve dress shirts that showcased silk and linen cloth, and colorful dyes that entered the city through Havana's port and formed part of an illicit economy that enslaved and free people of color were banned from participating in legally. To be a curro meant showcasing access to coveted textiles and fabrics. So for example, in the opening image that you saw, the velvet was one that originates from silk. As well as other materials in defiance of colonial laws meant to enrich Spanish coffers through payment of the aduana, or the royal tax levied on imported goods. Being a curro also meant defying those laws that tied Blackness to slavery and its consolidating racial hierarchies by showcasing wealth. Curros' embodied performance also significantly disrupted colonial ideas that inscribed time onto Black and enslaved bodies themselves. So on plantations and enslaved landscapes across the extended Caribbean and beyond, time was an integral part of the system of subjugation that could also provide an opportunity for disruption. And here I quote Eugene Genovese, who notes that planters' problems came to this: how could they instill factory-like discipline into a working population engaged in a rural system that remained bound to the rhythms of nature and to traditional ideas of work, time, and leisure? Slaves resisted that regularity and routine. So to go back to Patricio Landaluce's image here, we see the couple stand in a public street conversing with one another at the height of day, intimated by the play of shadows in this as well as the other series of paintings. There is a nod towards leisure in the lithograph, accentuated by their dress, which was conspicuously not reserved for festival days, but rather part of a regular and everyday ensemble that refused the hours of work. So to return to the suit-suiter, the wartime political economy for Black, Latino, and Asian youth in cities like New York and Los Angeles tended to be concentrated in low-wage, menial positions. So thus, turning to informal or parallel economies during the era only heightened the hypervisibility of the wearer. And Robin Kelly, writing on the teenage years of Malcolm Little, for example, argues that his participation in the underground subculture of Black working class youth during the war was not a detour on the road to political consciousness, but rather an essential part of his radicalization. So I'll briefly turn as an end to turn our gaze to textiles and fabrics themselves. These circulated through Caribbean ports in varying ways during the centuries of British, French, and Spanish colonial rule. Cotton picked from plantations in the US South, for example, made its way to northern cities, where factories and industrial workers turned it into, quote, Negro cloth that could be shipped from northern ports, first British and then US, back to southern plantations and places as far south as Havana to clothe enslaved people in the region's expanding plantation economies. This history of cloth that was woven, sewn, cut, or altered to fit the bodies of Black, enslaved, and colonized people, as historian Tia Miles has previously argued, moved in parallel trajectory to those people and provided an opportunity to insist on, quote, radical humanization. While access to textiles and fabrics was limited for enslaved women, they nonetheless found ways of procuring fabric or cutting cloth to allow extra fragments to clothe themselves and loved ones. And I'll end with an example from a Louisiana plantation where an enslaved woman named Charity is tasked with sewing dresses, trousers, and shirts from slave cloth for enslaved children on site, away from the purview of her master and mistress, but with careful attention to what is visible, she sewed intricate designs into the buttonholes of the children's shirts. And in great defiance of the owner's wishes that resulted in her own punishment, she refused to make the suits from a single pattern. Instead, she cut the cloth special for each child's body, allowing it to be let out. So by contrast, hypervisibility was an aesthetic cultivated through dress and other performances. The curro style of dress stood in radical opposition to Blackness as a constitutive part of slavery and colonialism. As Cuba was consolidating its economy around plantation slavery, curros claimed free status in a slave society by imagining freedom as an extension of geography and territory, not freedom tied to European styles in any specific geography. And in this example, what becomes read as Black dandyism gaze towards Europe now becomes transformed in a gaze towards Black Europe, because the critique on Black curros is that this is a Southern Spain Andalusian style of dress, which historically is also constituted by migration from Northern Africa. So in conclusion, I will return to the Met exhibit, which featured menswear designers who took, and I'm quoting again, classic forms, breaking them down and remixing the style in entirely new and different ways. And I want to close with the words of the late Virgil Abloh, who was one of the designers featured and who notes that Black style was about Black imagination transformed into real life. Thank you.
Thank you, Guadalupe. Next up, we have, I'll tell you right now, Pablo. Stop sharing on that computer. It ain't gonna share.
Yeah, let
Your
me
computer.
bring my computer out. Yes.
Actually, no. Let's grab the table there. Let's set up a little bit, you know what I mean?
Quickly.
We'll be right back. I'm good.
Yes. Hi, how's everyone? Good morning to everyone. I'm really happy and glad to be part of this meeting, the Caribbean Digital. I'm actually very happy to be basically doing the work after Grayson and Lupe, and especially this conversation about Havana that she actually talked about. So I'm trying to have a couple of things going on, but I'm gonna just basically go straight. My name is Pablo Demetrio Herrera Beitia. I'm from Havana, Cuba, and my voice is completely taken. I had a very strong, I don't know if you probably can hear, allergy attack recently. It kind of went off the day before yesterday, but my voice is completely taken still. And I'm actually doing research in Havana at the moment. I'm doing work with the NEU project, which is the European Research Council, and looking at rhythm, looking at disaster, and looking at tourism. But I have a PhD in social anthropology, and that's kind of my work. This particular presentation is out of basically an article that's already been published. I'm going to lead you to it at the end of the presentation, but I want to make sure that you understand This is something I've already talked about. And now I'm basically just applying it to the question of archives and how I think that we can reimagine it. So with that, without further ado, we're going to move in. So thank you. I want to begin with some questions. How do institutional academic Caribbean digital archives select, describe, and make discoverable audiovisual materials depicting garbage, climate disaster, and infrastructural precarity? How are those practices shaped by tourist imaginaries, national branding, and political economic pressures? And lastly, how can Caribbean counter-archive theory, and I'm referring here to work by Deborah Thomas on Caribbean Studies, that particular article, Caribbean Studies, archive building, and the problem of violence, and also the work of Achille Mbembe, looks a bit more problematic, but it's really the question of how is it that, what exactly arrives at the archive, this question of debris, and also, you see at the top it says what the archive admits, how much can we actually put into the archive, right? But then what is actually arrives there? And so that last question is, how can Caribbean counter-archive theory help us understand what arrives or is excluded in the political possibilities of digital archiving? I want to do that through Havana today. I want to approach those questions through Havana. There's sound? Wait, I think we need to, sorry guys, we need to stop sharing and then, I got it. Oh, wait, so, yeah, click here, there we go. No, go, click here. On, yeah, that one. No, you click on that and go stereo. It's okay for now, it's okay. Optimize radio sharing. Yeah. You need to optimize, okay. And then share. One. Oh, is that this one? Here. There we go. There we go. So like I said, I wanted to basically think about those questions with you guys today through thinking about Havana. Not loud. We don't hear, is it? Do we have sound? Oh, right. This video was taken from my neighbor's porch in Santos Suarez beside the house my mother, Afro-Cuban architect Daisy de las Nieves Veitia Santovenia, refurbished for our family in the early 1970s. Santos Suarez is where Celia Cruz was born. Our house once belonged to Martha John Claude, a Haitian singer known as the daughter of two islands, who went into exile in Cuba in 1952. I never saw the floods, the white noise of tropical rain, Havana's heavy warmth as negative. How come? From my Afro-Cuban vantage point, what once felt mundane, rain, flies, basura, now reads as saturated visuals and sonic residue. Sorry. They say, and this piece, and I'm saying this piece asks what happens when the ordinary textures of Afro-Caribbean life are misread as noise. Let me show you.
Miren cómo quedó la esquina. Miren las alcantarillas. Una zona vulnerable que se inunda con todo el basurero ese lleno. El gobierno sabía que venía un mal tiempo. Entonces después uno tiene que aguantar las mentiras que dice el noticiero. Esa es la alcantarilla principal de aquí. Y como ves, está obstruida. Que si vuelve a llover, se mete otra perra inundación. Pero no le importa a nadie. Nosotros somos unos perros. ¿Entiendes? Somos unos perros. Eso para que veas. Cingado país este.
The voice in the video is not mine. It's the neighbors of Sama Otero, the person who posted the video on Facebook, documenting the blocked sewer after the flood. We are dogs. You understand? We are dogs. Just so you learn how, well, basically how this country, this fucked up country, Singao Payet, is. This is what Christina Sharp calls wake work. Living in the aftermath in broken time, in the grammar of abandonment. I'm not theorizing over this voice. I'm curating it to archive it. This is the image that should be the loudest. Flies swarming on crushed sugarcane at Virtudes and Industria. These are streets in Havana that translate really, really poignantly to ideas of virtues and industry. The sweetness extracted, the labor discarded. But here's what the video doesn't give you. The flies are silent. The phone microphone canceled the sound of the flies. The technology captured, muted the archive's most insistent presence. And yet, you hear it. You hear it because you know it. The buzz is there, felt not recorded. The archive hums even when it's muted. Right, jumping to the next one. Start jumping to the next one. This one, the next slide. There we go. Thank you. The video moves through 5 noise colors: black, brown, white, gray, and green. Each reimagines an acoustic category as a social frequency. What I mean by this is, how is it that we live with precarity? How is it that we live with infrastructural decay as noise, that we don't hear as noise, but we have to live with? I leave this one with you, brown noise. Measured in octaves with control, bass only almost swallowed, harmonies archived as essence, always message. This is what Brian DeCino calls sonic insurgency, the low end as compositional strategy, a refusal, as refusal to be captured at the frequencies the dominant sensorium prefers. But then the question is, what if noise itself is the archive? The essay ends with a question that I won't resolve here, and that is, what if noise is the archive? Then what if everything you missed or we dismiss as unreadable, static, was in fact a message we were never meant to decode? And please read that scene. I'm going to give you a little bit more time to check it out and take that a full essay QR code. Thank you, guys.
Back to this one. I need to.
Yeah, you need me all the computers. Actually muted.
Yeah.
Who's next?
Andrea. Who? Yeah, this one is no longer sharing. Yeah.
Then
forward.
turn Zoom off. Okay.
Oh, hi. Next we have Andreas Diaz. Diaz or Andrea?
Adriana.
Adriana. Adriana. Sorry.
It's okay.
Adriana.
Hi. Is it okay if I move this here?
Sure. Put it lower, just
And do I hit this one? Okay, thank you. Water. Hi. Hello, everybody. I'm Adriana Morales Diaz, and I've been loving how everybody has been reimagining their archives, but I want to say that mine is a little bit more intimate. So let me start. Mi abuelo Andrés never wanted me to study outside of Puerto Rico. In his opinion, everything I needed to know was in our archipelago. I like to think that fate convinced me to stay after my undergraduate degree, and that I decided to pursue a master's in cultural management and administration at our alma mater, the University of Puerto Rico. A month after being accepted in the graduate program, I saw a call for a graduate research assistant position with the UPR Carrera Digital project. Within 48 hours, Dr. Nadja Rio Villarini contacted me for an interview, and then in less than 24 hours, I signed a contract. Although I was excited to begin this new stage of my life, I had two concerns. The first one being is that I knew nothing about cultural management, and the second one being is that I knew nothing about digital humanities. Nonetheless, I think I've done a pretty well job if I'm here today. I don't regret staying in Puerto Rico, and of course, my grandfather was right. I did find everything I needed, and maybe what I was destined to do. My abuelo Andres was a very wise man, and every day that passes, I'm more certain of this. So let me tell you all a bit more about him. Andres Diaz Marrero is a retired teacher from the Puerto Rican public education system and a Puerto Rican children's literature writer. He was born and raised in Old San Juan. Without completing high school, he decided to leave Puerto Rico and join the United States Air Force. Later, because he fulfilled his military service, he studied an undergraduate degree in economics at the Faculty of Social Sciences and continued with a master's in public administration at UPR Rio Piedras. Curiously, my grandfather never worked as an economist. Instead, he worked as a teacher, a librarian, creative writing professor, and a storyteller. After retiring, he dedicated his time to writing poems, stories, plays, and songs that highlight the importance of education and Puerto Rican cultural values for young audiences. He decided to share his literary creations through a self-managed website, which he maintained for more than 2 decades. Unfortunately, as of January this year, the website stopped functioning because the domain and hosting service he used canceled their services without prior notice. Therefore, my project, ABCPR, a digital archive of Puerto Rican children's literature by Andrés Diaz Marrero, seeks to safeguard the literary creations from the writer's original website by developing an open access digital archive whose design decisions prioritize digital longevity and accessibility. At the same time, it aims to contribute to the field of Puerto Rican children's literature through the interactive dissemination of Diaz Marrero's writings. The course, Archivos en Acción, offered by Professor Mila Ponte Gonzalez, which she spoke about in yesterday's panel, is where the idea of ABCPR emerged. Although, to be honest, it wasn't my first idea. At the beginning of the course, I wanted to develop a magazine that shared recent cultural management creations in Puerto Rico, but something didn't fully convince me to pursue it. I kept remembering the factors the professor discussed regarding the development of good digital humanities projects: time, money, resources, know-how, and energy. She explained how, without the last factor, projects were unlikely to continue. And the truth is, I didn't have much energy to create that magazine. And to be even more honest, I don't even remember how the idea I am presenting to you all today actually came to me. Only that, like any other day when I visited my grandfather and that he read me one of his poems on his website, was when I had my eureka moment. Revitalize ABC Literatura Infantil. At that moment, an abundance of energy appeared. This project became my capstone for the master's degree. ABCPR was conceived from the start as a living post-custodial repository co-created dialogically from an effective family relationship between grandfather and granddaughter, and exploring instances of collaboration between writer, illustrator, and educator, cultural manager. ABCPR is based on my familial and emotional relationship with the writer Andrés Díaz Marrero, making it essential to implement post-custodial archival practices in this digital project. Post-custodial practices represent a paradigm shift in how archives and the preservation of cultural memory are conceived. They seek to decentralize the possession of materials by external institutions so that communities themselves manage, maintain, and share their memories. Becerra Licha describes a shift from a custodial model to a participatory post-custodial one. She highlights the disruptive role of digital technology, which, while presenting preservation challenges, simultaneously offers the opportunity to broaden access and reimagine the archive as a space for social transformation and radical inclusion. She proposes close collaboration between archivists and communities, where record creators maintain custody while archivists assist in digital management and preservation from an ethical approach grounded in consent, attribution, and representation of diverse voices. Her arguments, particularly the collaborative and interdisciplinary approach, guided critical safeguarding and access decisions for ABCPR. My grandfather's legacy is rooted in his dedication to children's literature, an area that receives little attention within digital humanities. Diana Stover notes that both children's literature and digital humanities are difficult fields to define. She also argues that they are highly ambiguous disciplines, but this ambiguity opens the door to innovative ways of creating within children's literature and digital humanities. I dare say that my grandfather was one of the first Puerto Rican writers to intertwine both fields. His project was pioneering in digital production in Puerto Rico, especially as a self-managed, free, open access digital literary project. My grandfather, Andrés, taught himself to create his own website because of his endless curiosity. While he was a teacher, he asked colleagues to specialize in computers about the challenges he faced while building his websites until he achieved what he wanted. Therefore, in 1994, he created ABC Literatura Infantil, and he kept it alive for 31 years. His mission was to highlight the importance of creative writing, literacy, and of course, children's literature. He believed in providing free educational resources for teachers and students, since he, as a teacher, did not have enough money to invest in such materials. The original website contained multiple sections dedicated to poems, stories, plays, and songs. My grandfather frequently changed the featured poems on the main page and over time added other important sections, such as the terms of use for the site's contents. ABC Literatura Infantil also included a section with resources and teaching guidelines for teaching Spanish, promoting literacy and creative writing in the classroom, as well as strategies for detecting learning problems in children and adolescents. He also included a sitemap to help users navigate the platform. The images he included were found online, ensuring that they were free and public domain. He also published several of my own childhood drawings as illustrations that accompanied his poems. The format of my grandfather's website evolved according to his abilities and resources, as he was the one who developed and maintained it. This transformation over time can be seen in the archive pages of Wayback Machine of the Internet Archive from 1994 to late 2024. The unexpected disappearance of my grandfather's website in January 2025 transformed my proposal into an urgent mission to develop a digital archive that securely preserves the literary creations of this Puerto Rican author. The platform where he published all his literary works was managed through a Puerto Rican domain and hosting service called coqui.net. Earlier this year, the company abruptly ceased operations without notifying its users. This took my grandfather by surprise. Trying to help him understand what was happening, I attempted to obtain information through various channels, such as contacting virtual customer service, then in person, trying to reach former employees, and even checking the company's legal status. My grandfather was disappointed. But I showed him that his work had been preserved through the Wayback Machine. This event reinforced my motivation to rebuild his website, and he agreed to recreate it this time as a digital archive. Honestly, after 31 years of work, I shouldn't have been surprised at the amount of material my grandfather had in his website. Thanks to the fact that the original site was preserved in Wayback Machine, it was possible for me to inventory and extract copies of the existing digital materials. Even though I still haven't managed to organize all the materials from ABC Literatura Infantil, as of today, I have collected 276 poems, 50 stories, 10 children's plays, and 50 songs. This is a total of 386 literary creations done by Andrés Díaz Marrero. The process of recovering my grandfather's writings required organizational and descriptive strategies to facilitate producing the digital archive. So I developed a naming scheme for the archive's official metadata table. To catalog the contents, I used Dublin Core metadata element set, which includes assigning a unique identifier, document type, title, date, language, author and/or illustrator, related materials, and additional information. The extracted materials were organized, stored, and safeguarded in two ways: on an external hard drive and in a Google Drive cloud created specifically for the archive. The organizational logic followed the literary genre, preserving the author's original site structure. I also plan to conduct interviews with my grandfather to deepen three areas of his life: his personal life, his professional trajectory, and his vision of children's literature, including his efforts to create a website to publish his work and his future projects. To conduct these interviews ethically within a university academic project, I submitted an application to the UPR Rio Piedras IRB. Unfortunately, I was only able to conduct one interview session because in April of this year, my grandfather had a health incident. However, the recorded material provided enough information to give life and structure to this micro project. During that interview session, I also recorded my grandfather reciting two of his poems. Inspired by the Children's Poetry Archive project, which contains recordings of poets reciting their own work, I wish to edit both of these recordings to turn them into interactive audiovisual resources for ABCPR. I've always been a very visual person, an observer of details, and illustrating has been one of my best means of expression. My grandfather and I discussed the possibility of me illustrating some of his writings someday. Thanks to this project, I set out to fulfill that promise. As his granddaughter, I am a custodian of his legacy. As a cultural manager, I take on the responsibility of safeguarding, preserving, and providing access to these cultural resources through digital humanities tools. As a digital visual artist, I've created a dialogue with my grandfather, enriching his literary text with interpretive illustrations of my own. This artistic collaboration strengthens the intergenerational and emotional link in preserving his work and visually expresses the cultural and educational meaning of his writings. One example of this integration is the series Puerto Rico en Poemas that I created using StoryMap.js. These interactive maps were the first resources I developed for the archive. I decided to use StoryMap.js to visualize and represent the poem series my grandfather wrote for all 78 municipalities of the Puerto Rican archipelago, which he titled Puerto Rico en Poemas. I divided the municipal poems by region: metropolitan, east, central, south, west, and north. My goal was for these maps to become didactic resources, helping teachers show students the location of the towns. I illustrated the flags of every municipality, including Vieques and Culebra, plus the Puerto Rican flag as the cover page in every map. For this series alone, I did a total of 80 illustrations. I showed my grandfather a prototype of these maps and recorded his approval, and I plan to embed these interactive resources in the digital archive. There was a significant timeline in developing this project, clearly a before and an after. Because in the midst of creating the archive with my grandfather, Andres, he suffered a severe health incident and passed away. This, without a doubt, affected my ability to continue, and I had to pause everything. For a while, I couldn't touch anything related to the project or to him. And if it wasn't for the community I made through my time in MAGAC and UPR Caria Digital, ABCPR would have remained unfinished. I want to offer some advice to those interested in creating a similar project, and it's that grief is a product of love. I'm sorry. If I didn't have love for the potential of this project, for the creations my grandfather made, and for my abuelo Andres, who was one of my favorite people in this world, would it have been worth investing so much energy? I learned that love is what drives us to do things in life, and I promised myself never to forget that. ABCPR is the manifestation of that grief, and a tribute that bears testimony to the immense love I still have for my grandfather. Thank you. In 2 weeks' time, I will close the chapter of my master's degree by defending this project I presented to you all today. The full written work will hopefully be available in the digital repository of the University of Puerto Rico by the end of this month. Fortunately, I was able to experience 2 versions of this project, working with my grandfather in life to gather his creations and agreeing with him to restore his website. But now it's up to me to work with the remnants of someone who's no longer present, while questioning how to manage them and establish ethical ways of continuing to protect the intellectual property he left behind. It hasn't been easy. I long to present the project and see his joy in person, but his absence has motivated me to remember and love him in new ways. Without a doubt, my grandfather Andres was the first digital humanist and cultural manager in my family. He taught me to learn, appreciate, protect, and disseminate our Puerto Rican culture. He taught me that education in all its forms is power and opportunity. And I can confirm now that in Puerto Rico, I found what I needed to do, which was to ensure that my grandfather's memory wouldn't disappear. ABCPR is and will be a lifelong project, one that will grow and transform as much as the love I have for my abuelo Andres. Thank you.
Why do they keep doing that?
It's this one. It's gonna be this one. It's gonna be this computer.
Yeah.
It's already open.
It's right.
Escape and then go to the
Yes.
website, right?
Last but not least is Rene Cordero.
Take it up. Thank you so much, everybody. Oh, no, okay. I'll just leave it here. Thank you so much. Adriana, I have so much questions, so many questions that I kind of want to skip my talk. So thank you so much, everybody. I want to preface my presentation by saying that I'm a budding digital humanities scholar. So any suggestions, any avenues that you think I should take this work is very personal, but they're also very academic work. Please, I welcome everything, okay? My opening the archives Dominican Republic emerged from the need to resurrect a historical memory in the Dominican Republic. I don't know who's been to the Dominican Republic here, but as soon as you land, you realize that everyone thinks they're a historian. From the taxi drivers to the nurses to everyone has a version of history. And although that's very powerful and that has a lot of benefits to that, there is the other side of it, which it can also be very manipulated. And so one of the reasons why I created this project was to start documenting the violence of the Cold War. In the Dominican Republic, we have yet to have a truth and reconciliation with what happened during the Balaguerato, during the Balaguer years, and even after, right? suppression of the 1984 protests, and so on and so forth. So I'm going to do three things in this short presentation. First, I'm going to discuss what historical memory means for the Dominican Republic. And two, I'm going to show how OTADR, which is the abbreviation, is building a cross-class, cross-university alliance for the dissemination and for the accessibility of these declassified documents. So the purpose of opening the archives is to, one, declassify these classified documents in DC. And as I'm going to show you, we have every summer we're cobbling up funds in order to do this. And I want to sort of explain the power behind this. So my main proposition is that OTADR emerges as a critical link for the Dominican Republic's and its diaspora's efforts of reckoning with the violence of the Cold War and the upheavals experienced during the latter half of the 20th century. OTADR is anchored on deploying a digital archival practice that hinges on the triangulated relationship between historical memory, access, and restoration. It is an initiative that, albeit having origins in academia, stretches well beyond its corridors. This segues into, this segues really cool into my, one of the inspirations, not only for this project, but how I see the Dominican Republic negotiating with its very insidious historical memory. Just look at these Santo Domingo metro stops. It's a fascinating story. And, you know, a really cool project would be an anthropology doing historical memory in the DR and just analyzing these train stops. But I just want to point you to two particular stops from Centro de los Héroes all the way to Juan Bosch. Tells a really interesting story. So check this out. Sorry. You know, Amin Abel Hasbun comes right before Joaquin Balaguer. Amin Abel Hasbun was a leader of the student movement at the UAS who led a really vigorous anti-authoritarian movements throughout the 60s and 70s. And Joaquin Balaguer was sort of the protege of Rafael Trujillo and is known for instituting the 12 años of the Balaguerato. But the story here is, this is amazing because Balaguer is the one who recruits his goons to kill Amin Abel Hasbun in his doorstep. And this stop is coming right before Joaquin Balaguer. And it's a fascinating historical anthropology of how people remember history or misremember history. And so this project is in response to that, right? But OTADR also fills a gap, right, in how we are reckoning with history today, right? You know, as you know, Haiti is being riddled with the emergence of these gangs, and there's a renewed militarization of the border. You know, historical memory about the Cold War has been stored in what I call in my book project a black box, a historical black box in the national imagination. The purported economic miracle that you see on your right, which has compelled officials to tout its classification by the United States as the safest country for international investment in the Western Hemisphere, has convinced Dominicans to store the turbulence of the mid-20th century to a distant bygone of the past. But it was the very nefarious and bloody political designs of the Cold War that erased generations of political grievances against a US-sponsored state hegemony that privileged the country's transition into a dollarized economy and transformed most aspects of Dominican culture into a neoliberal pursuit. It is as if Dominicans have been convinced that the violence and disenfranchisement of Dominicans during this period was worth the trouble to arrive at our contemporary condition. For what sensible Dominican, I ask, does not inevitably compare themselves to media representations of gang-ridden Port-au-Prince, or the mass exodus of Cubans fleeing starvation, or Puerto Ricans frustrating dependency on the US and say how lucky we are, right? We must have done something right with the persecution of leftists and progressive groups. But this putative serendipity obfuscates the grueling daily lives of Dominicans, Haitian migrants, and Dominicans of Haitian descent who eke out a living on a daily basis. So how is OTA part of talking back against these narratives, right? So by making declassified documents available through the Brown Digital Repository, I started this when I was a PhD student at Brown. It allows for FOIA requested documents to enter this repository. This is actually happening in real time. Every summer, we recruit students to go to DC just to process the FOIA requests. And sometimes they're very innocuous, like there's a redacted name, and so that's why it's been classified. But sometimes we get really interesting stories, and I have a really personal one. When I was doing the oral histories for my dissertation a few years back, which is now the basis of my book, I was interviewing this former student activist who's now an octogenarian, right? And he always would tell me, you know, I always felt that I was being followed. I felt that I was being followed. I felt that I was being followed. And, you know, nobody believes me. Nobody believes me. I felt that I was being followed. So what I did was, when in one of these trips, I asked for FOIA requests of the documents concerning U.S. surveillance of student groups of the WAS. And lo and behold, his name came up in CIA reports about his student activity. And so I went in my sort of, I think, fifth interview with him. I went back and I showed it to him, and he just started just bawling and crying. And he always felt that he was kind of paranoid, and no one believed him as this sort of conspiracy theory. So this is sort of some of the things that OTADR is doing. Also, folks in the Dominican Republic are already using, amateur historians, professional historians are already using this database to beef up their research on the Cold War period. So, because of course, not a lot of them don't have the money to travel to Washington, D.C. to get this information. But while historical research for the Global South is one way OTADR is redefining academic access, another way is through internship opportunities for CUNY students who want to experience archival research. Launched in December of 2019, OTADR built an institutional collaboration with the Dominican Studies Institute, where every summer we select 2 to 3 CUNY students to conduct research at NARA. Sofia Monegro was an essential vehicle and pillar of launching this collaboration. And now we have it sort of on a rolling yearly basis. It has been a remarkable success. In just 2 years being in operation, student testimonies have demonstrated that many of those who go to NARA for a month of research declare themselves as history majors in their home institutions. Now, this is really important in this particular time where the humanities, as we know, are in decline. So, you know, our efforts, and I was going to show you a little bit of the website, but you guys can go, it's easily accessible online. You guys can go and just browse through the documents. One of the most ambitious of sort of my next projects for opening the archive is an oral history source base that I accumulated during my research for my dissertation, and that now serves as crucial material for my current book project. So anyone who has any suggestions about how to implement oral histories into digital archival practice, please let me know. Second, on a more shorter term, though no less ambitious, this is my sort of oral history that I did in the Dominican Republic, is I'm also going to survey the autonomous universities' archival holdings. It's in deplorable conditions. I mean, this public university has been really struggling with funding and archival preservation practices. So this summer, I'm going to spend the summer in their archive, which has been an essential archive for my book project, and apply for that Modern Endangered Archives grant. I don't know if you guys heard about it at UCLA, but that's another one of my goals. Now, third and lastly, to speed it up, I will be expanding the declassification process to areas that may be deemed less politically charged, right? Or worthy of research. For this summer, we're going to start venturing into the record group 170, which are the Drug Enforcement Administration record holdings. As the tides of large collective political efforts began to wane in the Dominican Republic, drugs became a crucial social, political, and even cultural nodal point for understanding the country's, and I would argue, the hemisphere's transition into a new global order. It's part of my second sort of manuscript project, and perhaps I should finish the first before starting the second. But these unexplored sources are amazing, and like it speaks to our current time as well, right? I mean, just look at this. This is sort of re-emerging into our political, contemporary political arena. The Dominican Republic became the biggest ally of Pete Hegseth's bombings against these fishermen boats in the Caribbean in exchange for, you know, tourists. I don't know if you saw the New York subway has been being painted with these tourist attractions for the DR. All of this is coming as a result of this political participation in this sort of Caribbean war on drugs, right? So by next summer, this is what the Omeka migration looks like right now, but I'm trying to release myself from the dependency of the Brown Digital Library. They've been amazing, but just I'm at Williams right now, so I want to hold it and base it at Williams College. So we're starting a migration process, and this is where the hard part is because I have little to no training. We're training myself. So I have a project manager who's really helpful. And so I'm training myself right now. So any suggestions you have on how to make this more, the interface more research friendly, and just, you know, just make it a successful digital archival practice, please let me know. So thank you so much for listening.
Oh. Stop sharing. The who?
CDSC.
Oh, go ahead.
Is there anyone else going? Is that everyone?
That's everyone.
Oh.
Sure. Yes.
Questions?
Oh, question?
No, the microphone.
Oh, whoops.
Because you're sharing on that one.
I'm not sharing on anything.
But it's not working, so just.
I would like to hear a round of applause again for the panel. It was really good. Reimagining archives. Should I get to the audience first? I have my own questions. Okay, audience first. Can we get any questions? We have one. Is it on?
Hello. Wow, can we stop that? Is that possible? No, okay. I have so many questions, but I'm going to ask the larger sort of panel question. We have a range of different types of projects, different types of institutional support. My question is about institutional support. and lack thereof. And so CDSC is in some ways an institution. I don't know if we want to call ourselves that, but we, that's one form of support through the various programs that we've had. I'm wondering about the institutions that you're connected to. So especially Renee, your presentation really brought us to that. Like what kind of institutional support are you guys getting for this, and how much independence do you have from the institutions that are supporting you? So it's good to have institutional support, but then when you maybe move to a different institution, you might find yourself in the position of needing to figure out your own autonomy from that institution. So that's the larger question to the whole panel. I'm just going to throw in, Sophia, is that connected to? I'm going to throw in also to the noise and garbage Havana presentation. I wanted to ask about breath weight and noise. He has, in History of the Voice, he talks about noise and about noise being the meaning. And if you ignore the noise, you ignore the meaning. And so I was interested to know if in the published paper you talked about that. And I'll hold my other questions for other people.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Baker. I just wanted to add briefly to that first question, encouraging you to put these institutions to task when they talk about the ethics of caring for community and pushing them to support a sovereign resource. Data sovereignty is pivotal to a lot of our conversations around Caribbean digital archiving, and Williams can support your creation of hopefully a minimal computing repository that they can then have digital copies of everything that you put in that repository. In addition to, you need to give a digital copy to the Digital Library of the Caribbean. So giving digital copies to the institution is they'll have a unique source. It's not going to be the only source, but they will have, you as a professor that can speak to this and teach this and circulate this, but it can stand alone. That way, when you go to another institution, which, you are at your liberty to do so, you don't feel like you need to continue this migratory process. And most importantly, the collection is not beholden to the politics of that institution. I have other questions, but I'm just going to keep there.
Have them answer. Okay, awesome. I think the question was then directed to Pablo and Renee.
Hello. Okay. So I think right now I am currently an independent scholar. So my institutional support is like 0 right now. So I want you to think of me as this is my pitch for funding. But because of that, and because the project is in such its early stages, I have a lot of autonomy over the project itself. And so being affiliated, being an independent scholar, but affiliated with UMass Amherst and Parsons through Rwanda Revolution, but also doing my work in Toronto, and then knowing the resources of UFT. I have to be really strategic about how I position myself. So right now, the funding and the institutional support is very, very minimal. I am head cook and bakawasha. So if anyone would like to fund me, I am happy to. I am happy to accept.
Well, in my case, my master's degree did have a call for students who were culminating their capstone. And so they had a scholarship for them to start their capstone project. And it's called Fondo Semilla for Proyectos de Conclusión. and I received $500. So with that $500, I reserved the domain and the hosting service with Reclaim Hosting for 3 years. So that's a big help. I also bought the hard disk to preserve all of the writings, and I hired a transcriber to help me out with the interviews. So those have been like the first steps and the institutional support I had for this first phase of ABCPR. After December, I don't know. I'll start looking, I guess. But I hope to find other institutional supports. And of course, I know I'll always have community and family support to continue this project. So I'm not actually worried.
And my work on this project is research-based, so I'll let my colleagues who are working on building archives speak more to that question.
Oh, okay. Hi. So, in terms of institutional support for what you saw, it's a bit more complicated. The work that comes from is started by the work that I have been doing on the creation of a Rap Cubano archive, and this is kind of the seed to these other projects here. And by discussions actually arrives at the archive itself. So that project started at Harvard University's Hip Hop Archive, and I received a certain amount of institutional support from them to kickstart the project. But in doing the project and understanding what actually would be going to their archives and the processing of those materials, discoverability became a big issue. So I realized, and I think the main thing that I had to think about was how much information I would give Harvard University about living Afro-Cuban citizens, right? We know that it's not just everyone who's interested in the best interest in life and the world who goes to study there. So one of the big decisions was basically to make sure that, first of all, no biographical information was given to Harvard University. It's only artistic names, and that only at this point, and this is what's happening with Harvard Music Library, is that they're now basically doing work with the materials and collections coming out of books that are being published in the United States and elsewhere about Rap Cubano. But then the actual Rap Cubano archive is being developed by me and other people in Havana, and this is practitioner-based with no institutions because, can you hear me? Because even the National Library in Cuba basically took the collection that was made by someone else, not me, and then they shoved it in the basement of the library, National Library. So this is the main question here. It's not just what arrives, but it's the question of what actually becomes national history. And how is it that we make national history, right? So I kind of follow a bit more questions by Monica Miller and Susan Miller about DIY institutions, and we create our institutions, and then whether they last or not, that's like our problem. But we're gonna go to the side rather than actually look for, especially in the case of Cuba and Afro-Cubans, and especially the moment Cuba is actually falling apart and going into actually leaving a post-socialist moment and going into neoliberalism. We cannot trust institutions that have been standing since for a long time, almost anywhere. And then that's the question about noise. No, I didn't think about Brathwaite in that sense when I wrote the piece. I do think about Brathwaite, but not exactly noise. I think about Brathwaite submerged national language to describe the kind of inflection with which I do anthropology. And so what you saw there has Brathwaite as the way to deliver the work, the poetics, not exactly just the opacity from Glissant, but the way in which I do my poetic work. It has Brathwaite in it as a way of basically defining an Afro-Cuban way of doing Afro-Cuban anthropology. There we go.
So I don't know, to answer Sophia's question and the other question, I'm not sure how to approach this. Maybe y'all can help me out, because one of the trepidations that I have with accessing Williams' money to build this independent digital archive is that if we've learned anything this past year is that universities are mercurial. And I know we're at a university right now, so I'll tread carefully. But I'm scared that with the coming of revising curriculums and with the microscope on DEI, I'm scared that if I do access monies from an institution, I will be asked to maybe take it down a notch or hide it somewhere. I don't know. Anything is possible right now. You know what I'm saying? Maybe these are just paranoid fears, but that's kind of one of the tensions I'm dealing with. So I'm at the same time looking for outside funding or even just doing it myself, unpaid, right? Instead of then having to run up on that that really complicated scenario of having to be censored. Yeah. So.
Any additional questions? We have Rosamund King.
Thank you. First, I wanted to say I can see why these presentations kind of rose to the top. They're all really wonderful. And there's something that shifts to me in the texture of an archive or scholarship when the person who's doing it cares about the people and the material. And that's very clear for all of you. I'll limit my specific questions to Dr. Garcia. I'm curious about how the kuros fashion was similar to or different than white people's fashion of the time. And Dr. Herrera Vetia, I'm curious about your methodology because you were very clear about curating and not kind of theorizing about, but your actual presentation, and I looked and the bio that I found didn't use the word artist to describe yourself, but it's gorgeous and it's poetic and it's visual. And I'm curious what methodologies you were consciously bringing to this project.
So thank you for that. So the time period would have been 18th century. And the way that it was different was that it not just acquired the linen and the lace and the silk and all of that, but it also combined it with African practices, both in terms of the fashion, but also in terms of the self, right? And so, for example, a lot of the descriptions on the kuro are, or the critique of the kuro is precisely that the fashion is simply, there are textiles that can be gotten, so we're going to get them, right? But when we look deeper into the archive, there's these remnants that describe what they look like, right? And so in the anthropological writing about them that remains in the archives, well, they're looked at as, again, the sort of aspiration to European kind of whiteness and that kind of wealth. What we see are actually men and women who are practicing scarification, who are filing their teeth, right? At a time period when they're being described as this manner of dress is for the attainment of European ideals, right? That's not European, right? And even the critique that this is an Andalusian or Southern Spanish practice, right? Again, the claim being that this is, once again, kind of like the dandy, like an aspiration sort of between Africa and Europe, but Andalusia, there is a memory of Andalusia here also as having Islamic and Black practices and culture, right? So again, it does circle to Europe, but it doesn't circle back to Europe, right? It circles to Europe that's a Black Europe, and which makes it significantly different than the kind of descriptions that are being written about them in the archive, both in the 18th century, in the 19th century, and again in the 20th century, right? And unfortunately, what ends up happening with the representation is that it devolves into a description of a sort of black-faced character in 19th century Cuba, right? So we start with something that is, and I specifically look at it as something that develops away from the Atlantic, away from colonialism. But it's one of the reasons why I say that you can't escape empire, right? Colonialism and slavery is all around us, and so yes, it's influenced by those practices, but it's not of those practices, at least in my reading of the archive.
Oh, so I describe myself first of everything. I mean, I went to do hip hop music in Havana, Afro-Cuban hip hop and Afro-Cuban rap music first as a poet, before anything else. So I'm still the poet. So what you saw there is actually the way I do poetry now. It includes academic thoughts, but it's ultimately my delivery of poetry my way. And this is what I mean by the Brathwaite inflection in it. But in all, one of the main works is basically bringing in textures and commentaries that are not just mine, and that the work is always participatory. This is why you hear other people's voices and other people's commentaries. Because, like, speaking only from my perspective, it will be great. But I mean, I think it's always great to have. This is why when I was doing rap music, I was only making the music and other people were rapping on it. So that's kind of the main thing. And then the other commentary about visuals and, white font over black. It's an extension of being influenced by sort of neo realism, Italian neorealism sort of cinema. If you go back and check out Antonioni's La Ventura, you see that kind of thing. But then actual work from Cuba by Santiago Alvarez, newsreels and cinema newsreels also had the same kind of aesthetic. But then if you go back to the actual credits, you go 1980s to the 90s, and almost now again, you have this idea of using credits. Some of the metadata use credits on lower thirds on videos, musical videos by MTV, right? So this is all what's actually feeding the conversation. If you could think about this as some kind of institutional relations, but ultimately this is musical, and the way in which the flux is coming from the United States to Cuba and back from Cuba to the United States are happening. So I'm actually reflecting on all of those fluxes of rhythm and culture happening in the Black Atlantic, like at least on this hemisphere.
And now we will break because I want y'all to eat something. And then we will have the next panel on reimagining data. Thank you. Thank you again to the presenters.
I was like running to the toilet. Like, come on, let's go.
Yeah. Thank you. ¿Conoces a Marco y Alexei?
Oh.
Hi, tengo tiempo que no los veo.
Bienvenido a un socio de ellos, un amigo de ellos.
Ay, qué bonito, qué bueno.
Sobre todo Alexei.
La última vez que lo vi estuvo en Nueva York.
Mira al baño.
Sí, 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 por favor.
Yeah, I love your research.
Yeah, I was following you. Oh my gosh. Yeah, good. And
actually, Jonathan's very
yeah, anyway, so I don't know
is
what part
also
of
the
you
of Superfine.
Oh my gosh, that's amazing. Yeah. I love the story.
It was such a good
It was, right? I was like, wow, the organization was like planned, even though, I mean, they had absence, that's it. But like, it flowed very well.
I think it was the first one. It wasn't just related, but we all had
Flowed.
like a thread.
Yeah.
That was, it felt like, I don't know, collage or better yet, to use the environment.
Right? Why not?
That makes a lot of sense. One thing that we usually keep like a preservation project at the center, but then like
Quilt, stitch.
Quilt,
Yeah.
I love both of your presentations. They were so good. I really wanted to encourage you. We didn't really talk about it, but like, and talking about because I talk a lot about like the invisible labor, but really like the invisible people on right? And thinking more about like influence too, the part that is not maybe that are and that is focused on process. So giving like space for like Black community as the space that you're curating.
Can the presenters for panel B start making their way up to the podium and the table in the front? Thank you.
That's how we host it.
you.
Yeah, so I mean,
when I'm thinking about affirmative action, which is really inspired by like Mexicana Loda, which you might have read about them.
No, in Cuba.
They aren't Cuba. I know that that's what they mentioned to them in his first book. There's only one book, but it became essentially what I'm calling like economic or practices. They were known as jornaleras first. And then they were I have a small piece about some black perspectives. Okay. So jornaleras were this class of day labor in like Spanish Empire that could pay their enslavers to eat them. And they would go to the market to sell víveres, but they were also selling luxury goods, and they were selling and then they eventually like so that's talking about 1540 something.
Oh wow, no, so I don't know anything about like that period.
Really? And then the archive shows that they migrated to Veracruz and Cuba, and that's how my current chapter is patching together this like transatlantic migration of their acting.
I love that you're including the Caribbean part of Mexico as well.
Tell me. Long day already.
No, I have no idea. Only snippets. Like if you look at the you see a little bit of that, but not in the sense like for me, for my reading work in Cuba, but also that's fascinating.
Yeah, I'm really excited to read this book because that, my argument is that these practices start in Central America and they reverberate throughout the Atlantic world.
That's amazing. Okay. Like yeah.
I really loved the way that you're thinking about like painting and then connecting it to Black power. Somebody who like got a Black studies degree, like super inspirational. I really thought that it was so great.
Thank you. It's really nice to hear. This actually started like a decade ago when I was doing the research. I didn't know what to do with like subculture right now. I was talking about, and when I presented on it years ago as a grad student, people were like, "Oh, this is like Gandhiism, right? It's like between Europe and Cuba," and I was like, No, because like there's this very specific area of Ghana, and it's very clearly like bounded, but not colonial bounded, right? It's like there's Rita here, like the names of the streets, there's English or colonial names, and there's also like what they call the street. It's very like self-consciously separate, right? And it just didn't sound like sort of like Atlantic British. And it wasn't until really like the perspective of the matters, right? I'm thinking about it till the last year, like, wait a minute, there's these other practices that are going on and they continue to reverberate throughout time, right? And like, how do we connect like the Black Atlantic and the Black Pacific, right? Like, and there's these reverberations that I think if we don't do the research bounded by territories and imperial frameworks, we see it, right? Like the notion of time is as important in terms of what they're violating and why people are so pissed off at them, right? As it is in like 1940s LA, as it is in 1960s and 70s Harlem, right? It's very similar practices that are being deployed in right? Yeah. And it's like, it's not for just for Europe and for white gays, right? And that's why there are other examples, but that's why we use the one about charity, because it's so intricate.
I would love to hear more about that. Could you put that out for me? So you said the 18th century, like what?
Yeah. So this was like again, all of this has been like literally fragmented. Like years of being in the archive, be like, shoot, wait, what? Like, so we wouldn't think in imperial boxes, right? So I'm part of this other project actually organization, and so we were at a plantation. We were on Shadows of Tesh in Louisiana. So it was one of the sugar plantations there, and we're going through the museum thing. We're talking to the archivist, and he pulls out like these uniforms that enslaved women stitched, right? And he says, we have this one because it was saved. Because this woman Charity, who was a seamstress, and she was tasked with making all of the outfits, and she was only given a certain amount of cloth, right? You were only supposed to get like the 5 or 6 or whatever, and she figures out how to cut them off to get extra. Like I don't know how to sell, right? Extra.
What a beautiful personification.
And I was like,
stretching the
stretching the fabric, and it wasn't for anybody's gaze, right? And I tell you, like, you look at the buttons, and they're carefully removed, and the cloth is cut for child's bodies, so that you can get it out, right? And she was doing this for them, right?
Hi, everyone. We're preparing to start the second panel, so if you can come up and sit at the table, that'd be great. Thank you. No, but I'm gonna name your So, Reba, can I try something? Can you help me do this technological?
Yeah. What? This? Oh, yeah. And I'm nervous before the panel even starts. So I'm like, I'm over there with my something in the audience with my like, I'm so serious. I did this. It says press movie. Yeah, this is a video. Okay. I feel like each time I'm saying, I'm better. Good. I feel like whatever.
Auden, is that
Boudin. Stina, yeah. Yes, thank you. You can say
No, no,
you both. Oh, that's nice. Thank you. But wait, I have. And then I was like, yeah. So, yeah. So now I'm just like, you want it too. I know. Actually, yeah. That's also the. You're welcome. That's where I need like because I'm like, yeah, just the PowerPoint. Right. Like what? That was one of my theses. It's like yeah, and like Flatbush, like that's the closest to Caribbean you might get in the United States. But how many people are supposed to be here? You have 4. Like it's like okay. So then I realized, but I'm like, as I told her, I'm like, y'all clearly had influence on me. So here we are. Hilarious. But no, I feel like you know. Hello, Margot. Like. Yes.
Everything solid. Oh,
Yeah. Like and even DC, I'm like, oh, it's different. And I didn't know it was different because I thought it was like somehow it wasn't that different. It is. But yeah, you learn. But I also think like there's something that's lost.
Oh wait, why is it paused?
Hi. I'm Mark. Sorry. I'm the Dutch.
Okay. And this is
So Liana. Hi. Good morning. Kristen. The neighbors. Do you want me to move?
Okay.
Well, so I'm the third. Do you need an extra chair? No, I don't think so.
We're running 5 minutes behind.
I'm the last person. Okay. Yeah. We're standing together.
Hi.
Hello, Stina. Nice to meet you.
Hey, could I get my computer out of the way so you guys don't have to think about it anymore?
I'll check it again.
Okay. So your video will be here. Savita, you can begin. Okay.
Hi, everyone. We're going to start now. All right. We're going to start back right now. Okay, so good morning. My name is Savita Maharaj. I am an English PhD candidate, and I'm excited to moderate our second panel of the day, Reimagining Data. Panelists will present in the order I say their names and their project titles, and you can find their full bios on the website. So we'll begin with Stina Bodin presenting Black cartographies. Then Clarice Hill will present Data as a Grain of Rice, the Technology of Resistance and Representation. Margot Grownwood and Leanne Leonora will present From Gordon Knott to Integral Planning, the DH Roadmap. And last but not least, Kristen Washington will present Nine Night and Good Morning. Sorry? Misspeak? Oh, I'm sorry. And Nadija Webb will be presenting third, Beyond a Haunting of Indenture, Language and Representation. So we'll begin with Stina.
Okay, hello. Yeah, okay, just making sure everybody can hear me. Okay, so hello, my name is Stina Baudin. I'm a first-generation Haitian-Canadian multidisciplinary artist and a recent graduate from Cranbrook Academy of Fine Arts in Michigan. I work across various mediums, which include textiles, audio, electronics, sculpture, and text-based arts. Much of my work has to do with Black and Caribbean archives and mapping of diasporic connections to land, migration, and movement. I focus on visual ways to narrate and represent the data, paying special attention to the materials that drive the concept and historical connections. So here's a map of just different ideas that kind of come together when I'm thinking through materials or storytelling in my creation process. I am constantly trying to create a lexicon in order to build a visceral database of my work. Mapping, for me in this sense, is connotative to tracing back or constructing meaning. I see connections and patterns in a plethora of places around our connections to stories, and I look for new ways to narrate Black diasporic tales in existence. My work is inspired by my location or my movements, by my family. This is my late aunt. She was my favorite aunt who passed last year, or actually during the pandemic, I should say. And also, my work is influenced by cultural traditions and folklore. Back in 2019, I began my first attempts at piecing my story together. After years of traveling and working abroad, I began to question my otherness on a global level. Each new country I lived in, Belgium, Canada, Germany, Thailand, placed me in a new categorization. Depending on my geographical location and social movements, I was étrangère, Buurtlander, Oostlander, Farang. Sometimes the groupings were merely ways of statistically classifying my place of birth to push paperwork along within a bureaucratic system. At other times, it felt like a hostile identification process that was imposed on my body to render unwelcome sentiments while I tried to navigate unfamiliar territories, both for education and work. Yet, wherever I resided, I listened. Through my observations and extended conversations with others occupying space on the same soil, I questioned, how do I locate myself in these places of unfamiliarity? What does it mean to be born in a land where you have no ancestral lineage? While living in Berlin, I stumbled across W.E.B. Du Bois' Visualizing Black America. Inspired by Du Bois, I decided that I wanted to create textiles to create a woven historical record of Caribbean existence in Canada to begin with, and then globally, something I'm still working on. In the 1900s, Du Bois showcased 65 data visualizations at the Universal Exhibition in Paris. Here, his attempt was to demystify and demonstrate African-American progress globally. Alongside those data visualizations, Du Bois and his team, mostly consisting of students and faculty from Black educational institutions, presented 200 volumes by African-American authors, a record of 350 patents, 500 photographs of African-Americans, and a list of Black-owned businesses, churches, and homes. He was creating data at a time when those in power did not care or want to record this information. I was enormously impacted by this incredible, detailed, and visually compelling presentation that challenged preconceived notions of Black Americans globally. And so this became my own motivation. This motivated me to uncover archival ledgers and numerical data that would unveil truths about the lives of Caribbean migrants, starting in their arrivals in Canadian cities. I began to consider how going through archival records could be visualized in textiles to bring statistical records and storytelling into more compelling forms, also more accessible to a larger public. I'll leave that up there so you can actually use the QR code to see the graph and the countries that are visualized in this weaving. Yet my desire to create larger records was slowed down with the discovery of how challenging it was not only to organize these records, but to find consistent records. America has a larger database of migrant archives than Canada does, especially when it comes to Caribbean records. So I was looking through StatsCan to start first with Canadian records, and I found a lot of problems looped in the process. In my trials, the data findings were inconsistent and limited, permeating with bias. Bias showed up as missing categories, years or groups that seemed unimportant to the collector of the time. For example, grouping all countries as West Indies for some years and then individually for others, with many of the Lesser Antilles not showing at all. This Catherine McKittrick quote really assisted me in pivoting my thinking while working through the initial data studies work that has since grown. I'll read it for you. If we are committed to anti-colonial thought, our starting point must be one of disobedient relationality that always questions and thus is not beholden to normative academic logics. And so with this, I began to think differently about data and what it could represent. And this is where I showed you that work to start because that's how Black cartographies came to be or to come into existence, came into existence. In Catherine McKittrick's feminist keynote theory, she mentions this notion of algorithms and how they impact our sense of self and geography. She relates to the scientific ways of arriving to results, statistical records included. She speaks of this idea that algorithms work with predictability. They are used to demonstrate results rather than to explore possibilities. In creating these maps, I question what kind of knowledge networks are already predicting what we already know of how we read graphs and maps. Here I consider the original intended use of a graph or a map. Both maps and graphs are powerful tools to assist us in analyzing, navigating, and visualizing data. How can maps, like language, be used as a different navigational tool system? One that refuses its original function or predetermined usage. I began contemplating how we tend to perceive graphs as purely mathematical, scientific, analytical tools. Yet what might happen if a graph was instead used to reorient and plot a different spatial understanding of history and ourselves? The X and Y axis are the foundation of the Cartesian coordinate system in mathematics. The X-axis works on the horizontal number line and the Y-axis on the vertical. They intersect in the middle, which is defined as the origin point. On the X and Y-axis, heading right and upward usually refers to a positive amplified result, whereas left and downward reflects a negative sum result. My attempt was to reject the numerical connotations given to graphs instead and focus on what they could mean. In the graph beyond logic, I see death and flight as equally neutral things. In Igbo landing, the myth of the flying Africans, flight can be seen as a form of death, as a return home to the motherland out of captivity's realm. Yet what if death is also seen as the only time in which the body is finally put to rest? And yet, even in rest, there have been instances where the body is still not at peace, still in constant displacement. This can be seen for marginalized people in ways in which land is overtaken through war or capitalism. Consider mass forced migrations, like those of my parents, or grave sites never to be visited again when countries are at war, Haiti, dislodging and banning people from mourning and visiting their loved ones. Although death and flight seem to eradicate each other in terms of meaning, I think about the continuous spiral that death and flight move towards. Could it be linked to a continuum of trauma or maybe a rebirth? Sorry. But spirit differs. In considering the directionality of the words X and Y axis, if right and upwards have positive referencing, we can question the positive connotations of what death and flight and spirit represent. Spirit seems to soar without a spiral, but with a force. I like to think of this forceful weightlessness of spirit and how it drives our sheer existence. Could it be a warrior, hope, an ancestor? How do we pedal forward with hope within a world that refuses to compensate us for the wrongdoing it inflicts upon us? How does spirit show up in acts of care and resistance? The continual spiral iconography of here but also here maps the multiple planes of existence which the Black body occupies. This can be defined in a multitude of ways and places. A diasporic person is still being tied to a country of their parents' origin without ever stepping foot on the soil, or how the familiarity of our home can exist in a comfort of another place or with a person. I met Afropeans and Caribbean Americans while residing and teaching abroad. I felt a sense of familiarity whenever I spent time with my chosen family. Our experiences of how we navigate Blackness were shared, and so was our understanding of how we held space for each other. And so an experience over there may differ, but have its similarities. Meredith Gatsby explains this so accurately in her book, Sucking Salt, where she mentions, clearly those born to Caribbean parents outside of the Caribbean are shaped by their experiences in their place of birth. Identity doesn't just fall away or disappear when one leaves home. Identities are constant, shifting, and adapting new encounters. Therefore, it is quite common to find young people who, though have never been to the Caribbean, speak with heavy Caribbean accents, eat only Caribbean food, listen only to Caribbean music, and who culturally have a complex identification with mainstream Black American identity. In the conch shell nestled near the water that has arrived to the shore, most likely due to salt movements, the spiral is found. Likewise in this print, here and also here. Another quote from Ronaldo Wolcott rings in my ears when he states, "I am here because you were there." And so in this ongoing series, I pull experiences, literature, socio-political movements to create graphs that consider and center Blackness in all its forms. Please come find me if you have any further questions or you want to know about my work and research. Thank you.
Thank you. Now Clarice Hill will present Data as a Grain of Rice, the Technology of Resistance During Capture.
It's that one, yeah. I'm sorry. Okay. Oh, because I need to edit myself.
Giving her shout outs.
Hello. Hello, everyone. My name is Clarice Hill. Hold on, let me just. My name's Clarice Hill. I'm an assistant professor in the art and design department here at Northeastern. Thank you so much for having me. I'm going to share with you a performance lecture. So my artwork extends, so I'm a practice-based researcher, and my practice extends into how I disseminate the work. So my writing and how I do presentations and talk about my work is part of the artwork and my research. And so usually this is a brainstorming tool that I'm using to give the presentation. So it's not, I'm going to put some caveats out here first. So it's not like PowerPoint, it's a brainstorming tool. So this is a video that I will pause and start because the actual presentation is on my laptop, which I cannot present from today. Artificial intelligence is quickly becoming a dominant computational infrastructure in everyday life. We encounter AI both consensually and non-consensually, knowingly and unknowingly. AI systems are models shaped by algorithmic agents and data. They function as an automated extension of social agendas, charged by the developers with the power to act upon the world in both generative and harmful ways. As explicated in the book, this is going to be a lot of DJing back and forth. As explicated in the book, Digital Keywords, a vocabulary of information, society, and culture, quote, for the makers of algorithms, the term refers specifically to a logical series of steps for organizing and acting on a body of data to quickly achieve a desired outcome. The text goes on to say, an algorithm is a recipe composed in programmable steps. Most of the values that concern us lie elsewhere in the technological system and the work that produces them. An example of how bias in data sets can be socially weaponized is in a 2017 lecture by Catherine McKittrick. So we're referencing the same lecture here. She shares a chilling example of a predictive policing algorithm that was deployed by the Chicago school system to predict the potential harm to the students in the school system. And the AI was able to reach outside of the confines of the computational hardware infrastructure to enact the prescriptive parameters of the bias informed by the data. No, it has audio.
Actual computer itself.
Should be working. I recorded it with audio.
describes a program implemented by Chicago
Thank
schools
you.
in 2009 that would, quote, determine exactly which of their 400,000 students would get shot. The program became known alongside an initiative called the Culture of Calm. Consultants from MIT and University of Chicago developed an algorithm that scanned juvenile detention and school attendance records, as well as test scores, and used these archives to prognosticate the preventable death of youths. When I first came across this report, I could not read past the first page. The report begins, apologies, the report begins with Devant Flanoy, a young man who was, excuse me for using an awkward non-word, Flanoy was algorithmed. More specifically, self-contained and finite data were pulled from Flanoy's archival file, and this led to interpretable paper scores. In the application of the algorithm, his well-being and his psychic and biologic life were rendered in excess of a deterministic set of discursive calculations. Put simply, the algorithm mathematically refused all aspects of his livingness. Flanoy's archive, his records, his test scores, were culled and collated, and he was determined to be highly killable or ultra-high risk. Indeed, in many ways, his life only enters the mathematical equation as death. The algorithm was granted more energy and vitality through the active application than Flanoy. After the predictive system algorithmically anticipated his death and measures were taken to prevent his death, Flanoy was killed in June 2012. This report sat on my desk for just over 2 years, and I read the first page over and over. I could not fully integrate into my psyche the idea of an algorithm that was manufactured to assume, anticipate, predetermine, and foretell deadly violence.
On the occasion of their despite promises. Forgot to stop. On the occasion of their upcoming book, The Black Technical Object, Machine Learning and the Aspiration of Being, Ramon Amaro discusses AI as a tool activated multi-temporally, a tool activating multi-temporal assemblages in order to perform capture and enact power.
More responsible and equitableness in the general application of the algorithmic in our social milieu. Of course, by usefulness, I refer to the quality of assigning data a practical use value, or more so, putting data into service as a social utility, a practice that has been accelerated under the general terms of assigning quantifiable value to habitual human praxis. While in the 1950s until around the 1980s, the aims of what one might call algorithmic innovation was organized primarily around the act of play, as the great and later shamed father of AI, Marvin Minsky, proclaimed before his death. These aims, and even perhaps prescient from a Marxist point of view, quickly matured from an individual concern to development for the sake of corporate and administrative objectives, which have now infiltrated every aspect of social life, from leisure to government and administrative activity. This has all occurred while creating increasingly large gaps between individual participation for the sake of participation or praxis and the development of algorithms for the sake of social organization and control. Nonetheless, the usefulness of algorithms, despite their publicly tested applications, is inexplicably tied to a more expansive circulation of ideas that demonstrate our increased exhaustion with present circumstances, having extracted all perceived material and non-material value from the past. Exhausted with the present, we have instead turned towards the future to provide sufficient insight into the world around us, while holding the algorithmic as the vessel through which this body of knowledge is to be understood. Through its predictive capabilities made possible with our assistance, the algorithmic has in effect collapsed the future onto the present and past by producing insights that can effectively learn from history and validate in the present for the purposes of predicting the future. And let's not be coy. This future time is an intoxicating opportunity for habitual extraction, newly formed hierarchies, and the recurrence of individual and collective races to power. To possess the algorithm is therefore to possess the future, whereby the spoils of the unknown can be predicted, collected, and organized under the familiar guise of technological objectivity.
If thinking about data as a corpus, a relation to the body, a proxy of the body, a signifier of the body, data has a potential to map intimacy. What I'm interested in is if the notion of AI can be revised to being critical and reflective, rather than recursively building on its origin story and its inherent bias by thinking about a counterstructure for developing a model, so algorithmic model. What are the methods for evading capture? How can people of the African diaspora derail the reach of the algorithmic gaze by disrupting the canon of technology? This inquiry leads to a departure, a hopeful leap, an experimental turn of diverting computational infrastructure and nomenclature. Rice, particularly Ariza glaberrima, functions as a knowledge system and a form of data that encodes histories, encounters, forced migration, landscape, survival, and carrying of generations through agricultural expertise from West Africa to colonial territories. During the transatlantic slave trade, women braided seeds of rice into their hair, preserving both sustenance and knowledge through the Middle Passage. Embodied data later reinvested in the Caribbean landscape by maroon communities, especially in Suriname. Women played central roles in rice cultivation through West Africa. This specialized female knowledge traveled with enslaved women to the Americas, the Caribbean and Americas, suggesting their contribution to agriculture has been systemically undervalued.
En had ze dat, waar had ze dat gedaan? Op het slavenschip of in Paramaribo of in Afrika? In Afrika. Oké, ja, wat willen we vandaag? Ja, noemen. En dan had ze daar gevluchten. Het zit daar erin. En dan had ze dan vluchten. Zo. Zie je? Is dit? Zo was het gebeurd. En dan zat het daarin. Zo gedaan. Ja. Nu is het dit. Zoals die mevrouw toen dat heeft gedaan. En dan had ze toch een rijstplanson in die haren. Ja. Zo was het gelukt om toch een beetje rijst mee te nemen. Zodat ze, waardoor ze nu rijst hier hebben om te planten. Dus die mevrouw had het meegenomen. Ja, weer een beetje. Je hoeft niet veel rijst te hebben voordat je dan een grote veld krijgt. Want als je 1 keer plant, heb je dan.
This leads me to consider proximity, particularly how data contributes to knowledge systems and ways of being captured and recognized. If data nourishes the algorithm and rice nourishes the freedom seeker, the refuser, the maroon community, then there exists an inextricable mutuality. Data and the algorithm need each other to create something else. For maroon communities, rice was data that produced culture. With AI, the concerns are towards achieving the capture of power. Women held the seeds and knowledge close to their bodies, woven in their hair. Maroon communities acted as a glitch in the industry of coloniality by refusing to be captured. They thrived, and their descendants still tend to the land and hold its history. In Legacy Russell's book, Glitch Feminism, she explores the phenomena of the glitch, a signal failure, something gone wrong, a way to divert attention away from the performative norms. Within glitch feminism, a body that refuses binary gender assignments or remains indecipherable is a body that refuses to perform its prescribed score.
So there are many ways for us to kind of be thinking about the body, right? So this idea of the corporeal, which has been expounded on so much across history. So for the purpose of today, just for right now, I want all of us in this room to remain present with me. And for just a moment, regardless of what comes to mind when you consider this idea of body, to think about the body as an idea that is cosmic, and in being such is inconceivably vast. We quite literally have only begun to scratch the surface of what the body is, what it can do, and what its future looks like. So what does it mean to ghost on the body? Part of the definition of the archetype of the body as we know it, a social construct, a cultural tool, a political agent that I'm drawing on when I think about this idea of glitch feminism, is this notion of giving material form to something abstract. We use the body to give material form to something that has no form, that is abstract, that is indeed inconceivably vast. As a glitch feminist, I want to make abstract again that which has been forced into an uncomfortable and ill-defined material. The process of becoming material is one that is so bound up in problematics, it surfaces a lot of tension when we ask who is given material, and further, who defines this material, who names it, who gives it value, and why. So, glitch feminism calls for this. It asks for us to take a look at the deeply flawed society we are all currently implicated by.
I'll leave it there because I'm at time because we were waffling with the computer. But yeah, so I'm interested in the glitch as a way of being. And if we divert the language of computational kind of like pipelines and protocols, is it possible to create computational systems that are a little bit more ethical and sustainable, and they do not kind of prescribe these foretold deaths that, you know, are inherent in the data? So thank you.
Now, Nadija Webb will present Beyond a Haunting, Indenture, Language, and Representation.
The Gould documents? Show me which one. You said documents?
Oh, look, I think it's already pulled up. It's that right there.
This one?
No. This one, sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
We have to get rid of all the tabs. Gotta keep doing it.
Okay, and just to be clear, I go down to move slides or over? Thank you. All right, Hi, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon. Before I begin, I want to extend a deep thanks to Northeastern for having us and to the Carib Digital team for gathering us. The keynote yesterday, the panels have been amazing, and I'm very much grateful to be here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. My name is Nadejda Webb, and I'm the Assistant Director of Life Code, Digital Humanities Against Enclosure, and an Assistant Research Professor at Johns Hopkins. I am presenting an emerging project, Beyond a Haunting, which is part of the We Live Language Lab in the Life Code ecosystem. We Live Language explores the intersections of language, identity, and power. The Beyond a Haunting project team consists of myself and John Baines, our research software engineer and founder of Endeavor. We've also worked quite a bit with Tarika Sankar, who's in attendance today, so I want to shout her out as well. Now, to introduce you to the Beyond a Haunting project is to introduce you to my maternal grandmother, my nanny. Aisha Doris Baksh Prasad. This is an image my mother drew in 2023, 3 years after my nanny abruptly transitioned at the outset of the COVID pandemic. She was born in Wakenham, Guyana, and was a child of indenture. Her death, her unexpected disappearance, transports me back to my other disappeared, to the many ways in which their presence and absence ask us as descendants to grapple with who we are now. Beyond a haunting is grief work and an inquiry. We examine how descendants of indentured laborers in places including Guyana, Trinidad, Jamaica, and Fiji grapple with their historical positioning and the effective weight of belonging memory and limited representation. Our current research question, what can small data tell us about the quotidian impacts of limited scale representation in the aftermath of trauma and erasure, grounds our investigation of social media as a site of multiple circulations, the colonial archive, and the ways in which descendants are writing back to empire. As this project has progressed, I found myself increasingly attentive to Homi Bhabha's question posed in his 1992 article, The World and the Home, what kind of narrative can house unfree people? Are examples of, quote, representations that recognize the binaries necessary for storytelling without reproducing binary characters available within this data set, or in the intramural conversations between descendants prompted by the circulation of archival images? And just to note that bit about examples that recognize what's necessary for storytelling, but without the binary characters. That's pulled from Marasa with a Difference, an article on Edwidge Danticat's, one of her novels by Rosello. Pardon me, my brain just went a bit blank. Using computer-assisted multimodal discourse analysis and a culturally specific affect scale, we analyze comments in creolized English from descendants living both home and abroad. One key site of our investigation is Cutlass Magazine. Founded in August 2020 by Trinidadian Vinay Harishan in response to a need for the Indo-Caribbean community and descendants of Indian indentureship to have a space to convene around our culture and history, CM catalogs cultural artifacts that have emerged out of indenture. During our initial poll, we collected almost 600 posts, nearly 20,000 comments, around 27,000 likes, and 39 archival posts. Before I further explore our treatment of CM, I want to anchor our orientation to scale in a bit more detail. So on the slide are two images. One is a, quote, Coolie Bell postcard from 1890. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, Indian women were photographed in Jamaica, Trinidad, and British Guyana for a thriving postcard industry built on marketing the Caribbean as a holiday destination for Western tourists. As Gayatri Bahadur explains, what distinguishes the colonial photographs of indentured women as a historical source is that, unlike descriptions found in a traveler's tale or an immigration agent's report, we see them and they seemingly look back at us. These images don't simply document, they enact a struggle between the imaginations of colonial era photographers and the real lives of the women behind the portraits. Now, the second image is a screenshot I took in 2023 when I was scrolling through a Facebook group for folks from Wakenham living both home and abroad. In addition to the death of my nanny, I was really curious about the iterative lives of these images, the images of women in particular, and how they accrue meaning as they move through the interwebs or our digital yards. Now, the image that I found most interesting was of the woman looking this way. So she's not actually looking at us, at least not in this snapshot. When I tried to find this image to locate it in the archives, something that came up was Alamy. So Alamy is a stock website, a website that essentially just hosts stock images, right? But this isn't a stock image. So what is the ontological impact of the label stock image on images like these, right? What data is being ordered and disordered here? As Indigenous digital humanist Laura Harjo explains in Spiral to the Stars, scale functions in different ways, and I do not mean it as an index in a hierarchy of fixed geopolitical units. Rather, scale requires us to examine the processes that created the geopolitical unit. If the production of scale is often used to understand the ways in which capital moves, or Western and settler formations of territory, or the ordering of data, we meaning my project, we mobilize small data to localize our view and to attune to the felt knowledge of descendants. And just another quick note. So when I was able to locate some information about this image, it's actually a part of a series, and I did find the one where she's looking back at us. So this is from 1947, and I did find this really curious because in the way for me too, one of the questions was like, how are folks claiming ancestors, right? Especially on the interwebs. So this woman is not Guyanese; she's from Suriname, or actually, she's on the banks of the Suriname River, right? So there's a lot of that in itself is interesting to me, but we'll proceed. Okay. The central hypothesis of our project is that large pre-trained language models often fail to adequately capture the linguistic nuances, cultural references, and perspective of subcultural groups, commonly referred to as the long tail. Consequently, these models may systematically overlook or misrepresent certain viewpoints, expressions, and vernaculars, particularly those not prevalent in the training data of commercially available LLMs. These edge cases warrant intentional inclusion in data science and engineering research to ensure broader representational fidelity. To empirically examine this hypothesis, we extract a representative text sample from a publicly accessible source and train a domain-specific model to interpret it. The output of this custom model will then be compared to that of a widely used pre-trained LLM to evaluate discrepancies and assess the extent to which mainstream models reflect or obscure subcultural meaning. So one of the questions, there are two questions that I constantly come back to with this project, is what does small data afford us, but also whose perspective? So in my case, or in our team's case, so I'm both a descendant and a researcher. John is the practitioner, he's a data scientist. John is not West Indian, he's not a descendant of indenture, he's African American. So as we're working through this data, both we query our own perspectives, but also the perspectives that are out in the world framing the data, right? So the current tools for sentiment analysis remain limited in their ability to adequately capture affect in a generational context. This experiment aims to examine those limitations and investigate methodologies for narrowing the gap. While we do not presume to fully capture the emotions or intentions underlying the interaction studied, we seek to enhance the interpretive fidelity of the analysis through more contextualized and precise handling of the underlying data. In doing so, we aim to shift the scale of understanding to more accurately reflect the perspectives of the community as it forms around a specific topic. Let me see. We also use the cutlass as a reference point to allow us to perceive multiple histories, more so herstories simultaneously. While the cutlass highlights the social and intimate relations among the indentured Indian women, Indian men, African workers, and their descendants within the post-emancipation period, when put into a relationship with the orni, or a headscarf typically used to demonstrate modesty in Adele Gossin's photo essay, Orni and Cutlass, the cutlass functions as much as a marker of oppression as evidence of the creative agency of women who lived through miserable conditions of colonialization. Within the context of the Cutlass magazine, we witness the cutlass wielded as a tool for archiving. And so to return back to the circulation of these images online, I also want to point to, so we've run this experiment. We're comparing I've ranked 2,000 comments. These comments have now been used to train a model that we've custom built. We're comparing this to 3 other models. Now, you see this movie review, this quote that says excellent, because one of these models is trained on movie reviews. Another one is trained on tweets. And the last one is essentially built on a dictionary, thank you, is essentially built on a dictionary developed by experts about the content. But these models, right, the way the treatment of this data it's not a one-to-one with the images that folks are responding to, for instance, right? How they're thinking about their position as descendants as they come into contact with these things in social media. So again, one of the models is Silbert. So this is the one that is trained on about 12,000 movie reviews. Roberta is a model trained on 58 million tweets. And the rules-based, this is NLTK Vader. This is the model that is trained on a dictionary, essentially. So I show you here our comparison chart. We're not going to go through all of them, but I do want to point to this last one, right? So now, I'm looking for my notes from John, but I can't find it. Essentially, our model is closer to the fidelity of our data, right, than the rest of these models. And we can predict this, but to actually see it, I think, is something else. The other thing I failed to mention as I was going through was just the treatment of the image. Again, and I keep, during the keynote yesterday, there was a lot of talk about the impact of images in circulation and what this does to one's psyche, the impact of the representation. What does it mean to imagine an ancestor, an ancestor that looks like you or doesn't look like you, out in the world doing a thing that you haven't been able to do yourself? And so I keep circling back to the power of the image and the treatment of these images as we think about, right, the data on Instagram. Because especially for these pages, this is not merely just like random clips, right? It's not, they're not hyper generalized content. It's very specific content. So really what happens when we don't think about them as commodities? And we think about them within a set of relations. If we go back to the stock images, right, they're being commodified. A lot of erasure is happening as they're being commodified. So how do we push back against this? That brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Margot Greenwood and Leanne Leonora will present from Gordian Knot to Integral Planning the DH Map.
And PDF? No?
It's a PDF, it's already downloaded. Check panel.
The PowerPoint? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Wait, is it a PowerPoint?
Yeah, it's a PowerPoint. Which one is it? This one?
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. Let's see if it loads. All right, so we'll do the PowerPoint. A PDF. Okay.
So he's going to be here at 2. Thank you. Yeah.
Downloaded, right?
Yes.
Okay, can you take me to that?
There's so much.
This one?
There's an article also called The Impact of Monuments. Like there's Monument Lab in Philadelphia.
Yes.
But also, yeah, but also the need for monuments. For Black people, we need more actual existence here. That's true.
Okay, so. I wanted to stay here. Good afternoon. Bom dia. Hello. My name is Liana Leonora, and I'm here with my co-pilot Margot Groenewoud. It's an honor to be here, and especially with I don't know about you, but I feel a bit overwhelmed after these wonderful presentations today and yesterday. And we were like, but what is going to be our contribution like? But I think, yeah, thank you to the foresight of the organization for having us here. What we're going to present is really at the core of going towards digital databases. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start presenting where I work to, what we're going to do, and what's the goal of having a digital humanities roadmap. Margot will explain more into what the tool will be. So who we are. Oh yeah, that's I did. Who we are is next. So first, actually, Margot is going to give, because we really also experience it's good to give the cultural context, the Dutch Caribbean cultural landscape. which Margot is going to do, and then I'm going to into where we are.
Thank you, Lianne, and thank you also on my behalf for having us here. It's an honor. And we're used to, yes, to tell a bit more about the Dutch Caribbean, because we know that there are many misconceptions, but I trust in this audience that you all read Archipelagos, the last issue. Still, just as a fresh up, I want to share a few highlights that are important for understanding the, in a way, very basic things that we're working on. The Dutch Caribbean is not that Dutch. Just that's something always to remind. It's a multilingual part of the Caribbean with a very diverse cultural orientation, orientation towards Haiti, orientation towards the Spanish Caribbean. So we go places, not always return home. So we're everywhere, and that's part of our culture and our landscape. Currently, it's important to know that where most things happen culturally is in artists and as far removed from the government as possible. So funding is mostly private funding, special private archives and libraries, such as Lianne's, well, she doesn't own it, but Lianne's library, and working with project-based grants. So the thing very much is that there is a lot of stress in these organizations. Why? Because the cultural field is asking a lot of our knowledge and our sources, whilst the organizations themselves are understaffed, are very often stuck and overwhelmed because there is a continuous stream of demands and things like donations of new collections, whereas the older collections are still somewhere, you know, behind a door that no one wants to open. So that's sort of a nutshell. It's not too academic, but just to give you, you know, a solid picture.
So, who we are? I'm the director of the Mongi Maduro Library. Like Margot already said, it's a very small library. I'm the only one that's a full-timer, and we have 4 part-timers. And the Mongi Maduro collection started as a private collection of Mongi, this gentleman over here, who, while he was 13 years old, and I'm talking about 1905, he discovered, well, there's no public island, no public library on the island or somewhere I could go to get information about the social cultural history of the islands, the Netherlands Antilles at that point of time, not the colonies, and then Netherlands Antilles, and now Curacao and Aruba, Bonaire, St. Martin, Statia, and Saba. So he started this collection of gathering everything that he could find about the history of the islands and of his Sephardic Jewish descent. He passed away, and then his daughter, Miss Inna, continued his legacy. I just brought some of these, which depicts our collection a bit. So what we have is several things. Oh, this is not the PowerPoint.
No, it's the PDF.
It's the PDF. I'll go back. Yeah, we have a variety of collections. You see here, this is the first book in a Papimento Catechism, written by a Dutch priest, Monsieur. And we also have, for example, the cancioneros. The cancioneros are very interesting because they contain lyrics of songs, and a lot of these songs are influenced, boleros, influenced by immigrants or laborers from Curacao that went to Cuba to work there. And they were very influenced by Cuban music and come back from Curacao. And then you have these several music groups that started. So as a cancioneros, we have postcards, we have pictures depicting the community of Jewish people in Curacao, how they lived, how they worked, the family gatherings, also of the theater costumes and theater plays they made, because, okay, you didn't have television, you didn't have Netflix, so you do have to do something to entertain yourself. What we also have in the library is the archive of the Jewish synagogue, or the Jewish community, I must say. We have the two communities in Curacao. We have the Sephardic Jewish community, which arrived in the 17th century already in Curacao, so they have a long trajectory in Curacao. And we have the Ashkenazi community, who came more around the Second World War from Europe. So this is not really working, the animation we had. But this diverse collection, when I came to work at the Mongila Maduro Library, it was, okay, what do I do with this collection? How can we make it accessible? Because it was all stored in boxes, in our depots, something here, something there. And it was for me, as a Afro-Curaçaoan woman, who has always been busy with the history of colonialism, slavery, and now coming to work at this Jewish institution, it was very important for me to not only categorize the collection there is, but also make the connections. Because as I said, the Sephardic Jewish community arrived in Curacao from the 17th century, so they are an integral part in our community, in the culture, in our history, the way we live together. So it was for me important to connect that information together. So we had someone coming over who helped us inventorize all these several things, journals, pictures, documents, the books. But still we were okay, where do we start? It was more like it became even, I'll go. Yeah, I arrived at this point, having all these collections. Okay, how do we start digitizing these, but digitizing them in a way that they will really be connecting, not only making accessible, but also connecting to the several diaspora in the Caribbean. So that's how Margot came to help us out.
Yes, thank you, Liana. And the one helping out was Amalia Levi, who also with Mila is a DLOC consultant. And it wasn't, I don't know what to do next. Okay. It wasn't really just me coming to help. It was actually DLOC doing this through their Revitalizing DLOC program, and funded by the Mellon Foundation. And one of the wonderful things about DLOC is that they never put you at gunpoint to do things in order to upload their material as quickly as possible in their repository. And that really is sort of it opens up possibilities. What they are interested in is really understanding why people get stuck, why organizations get stuck. And that's what we were working on. Leanne and I had several sessions thinking about, how can we break through this sort of unending stress and not going anywhere when it comes to digitizing real, in a way that's really useful and that's doable in a small organization. And working on this, we discovered that we needed a paradigm shift. We needed to focus on use, start focusing on use. So let go of the traditional way that librarians and archivists are trained to organize, and then, hopefully someone will use it. So we turned it around, focus on optimal use, and go from reactive to proactive library services, meet the customer where they are, and for that we needed more insight in what we had, and also agreed on where we wanted to land. So this roadmap, it's a fancy word. It's just a spreadsheet. It's nothing fancy, but it is a tool to untie this knot. And it's customizable. So we can make one spreadsheet for Mongi Maduro, and other organizations can make their own spreadsheet. And in the end, it's a discussion tool. It's something to break open, the conversations that were stuck. It's not a planning, it's an instrument to start planning. And it's not about decisions. So that leaves, a little room, alleviation, room to breathe. It's about approaches, how to approach your collections. So this is it, a spreadsheet. And one of the most, I think what Leon can testify to, that complicated things is breaking up the collection in what we now call user elements. So you can take just a stack of photos and say, okay, this is something that we want to have a new life in this exhibition, or we want these genealogical data to have a new life in a data set for researchers. And that's quite complicated. It's a completely different way of thinking for librarians and archivists. And once you have that, then based on that, you will fill out all these rows, these columns. What is the type of data? Are there restrictions? What's the type of material? We had animations in this slide, so sorry for this being a bit not so exciting. But what will we use it for? In the case of Leon, for instance, she has her own learning tool. So, is this material we can use in the learning tool we're developing? Who is our primary audience, and what's the type of audience? Is it the general users, or do we really want with scholars? That's one of the ambitions of Mongi Maduro, to work more with and for scholars. So what does it mean for the digital humanities and the development of things on our website, but also through, for instance, Wiki, and what support is needed? And then in the end, then comes the repository. Then you decide, okay, we can upload this in DLog, for instance, because it's not restricted. Or we should do something with JSTOR or Wiki Commons. So this is then what the staff is working with, filling it out.
Maybe this one. Stuck.
Completely stuck.
CV number. Oh.
Yeah, okay. So while we're discussing, so this is really, we had to remove the, okay. It's not moving again. I try your swipe thing.
Right.
Okay.
Oh, like that. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, got it.
Okay.
Yep.
So what does it do? And we have only 1 minute left. It does a lot. It gives you insight. You can plan your approach. You know where to go with your stuff, but also you can plan cooperations. And I don't want to lose time on, I think, the most important stuff, the lessons learned.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Margot said it's fancy. It's not fancy at all. It was fancy because the lessons learned. Okay, sorry. It was fancy because the lesson learned here is the totally different approach. It's not that looking at the collection, I have books, I have pictures, I have magazine. Let's make that more accessible. No, what do you want to use it for? Who are the ones you want to reach with this? The Caribbean scholars, the one interested in their genealogy, the students. So it was a totally different way to look at the collection. I used the collection. It gave us more space that, I don't have to do it all, but let's look at what I want to do, prioritize that, and look at who I want to connect with. Yeah. So did I forget something? No, we're here, so we're happy to connect with a couple of you I'm going to approach. So thank you very much. And maybe next, in the 2 or 3 years in Curacao, warmer and connecting with the Dutch Caribbean. Yes? Thank you.
But not least, we have Kristen Washington, night, and good morning.
this. Now that I know where the folder is. You said a video?
Yeah, I'll come up with it, but navigation is just
scroll. Okay, it's just a scroll.
Nice. Okay. Okay. So my heart is like bursting with happiness and and nerves. You know, two things can be true. But I'm really happy to be here and to share this work with you. My name is Kristen Washington. I am a PhD candidate in the Department of American Studies at the University of Maryland, College Park. I am also an assistant director of scholarly and community relationships at the African American Digital and Experimental Humanities Lab, as well as the Maryland Institute for Technology and the Humanities. And the title of my presentation today is Reimagining Geospatial Data, Night and Good Morning. So I love this visualization because the project really begins with a profusion of geospatial data points that make up what is called a point cloud. And these points have helped me to expand considerations on remembrance that is non-exploitative and avoids the uncanny in the age of AI and synthetic media, particularly with deepfakes and holograms of people. Today, I'll touch on the ethos, the technique, and the theory that surround this project. I have a little station in the back, like behind the middle pillar, and I welcome folks to come up during the presentation while I'm presenting and to engage with a small portion of my exhibit. Jasmine is there to assist if you are interested. And again, it requires two things. The first is play. It actually has a game controller, so I really encourage you to just touch it, and you can touch anything, you will not break it. And then the next thing is that I need you to look into the camera because it has eye sensing software that allows you to experience a 3D holographic image. Okay, so steering the ethos of this project is Amiri Baraka's Questions and Call to Action in Technology and Ethos, which he wrote over 50 years ago. He states, "Machines have the morality of their inventors. See everything fresh and without form, then make forms that will express us truthfully and totally, and by this certainly free us eventually." Well, actually, preceding this was a critique of typewriters and his consideration of a machine that could record three-dimensional expression. Knowing these machines were emergent, Baraka wondered how good they could be if they stopped at Western ethos, an ethos that scales human exploitation and environmental pollution. At a time where computationally expensive and environmentally taxing approaches to artificial intelligence has been used to resurrect the dead from bits of data that humans leave behind, I take up Baraka's call to action in my broader study of Black women's African syncretic spiritual approaches to the dead, deities, and their own bodies as forms of media. So Fred Moten's Blackness and Nothingness addresses similar concerns about morality, instrumentation, and form. And he states, "One sees only from the other's perspective, with the other's instruments, that which is of the other's fabrication. How do we account for this forced borrowing of normative senses and the forms they take?" I will run through the effect of geospatial data in producing normative senses. And when I say run, I really want to run, because absence from maps is really the least interesting thing to me, but it produces some of the most detrimental effects on our material conditions, and therefore it's unavoidable in the critique in and of itself. So most of the Caribbean countries' absence of carbon production and consumption data on the pre-March 2025 climate impact measurement tool electricity maps, which is the map that we see here, produces a normative sense of underdevelopment of energy and digital infrastructure, meaning there are little to no mechanisms to produce enough historical or real-time data to populate the map. Things switch up post March 2025, and in the case of Guyana, we just went from little to no energy and digital infrastructures on the previous map to full-blown responsibility for the climate crisis. This is the work of machine learning models or predictive mapping, which estimates geospatial data to infill for absent digital and energy infrastructures on electricity maps. This produces a normative sense around responsibility for the climate crisis, because Guyana or any other place in the Caribbean is certainly more responsible than, say, Texas or New York City. And here, a map of human development produces a normative sense on which types of people are underdeveloped and which regions are underdeveloped, right? So poor, lacking education, healthcare deficiencies, inefficient infrastructures, et cetera. And lastly, Google Maps' absence of lot numbers in Street View and its sparse, largely community crowdsourced 3D view in Guyana produces a normative sense of wayfinding, or what is considered unnavigable. So this is what we know about geospatial and three-dimensional data as it pertains to the Caribbean. Absent, lacking, missing, right? Boring, predictable, we know. These are all their geomythologies, the geomythologies of the Western world and big data companies. And their fabrications has severe implications on the structural realities of our lives, especially our collective imagination and memory, because space is a critical mnemotechnic or technique and technology of memory. So as Baraka indicates, there is a moral imperative to include our own fabrications, our myths, mysticisms, and fantasies. What would the invention of digital and geospatial technologies made with the ethos of African-derived spiritualities feel like? So I have one other quote, which is a hurdle that I think Baraka and Glissant generatively butt heads with and jump over. On one end, we have Baraka, who's emphasizing the need to express oneself totally, and on the other, we have Glissant, who tells us there's an absence of total technical control. Facing up to the political and economic situation, I recognize that technological invention is often underfunded and new media is often inaccessible, which is why, quite frankly, well, I would say technological innovation in particular communities, which is why the infrastructural labor, resources, and sustainability of conferences like the Caribbean Digital and collectives like CDSC and the microgrant program are so important, because when we cease what we can, we have to make data and technology do different things. And so before we even get to technological invention, I start with technological deformance, which falls within a Black feminist tradition that I situate myself in, of warping geographies and deforming technologies of race, gender, and language for self-preservation and self-identification. Morrison does this at the level of genre. She tells us that the book, A Beloved, is not quite magical realism or horror, as many people assume it to be. Emna Phillip and Sonia Sanchez does this with their experimental avant-garde poetry at the level of print, punctuation, and performance. And even Spillers does this at the level of language, old media, to create new terms. And for the first three, spirituality and religion are central to the development of their texts and their deformance or their interventions on form. And so I begin with critical experimental cartography as my method. It relies on navigational literacies and space-making practices of Black women who engage African syncretic spiritualities to transform our engagement with standard mapping, historic preservation, and archaeological technologies, right? So industrial technologies. And I begin, or critical experimental cartography has two subfields or sub-methods for me. And the first is using cultural and spatial memory that's embedded into language. And the second, which I will talk more about today, is the use of recorded multisensory techniques as a vehicle to expanded realities. So this is a 3D diagrammatic representation of Lot 31, Al Boys Town, Georgetown, Guyana, or what Google Street and 3D View could not account for, what a map of development could not belittle, and what energy's electricity maps could not predict. It is my great-grandmother's house and a multi-dimensional map to the psychic location of memory. Nine is a narrative event, remembering the life of a person that has passed through music, games, tears, storytelling, food, liquor, and laughter. This house held the 9-night that was held for my great-grandfather, Mr. Desmond, for Uncle Dallo, for Ingrid's baby, for Auntie Norma, and plenty others. And we couldn't hold one for my great-grandmother in her house. So this is her digital 9-night. So I achieved this point cloud by combining geospatial data from photos on a DSLR camera that are then stitched together by a surfacing algorithm in a software called Reality Capture with spatial data from a terrestrial laser scanner, which effectively shoots out a little beam, which bounces back once it hits a surface and collects thousands of these points on X, Y, and Z coordinates. So 3 things make this technically possible. One is electricity, which increased the capacity for storage and transmission technologies in the global north's quest for liveness, right? Our modern technologies can record and reproduce sensory data, optical data, acoustic, haptic, so touch, and temporal data, which are all traces of the body that have been left behind, which increases the illusion of storing the body, a corpus of data, specifically from the 19th century onward. The second is the shrinking of physical media. That which holds our sensory data literally takes up less space year over year. And then the third is the reduction of time. So learning 3D documentation was resource and skill intensive, but in terms of time, it was relatively quick. Traditional archaeological, architectural, and historical preservation methods went from measurements with pencil, rulers, and tape to DSLR cameras and laser scanners, so literally the capture, the storage, and conversion of light to electrons, and then lastly with LiDAR, which literally is on our mobile phones. Most of us can use it today. And so it requires less time and less space, and yet it offers more storage. And so geospatial data capture reaches stunning precision of depth, texture, and color. However, I argue that it creates more distance. So I've been tussling with the concept of greater speed and alleged accuracy, but less intimacy or proximity with the object of record or the subject of remembrance. A shrinking of mnemotechnics and technologies of memory. And this shrinking of physical media is connected to the shrinking of time and space between the event and the narrative, between the life and the memory. What was 9 nights long has become the 9th night, has become 24 hours in the rectangular real estate on Instagram stories, has become fear of death and the desire to stay alive. As we shrink the celebration of life, we also shrink the reality of death. And if I flip it, life shrinks when death shrinks. And that is kind of sad. So we're gonna move to happy questions. What is something on the inside that cannot be left behind because it travels easy? What can be compressed yet travel whole? And lastly, how can we use the affordances of the technologies and the affordances of geotechnologies and the affordances of African syncretic funerary traditions of 9 night to produce intimacy? All of these are media questions, as it is a question of storage, speed, and immersion. And the answer for me is Ashe, the enduring life force or imaginative energies as a fundamental element of personhood across the profane, the secular, and the sacred. It is the power of bringing things into being. So the 3D render is not about remaking the place as it was in the physical sense. While physical elements like structure are important, what takes precedent for me is how the space functions as a site of memory. For me, that requires bending techniques of the real, laser scanning, photogrammetry, and a bunch of other technologies to produce the surreal and the non-photorealistic, to simulate what even the most powerful and marketed as accurate computational devices cannot capture. And that's the travel of the dead, the magnitude of the spirit, and the perception of the afterlife as phenomena so large in its constitution and its affect that it's almost as if it's invisible. So the house is what she left behind after her migration to the States. It is a trace of her body and one of her only material possessions that she could retain after the precarity of her undocumented status and her movement in the United States. And I'll just show a quick video if I can, just so we, oh, there we go. Okay, just to see some of what it looks like. Is it not? Oh, okay. Sure. I'm about to switch it after this. Yeah. Okay. Its non-photorealistic renderings is a rejection of realism and the history of violence that African diasporic people have experienced trying to validate the real, the folklore, the myth, the spirit. And it also gets as close as possible to the experience of memory, nonlinear and subject to loss and embellishment. And it's the memory of the house that I'm trying to simulate. So the house should be as fuzzy and grainy, but sometimes sharp and magical, just as much as memory is. This is one of the functions of the funerary tradition, night, the psychic and embodied location of cultural storage, which is to say memory of space-time without resurrecting the dead. Everything about the person is there but the flesh. The decision to represent a house rather than a person is to drive home that we have lost the body. And even then, there is abundance at night. There's jokes, laughter, games, grief, food, memories, reconnection, love, and life. And it puts into sharp relief what AI and synthetic media lack: the animacy, ashe, and the power of sociality. Thank you.
We have 2 minutes for questions. So anyone have any questions that we can ask our panelists?
Hello, Sachi. Am I pronouncing the name right? Nadeshta? Nadeshta, yeah. So my question for you is, so from the slide, I saw how you talked about the model reading the image as neutral. So I'm struck by how computational neutrality often sort of masks a particular epistemic stance. To what extent do you see the sentiment models not just simply misreading, but actually carrying the same colonial logic that rendered probably indentured subjects emotionally eligible? So that's how do we go past such epistematical stance in digital humanity? That's particularly my question.
Hey, can you hear me? Thank you for that question. As y'all were presenting, and not to say you covered this, but I remembered that Wakenam actually emerges from a Dutch word that means nowhere. And it's really interesting, right? When you see these images that are supposed to be representative of an ancestor on a stock site, because it reinforces nowhere. So when you first began your question, I started thinking about generally training data and where a lot of training data emerges from. So we know it comes from Reddit. We know it tends to stand in for, and this is fairly general, but it tends to stand in for the average user. Within the United States, the average user is a white man. Tends to be white, cis, het, the most normative of the normative. And even though we understand that whiteness is a construction, right? And that they don't even function as normative in the ways that they aspire to. That's its own complicated thing. But generally, that is what training data is supposed to do. So as we were developing this project, the thing that I kept circling back to, or as I was going through the comments that we pulled, the thing that always struck me was the insistence of descendants on these sites to name their people. So you could find an archival image, or it could be so in case of Fiji, for instance, I remember specifically they put a space where there was a train track, and it was ancestors there had helped to build this train track, and people kept in the comments insisting on naming the people who did it. They were like, well, my grandmother, my grandfather, these specific humans. In addition to that, they also started naming the memories that circulate around that area. So it wasn't just this site that like a train had been built. Indeed, it was a site marked by these very distinct memories. And so when I think about like the epistemological production, I'm always thinking about that circling back to memory and the insistence, right? That it's always me and my relations. That's what appears in the comments. It's always me and my relations. People will name, if you're talking about a food, they go back to, well, who cooked the food? How did she cook it? There's a difference with my neighbor. My neighbor didn't like that. It's very localized. These are localized iterations of histories, but there's always an insistence around that. And for me, this is the site of that epistemological production. At least in this current moment, it's like tracing that insistence. If you need to, or if there's always this desire for my people to be here, I'm always honoring what they've done in the world, whether or not that be labor that's recognizable by the system or not. I think I answered some of your question. I feel like there's a lot more to say on that, but I answered some of it. Thank you.
All right, can we give a round of applause for this panel? Unfortunately, we are out of time, but now is lunch. I'm sure you're all very hungry. We have boxed lunch for the panelists and great options in the Curry Student Center as well as in Equator. Thank you.
Folks, so there might be some extra box lunches left over, but obviously we'll have to wait a little bit. So maybe if folks want to wait for maybe 15 minutes, and then we can see how many leftovers, unclaimed boxes we have. That sounds nicer than leftovers. Okay, so have all of the presenters gathered their lunch? If you are a presenter or you are on the organizing committee, please grab your lunch right now. Did you get lunch? Okay. Looks like there are some lunches. So if there are participants, attendees who would like to grab a lunchbox, please feel free to go up and grab a lunchbox.
Hello, everyone. Can Nico please come see me? Hello? Calling on Nico.
Which panel is it?
Poetic, visual aesthetic.
Hello, folks. Hello, folks. Just want to let you know that the next panel is going to start in 10 minutes. So if the folks on the next panel could start to make their way up here so we can get all the slides and stuff coordinated. Thank you.
My whole project.
And the panelists for panel C, Poetics, Poetics, Visual Aesthetics, and Technology, please make your way to the tables in the front. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Awesome. I know our bellies are full. Some of us might be buzzing with the sugar from the whoopie pie, as I am. Before we start, my name is Sonia Donaldson. I'm one of the local as Colby College in Central Maine can be, organizers of this conference. And I just want to say that this entire conference so far has been a wonderful demonstration of not just the creativity, but the deeply intellectual and meaningful and impactful work that emerges from the Caribbean Digital. So I'm so excited to be a part of this and to share in this conversation with you all. I'm going to quickly run through just the order of presentations, and then we'll get started. Hopefully we'll have time for all of your wonderful questions. So our first presenter is Nico Girardi-Rousset, who will be speaking about Caribbean techno-poetics in the 90s, Kamal Brathwaite, Yusuf Mary, and Eduardo Kak. I'm going to make sure I pronounce that right. Michaela Vieira Ribeiro, Our Archives and Dutch Caribbean Digital Literary Archives. Kimberly Cross, Yearning Fayad, Cultural Codes, Emotional Discourses, and Digital Nationalism in the Jamaican Diaspora. Riddell Warner, Brief and Candid Notes on Artificial Archive, and Luis Prieto and Anomaly Ramos, Archives of Insurgency, Spatial Revitalization, and Oral History in Cuba. So please join me in welcoming the panelists and our first speaker, Nico. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Well, the title of my presentation is Caribbean Technopoetics in the 90s, Kamal Broadway, Joseph Mary, and Eduardo Cax. So these presentations introduce my research on technopoetics in the Caribbean. At the moment, this project lives primarily as an Instagram page and a bilingual podcast distributed through Spotify and YouTube. Ideally, however, it will eventually take shape as a website and a physical publication. Before addressing what we mean by Caribbean technopoetics, we first need to outline the scope of the Caribbean itself. For this, I draw on Gabriel Garcia Marquez. Oops, sorry, seems like it's not. Okay. Of Gabriel Garcia Marquez, who identified himself as Caribeño and left us several key reflections in his essay, Fantasy and Artistic Creation in Latin America and the Caribbean. Gabriel Garcia Marquez writes, "The Caribbean is the center of gravity of the incredible." And I quote, "This incredible reality reached its great intensity in the Caribbean, which, strictly speaking, extend to the north of the southern United States and to the south as far as Brazil. Do not think this is some expansion is delusion. No. It is that the Caribbean is not only a geographic area, it's as geographers naturally believe, but also a highly homogeneous cultural area. In that crossroad of the world, abundant sense of freedom was forged, a reality without God or law, where everyone felt it was possible to do whatever they want without any kind of limit. Bandits woke up transformed into kings, fugitive into admiral, prostitute into governors, and also the opposite. Like Gabriel Garcia Marquez, Kamal Broadway, and Professor Gastambide from Puerto Rico, I approach the Caribbean as a broad cultural space of integration, one that stretches from the south of the United States to the northern region of Brazil. With this geosensitive zone, my research examined how writers and artists use electronic devices, especially digital computer, in unexpected, unproductive, and even seditious way. Instead of relying on technology for its practical or instrumental function, these creators allows poetic thinking to guide their engagement with the machine. This mode of working with technology outside of conventional practice align with what scholars such as Nissim Amansalag, Claudia Cossack from Argentina, or Doren Rios from Mexico describe as technopoetics. Amansalag observed, expresses from Paleolithic to modern time, technopoiesis appear beside technology as a fundamental mode of human cognition. This situation apparently derives from the propensity of the human mind to mix phenomena spontaneously with metaphor, this later stimulating the exploration of newly discovered phenomena through the heuristic power of association. In other words, through metaphor, analogy, and other poetic tools, humans often explore and repropose technologies in ways they were never designed for. This practice, creative misuses, the tournament, poetic refunctioning constitute technopoetics. A clear example is the steel drum, created by repurposing frying pans and 55-gallon oil drums to invent a musical instrument. This act of transforming industrial debris into a tool for collective sound exemplifies the Caribbean's long-standing tradition of poetic innovation through technological misdirection. But what happened when technopoetics meet digital computer? Let's travel back in time. We are now in Irish Town, just outside of Kingston, Jamaica. The year is 1986. Dorix Monica Welcome, Sia Mexican, the Guyanese scholar and longtime partner of Kamau Broadway, has passed away at the age of 60 after a long struggle with cancer. For the first time since 1960, Broadway found himself alone in front of the machine previously operated by Sia. In this moment of solitude, he turned to the Eagle 2 computer that she had used to transcribe both her own research and Broadway poems and essays. As he began to explore the computer's writing software, Broadway discovered that this electronic medium opened an entire new set of possibilities for language, form, and expression. This encounter encouraged him to revisit, rewrite, and retranslate early poems using the digital surface as a generative space. Through this process, he developed both a theory and a practice that he named the Sycorax video style, a mode of writing that engaged electronic technology from a distinctly decolonial and Caribbean perspective. Sycorax was the name that Broadway gave to all his computer. Through this gesture, he articulated a critical and imaginative relationship to technology. Sycorax, as we know from Shakespeare's The Tempest, is Caliban's mother, an African woman abandoned on the island, the one who trapped Ariel and ultimately passed down the island to her son Caliban. In Latin American and Caribbean intellectual story, the figures of Ariel and Caliban have long functioned as symbolic poles. Ariel aligned with the Eurocentric ideals of progress, while Caliban with resistance and anti-colonial identity. Yet, Sycorax herself remained largely ignored for decades, her presence erased from these debates. By regenerating the role of Sycorax and using her as a metaphor to name his digital writing machine, Broadway proposed a critical approach to electronic devices. He committed himself to exploring the limit of expression and the typographic possibilities that digital technology offer. In doing so, he returned to the infographic and iconic dimension of language, driven by an impulse to break the linearity of alphabetic writing. Through this experiment, Broadway subverts the authority of conventional referencing system and reimagined both writing and intellectual practice itself. With this in mind, Broadway wrote the poem Letter Sycorax in 1992, including in the collection Middle Passages, where he first drafted the outline of this Sycoraxian project. After this publication, the barbarian poet revisited, rewrote much of early work through this new electronic logic. In doing so, he developed a corpus that brings together creative writing, poetry, and digital computation in order to challenge literary, academics, and technological paradigms in the Caribbean. It is, in many ways, a rebellion against prosperous poetry and its imperial agenda. Now we move to 1997. Caracas, Venezuela. Joseph Mary just published his first poetry volume, Poliverso Andróctono, and in this book, he anticipates all the different experimental possibilities that he envisioned for his poetry. In this book, Joseph contaminates the efficient and task-oriented programmation language with the open and useless language of poetry, and presents his idea on how to use poetry to do poetic hacking. After that publication of the book, Mary decided to put in practice his theory. The year is 1999, and Hugo Chavez is nationalized in CanTV. the largest phone company in Venezuela. For Mary, this nationalization was driven by an authoritarian impulse, the desire to control communication and surveil citizens by spying using telecommunication networks. His response was both defiant and poetic. Mary hacked CanTV's database and publicly visualized it during the Ibero-American Art Fair, an event ironically sponsored by CanTV itself. He titled this piece Security and convinced it is a poetical action. His goal was to demonstrate that poetic tactics, those that push the limit of language, meaning, and expression, could be used in computer coding and digital systems, generating works capable of unsettling, exposing, and create asymmetrical relationship with regime, hegemonies, and authoritarian structure. By making CanTV database public and aestheticizing its data as a data visualization, Mary issued a manifesto to Cantango. It was a counteroffensive against authoritarianism and its machinery. After this, he hacked the National Police database and even the CIA in order to release documents regarding North American influence in Puerto Rico. He also reached out the bank account of the British artist Damien Hirst as a way to expose, through the colonial perspective, artists and institutions. He called this action poetic hacking, and the resulting text a datagram, a poem made from data. The use of technology to open alternative poetic pathways for reading, writing, and learning is shared by several authors and artists, both in the insular and continental Caribbean, working with many of the same devices that Broadway and Yusef used. First, the Eagle computer, and later the Macintosh computer. A Brazilian poet and artist follow a parallel trajectory. Eduardo Kac, a pioneer figure in digital, holographic, and biological poetry, explored the intersection among language, technology, and living systems. His work expands poetic practice into interactive, multidimensional, and transdisciplinary form. Through innovations such as holopoetry and geopoetry, Kac has become a central figure in contemporary experimental and technopoetic practices, demonstrating how electronic and scientific media can radically transform the possibilities of a poetic expression. Like Bradwell and Mary, Kac can be understood as extending and updating the premises proposed by Oswaldo Andrade in his Manifiesto Antropófago, incorporating microcomputing and electronic devices to advance a Caribbean and Latin American aesthetic revolution. All three authors write poetry, or more precisely, practice poetry as a methodology through which to design, repropose, repair, and reimagine technology. They embed the discoveries into words that circulate fluidly across contemporary art spaces, literary ecosystems, and academic institutions. Eduardo Kac, for instance, even sent the first poem to the moon, Atsum, Here I Am, where it now waits to be encountered by future space archaeologists. This subversive engagement with technology long predates and continues beyond Broadway, Kac, and Yusef. For example, in the 19th century, Simón Rodríguez, Bolívar's professor, proposed the logography, a new visual writing form for an emergent nation. And Tulio Febres Cordero expanded it through imagotypia, echoing the ancient technopaecnia. In Cuba, Ernesto Rosa has studied the repair culture and offline networks since the 1990s, leading to experiments like Esnet's first poem. Nestor Cire explored similar infrastructure through gaming culture, while Rodolfo Peraza builds guerrilla hotspot to provide free internet in marginalized Miami neighborhoods. This lineage extends through artists and scholars such as Rosman, here present in the room, Kelly Joseph, Geraldine Rivera, Rita Indiana, Ana Maria Caballero, Ixchel, Doren Rios, Millo van de Steen, and Maria Fernanda Izaguirre, reshaping the digital field. It is not a coincidence that, as I present in this paper, in Centro Multimedia in Mexico City, the first digital writing symposium featured a panel largely formed by American women. Understanding these practices as a continuum is essential to pursue the unity Broadway imagined. Advancing technopoetics requires a network of practitioners who repropose technology poetically to change corporate globalized power structure. Technopoems help us overturn prosperous order and restore Caliban's control over the island of humanity. Thank you so much for your attention, and please follow us on Instagram on Caribbean Technopoetics.
Michaela. Yeah, Vieira Ribeiro, yeah.
Not doing that thing again. It's doing that thing again. Not sharing the screen. There we go.
There we go. And to switch, is it just, yeah? Okay. So, I think so. Good afternoon, everybody. Buon tardi. My name is Mika Vieira Ribeiro, and I'm a translator, writer, librarian, researcher from Curacao, from the Dutch Caribbean. So, about 10 years ago, I was talking with Jean Henriquez, who's a feminist historian, freedom fighter from Curacao. And she told me, Mika, you have to work on water management. Now, mind you, I had just returned from my bachelor's degree in Black Studies and Caribbean literature, and I was teaching English in elementary schools back home. So water management felt a bit far from where I was working on. But as I was readjusting to life back home, I realized actually water has to do with everything. And also when Jean tells you to do something, it feels like a prophecy that you have to do. So it did come to pass, but I'm still more at home in the poetic and the literary. So when I went to do my master's in the Netherlands, I focused on papiamento ecological fiction. And there's a wealth of knowledge there in our fictions. But also I was realizing that Dutch Caribbean literary traditions, and especially papiamento, has a lot to do with the poetic and with the oral. I would say even more so than fiction. I also realized it's really difficult. It's our literature is kind of unknown or lesser known, and oftentimes inaccessible. So that's for a number of reasons. Most of our writers and our poets have been self-published, or there's very limited editions of our work, even our classics, available. So a lot of times you don't know they even wrote, or if you do, it's really difficult to get access to them. And so that's kind of where the Our Archives project began, to make our literatures more accessible. The Our Archives is a oral digital archive or collection of water poetics from the ABC SSS Islands, so the Dutch Caribbean islands, with a focus on papiamento. So I moved to the Netherlands 5 years ago and for my degree. And 2 years ago, I joined Simia Literario, which is a Dutch Caribbean writers collective that was founded in 2001. With Simia, I started realizing that almost all Dutch Caribbean writers in the diaspora have at some point been a part of this group, which is incredible because that means there's a lot of interrelational knowledge, interpersonal knowledge about our literary heritage. It also meant that a lot of the books that I didn't know existed are actually in people's homes, right? In personal libraries. Throughout that year, or throughout the past 2.5 years, I got to know a lot of people. We were organizing lots of literary events. We published an anthology called Tu la Resucita. And generally just we're building trust, getting to know each other. However, Simia Literario, although there's like 700 people on Facebook, offline, it's a dwindling group of elders who meet more often for funerals than to share their writing. And they were really eager to connect with young people, respectfully. They were really eager to connect with young people, and people more my age and younger have been really excited and wanting to connect with the elders, especially in the diaspora, and get to know our literatures, our stories, our poetics, right? This knowledge is really precious to us. So together we collaborated to make our archives. So here I am with Liberta Rosario, Joan Leslie, and Cory Pash. The four of us kind of have been creating our archives, these gatherings where we record, we read aloud and we record our poetics, our poems together with other people in the community, right? And here we are also with Quincy Gario, who's a member of Simia, a longtime member of Simia Literario, because we also always make sure that it's a creative writing session and a dialogue session. And that's to affirm the knowledge that's in the room, and also give people a chance to write themselves into future archives as well. So together we collected about 200 poems of water poetics from the Dutch Caribbean. And yeah, here we are at the Black Archives in Amsterdam. We organized 4 sessions, 3 in Amsterdam, 1 in Curacao. There were about 16 participants every time. Almost everybody read and had their voices recorded. And yeah, these sessions have been really incredible, really healing, really wonderful. So we organized the sessions based on the themes that were coming out in the poetry. We were really intentional about working with what was already there rather than what we might have hoped would be there. And so we organized the sessions based on healing waters, ocean imaginaries, and harvesting rain. These are some of the other keywords and themes that appeared. I'm super excited to keep thinking and working with songs and salt as well. And just as it was super important to be collecting and archiving these water poetics, how we did that was equally as important. So we were really intentional in using a methodology of Julianismo. So Julianismo is a multimodal archival methodology, entre otro, that was pioneered by Alice Juliana, who was a poet, artist, archivist from Curacao, and whose impact on the Dutch Caribbean can never be overstated. I mean, he's really a legend back home. And if you would like to get to know more of his work, I recommend you check out the most recent Archipelagos edition, which focuses on the Dutch Caribbean and on Alice Juliana as well. One of the many things that he did in his life was, along with Pater Brenneker, they recorded over 1,000 recordings of songs and stories of Afro-Curaçaoan cultural heritage. and about, I'd say, a third, a fourth of it is available digitally on the Dutch Caribbean digital platform, hosted in particular by the NAM, the Zikinza collection, which I think is one of the most important digital collections or sort of archival collections for the Dutch Caribbean. So if you're interested in getting to know more, I would definitely recommend you listen in. I could talk about the Zikinza collection forever. I won't, but I will say it's really interesting because I was speaking with musician Vernon Chatelain, shout out Vernon, and he's an amazing musician, musicologist, and we were talking about the Zikinza and how mostly it's in Papiamento, but sometimes it's not, and then it's assumed it's in Guinea, which was a language that was spoken, or languages, Afro-Portuguese dialects, you could say, it's debatable, that's kind of precursor or came before Papiamento or alongside Papiamento. But Vernon was talking about how actually we always assume that because when we don't understand it, right, we assume, oh, it's not Papiamento, must be Guinea. And he's like, no, there's a lot of other literary or linguistic influences. There's a lot of Creole in this collection that we don't know. And so we really need, so for me, I was like, this needs to circulate in the region. We need Creole speakers to be listening to these audio files, entre otro, right? Also other languages, so that we can even understand it ourselves. So that's why it's super important, these oral archives, and that they're digital, right? And that they're circulating. Which brings me to the Our Archives. I'm super proud and excited to share the website. I wish it was the official public launch, but in fact, this is the beta website. But we're still super proud of it. We're still working out some things with copyrights, especially of poets who've passed away, and some translations. But we have here about 150 poems uploaded and about 50 audio recordings of these poems. And you're welcome to check it out today at the ourarchives.com. And hopefully in a few months, then you will get the official opening of the website and of the archive. I have to say this website, this archive was really supported with the Summer Institute, the Digital Caribbean Summer Institute, especially with Sonia and Nicole in the Digital Archives course, where we were sharing lots of ideas. I learned so much there, and it was really improved, although there's still work to be done. All right. So this is a bit how it looks with some of the poems available. And two things that were super important for us was orality and that it was digital. So it was important to capture the accents, the orality, the voices, the languages in our community, because there's so many things, but there's so much shame and hurt when it comes to languages in the Dutch Caribbean and the Dutch Caribbean diaspora, as I imagine in many of the Caribbean diasporas as well. So even the practice of reading aloud and listening to each other and caring for each other and holding each other and holding space for all the dissonance and all the ruptures in our voices, that was quite a healing process for a lot of people. This sort of physically coming together and hearing each other was really important. We were also quite sitting with the idea that our bodies are part and parcel of the islands, and that we are the island that travels across the seas. So our voices are maps of these islands and of these territories and of the connections across the seas. So when we attend to our voices, we are also caring for the land and caring for the islands. And yeah, it's a precious thing to be able to listen to each other. So I also really encourage you guys to listen tenderly to these audio recordings as well. And then, of course, it was important. It had to be digital because mostly of accessibility, I think. So the 6 Dutch islands, we are not really that Dutch, actually, and we are not always so connected. There's huge differences even amongst these islands. So a lot of times we don't even know necessarily always what's happening, especially SSS or the ABC Islands. So it was a way to kind of make our literatures accessible to ourselves across the islands, the Dutch Caribbean diaspora, and also to make it accessible to anyone who's interested in the Dutch Caribbean. I know a lot of times it feels like, oh, it's a bit like, how do you enter the Dutch Caribbean? It's a bit, is it a language thing? Is it a bit different? Like, where do we even start? Well, now you have an entry point into many of our poetics, at least. Yeah, and here's some of the publications where we were getting these poems from. So our archives is not a publishing platform. We were collecting what's already been published, self-published in newspapers, anywhere, home public, anything, but it had to already have been published somewhere. Here are our wonderful, wonderful readers who gave their voices, who offered their voices for these poems to come alive. Amazing. In this sort of beta version, we are also warmly welcoming any critical, compassionate feedback. So everything up until now has been a labor of love, free time here and there, pieced together. We just recently received a small grant to develop the website, so I'm really excited that we can make it as amazing as it deserves to be. So any of your feedback will be taken into consideration in this next phase. And if there's time for it, 1 minute, I wanted to leave you with an offering. Let's see if the audio works. But this is a poem by another one of our great Dutch Caribbean literary legends, Frank Martinez Arion, who's most known for his novels. But here is a poem of his, Ta Amor Sopor, which is from an incredible speculative poetry collection he wrote. And it deals with love as a way to navigate the turbulent waters of his various homes. So.
Ta amor sopor. Aiutami mante frio aqui. Donami força para despedir de frio aqui. Ta amor sopor. Aiutami mante calor aia. Donami força para viva de novo. Caminha mananse. Mirami. Pia den sneeuw. Alma den secura. Bouw de mi lamang. Riba mi cabeça. Cielo que abandonami. Ta amor sopor. Ponemi riba pia trobe. Siami landa di novo. I wanta na tur parte mundo. Kiko kubini.
Thank you.
Leave it like that.
Here we go. Desktop lifting. All right, there you go. And then sound is all good.
It's off.
It's on.
On. Thank you. Oh my God. Okay. So interesting. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay. Firstly, is anyone here from the Caribbean? Okay. Phew. Is anybody here from Jamaica? Okay, perfect. Thank God. I would wonder if I'm in the wrong room. Does anyone in here use TikTok or other forms of social media? Okay, perfect. This will all make sense at the end of my presentation. But Hi, everyone. My name is Kimberly Cross. I am a 2025 graduate of Princeton University, where I got my Bachelor's of the Arts in African American Studies with a focus, yes, with a focus on global race and ethnicity. Basically, I kind of just studied Jamaica the entire time I was there. Kind of controversial at Princeton, but it was really fun. Let me move over. Yes. So yeah, I'm a full-time Jamaican. I also work. I always, that's the first thing. I'm also a community organizer at the New Jersey Institute for Social Justice. So you might be wondering, okay, you're now a community organizer. What the hell are you doing in the digital studies space? Well, it all started in 2019. So I landed in JFK, New York in 2019. I moved to the United States and I became a Yadi. If you don't know what a Yadi is someone who's Jamaican who moves to the United States or lives overseas. I looked at the time, it jumped an hour. The location changed from Portmore St. Catherine to New York City. I was like, wow, this Jamaica is no longer in front of me. The only access I had to Jamaica accessibly was my phone. Though I was excited for new opportunities, new school, the whole quote unquote American dream, I yearned for what I left behind. My mind started racing about what was Jamaica like, the memories of home, the Julie Mango, the Dominoes, the jerk chicken, all of that stuff. And that yearning carried with me at college. As a young adult, I've been trying to figure out how to grapple with being physically in the United States while also being emotionally and very deeply invested in Jamaica while being miles away. I started joining clubs, affinity spaces. I tried to join Jamaican Twitter, Jamaican TikTok, Jamaican this, Jamaican that. I found myself using social media as a way to kind of grapple with this tension of being away. And also a thesis, 120-page thesis. I will not bore you guys with 120 pages, but I'll give you a glimpse of that. And the thesis ended up being Yearning for Yad, Cultural Codes, Emotional Discourse, and Digital Nationalism in the Jamaican Diaspora. And ultimately, what I wanted to kind of answer is this a personal endeavor of me using social media as a sort of grappling with this emotional tension, or was this a diasporic issue or a diasporic phenomenon? And I found out that it is. Spoiler alert. So basically, I looked at this idea of digital diaspora. Has anyone heard of a digital diaspora before? No? Oh, yes, okay. So basically, a digital diaspora is a distinct online network that diasporic people use to kind of share their identities, spread their culture, and also create debates about common issues by means of electronic devices. So think of Instagram, TikTok, the computer, the iPhone that you have in your hand right now, or Samsung. Don't discriminate. So basically, it's just a space digitally where the diasporans are engaging with each other and other people, whether that's on the island or otherwise. Through this kind of meaning, I looked at how Jamaicans are navigating the digital diaspora. And I created this sort of like pseudo definition. Basically, the Jamaican diaspora is a medium through which Jamaicans anywhere can share, express their articulation of Jamaicanness, whatever that is and whatever that means to you, through discourse, content creation, amongst other Jamaicans. It's more than just a dispersal of memes. I want to challenge you guys to not think of it as just a space where we're sending funny videos and that's it. I want to challenge you guys to think of this as an intimate space of cultural production and community building. Throughout my thesis, I argue that there's three main functions of the Jamaican digital diaspora. Firstly, sharing cultural codes. So think of patois, music, or any sort of symbolism, the flag, the colors, etc. Those are what I define as cultural codes. The second thing is evoking diasporic emotions. I will go into that into a little bit, and also creating necessary discourse. Jamaicans love talking, Jamaicans love debating, so there's no surprise there. So this is just like a peek of my methodology. I spent a lot of time collecting on social media, my screen time. You don't want to know what it looks like. Just navigating and like kind of like cataloging this. I didn't really have a sort of a guidebook as to how to do this. I just kind of figured out what this is. And I also did this while the TikTok banned. So I had to screen record all the comments and all the videos as well. So that was a very interesting process. Not yet. So I split my thesis up into 5 main emotions. So you have homesickness, defiance, anxiety, pride, and cultural FOMO. For this presentation, I'm going to focus on cultural FOMO, but I want to give you kind of a glimpse of the TikToks and the type of content that I was engaging with. So this is homesickness.
I'm in Jamaica. Where are you? United States?
Yes. Yes, I am.
I felt that. And this is anxiety. I'm happy you guys find it as amusing as I did. But ultimately, what I argue is that the cultural production that you see on TikTok is not just driven by just spur of the moment. These are actually driven by emotions that are guiding the diasporic experience. And those emotions kind of change over time. You can have multiple, you can feel homesickness and anxiety at the same time. So these are kind of some of the emotions that I flagged. I also interviewed about about 20 or so individuals as well. And these are some of the emotions that came up as well. Ooh, okay. Ooh. Oh, I'm sorry. So what is cultural FOMO? So I'm sure most of you guys have heard what FOMO is. So FOMO is defined as the fear of not being included in something what others are experiencing. Psychologists in 2023 have argued that it's an apprehension, that people might be experiencing rewarding experiences while one is absent. So Jamaican culture is one of contact. When Yadis migrate, they lose that direct exposure to the culture that they left behind. This lack of proximity makes them more intentional about staying culturally informed. Migration creates this sort of fear of not being in the know. This can be not understanding a reference, not understanding significant events, or just being behind on trends. This kind of drives this cultural FOMO that I'm talking about. With the digital age, that's even more exacerbated. Content is being widespread. You're bound to see something about an event that you missed out upon, especially as a diasporian. Especially when events happen in the Jamaican diasporic community or just the transnational community, they always get translated into culturally specific memes. Think of Olympics, Independence Day, and I'll touch on a specific one. There are always a bunch of content being produced. But with this content, it's not readily accessible to the public. You need to have a sort of cultural understanding to be privy to, cultural understanding that you're privy to beforehand to kind of unlock the information that you're seeing, to unlock the sort of humor behind it. Think of it as having a subconscious pre-read before to understand what's happening in a digital classroom. The content is intricately built on shared cultural codes and an understanding of quote unquote yard. The memes have a sort of if you know mindset. And then it draws a very strict line between insider versus outsider. This sort of fear that Jamaicans have or Yardis have is that they'll become the outsider once they move to the United States or move to wherever else. And this is what I call cultural FOMO. So cultural FOMO is basically Yardis' fear of missing out on cultural experiences, whether physically or digitally, and not being able to understand the digital content being generated from said experiences. Oh, okay. Oh, it's not clicking. Okay. Do you guys know this man? Okay, good. FYI, I don't condone any sort of violence or anything like that. This is merely just a case study. So Vibes Cartel released an example of the cultural FOMO phenomenon. His release prompted a plethora of memes, TikTok contents by Jamaicans and also non-Jamaicans worldwide. The digital diaspora was filled with anticipation about what it looked like for this sort of quote unquote giant in the dancehall community to be released back into the public. So this is Vibes Cartel, also known as a DJ Palma, also known as World Boss, King of Dancehall, etc., etc. In 2011, he was charged with murder of Clive, quote unquote, Lizard Williams, and he is known as one of very pillar people in the dancehall community. And even while he was incarcerated, he was able to maintain a really large international fan base with a discography that's really, really wide. 13 years later, last year, he was released because of an alleged jury misconduct, and the Jamaican Court of Appeal decided to not retry that case. Oh, not yet. So basically, what I argue is that once Vice started to be released to the public, the internet went into a frenzy. People were talking about going back to the United States, going back to Jamaica, moving to the getting the next flight out, not being able to, they couldn't picture themselves not being a part of this momentous occasion, whether that's going to the concert, going to going to meet him, going to be there when he's released, etc. But to their surprise, Vice Cartel did announce a national performance, and this was going to be called the Freedom Street Concert, set to perform with over 35,000 people at National Stadium. And this was such a big event because, one, this is one of the few moments where dancehall is being put on such a wide scale, and also, mind you, there's an entire generation of people that had never seen Vybz Kartel perform physically. So this created a sort of event that became so culturally significant that everybody wanted to be a part. And now I have two sort of TikTok examples of what this cultural FOMO looks like when it's actualized in TikToks.
She said she want gangster, she no want silly billy. She want a man with the jackama with really jilly.
Okay.
Real bad man, no muggle in a shorts. Straight jeans, cut off foot pants. Everybody have the axe when me get my clocks. Everybody have the axe when me get my.
Yeah, they're hilarious. Jamaicans are so creative. So these two TikToks show an example of this cultural FOMO phenomenon. We see both TikToks have this theme of departure, but a voluntary departure. In another part of my thesis, I talk about a departure through intimidation or anxiety through fears of deportation and eyes with Donald Trump. But this is sort of a voluntary, like, I want to go. I'm making this decision to go because of some sort of cultural milestone and cultural experience that they want to indulge in. Another kind of cue to departure is the suitcases. Jamaicans are always packing a bunch of suitcases. You see that in all of the videos. And then outside of that, there's a bunch of cultural codes riddled in it. If you're not a part of the sort of diasporic understanding within Jamaica, you wouldn't understand why he has Clarks, as Clarks is a very big staple in Jamaican community. You would not understand why the usage of these songs. They're both using songs from Vybz Kartel discography, and they also have, one of them has Jamaican clothing on, and also then one of them used the Gaza symbol, which is a symbol that Vybz Kartel uses to adhere to his fan base. So again, you can see that all of these TikToks are not just willy-nilly made. They're made to provoke a statement and to provoke a sort of understanding to other members of the diaspora. So lastly, if you don't take away anything else from today, I want you to look at this slide of, I want to challenge you to think of TikTok oftentimes is riddled as this mindless place, that's where the kids are on, they're just brain rotting, they're not doing anything intentional. But I wanted to challenge with my thesis and with this presentation that TikTok is more than just a frivolous entertainment or just largely any sort of social media. It is a crucial tool that Yardis have been using to engage and redefine their sort of identity and relationship to home. And basically, again, Yardis are constantly, like myself, are constantly navigating this tension of being physically in the United States, but emotionally and culturally invested in Jamaica. And ultimately, the cultural production that you do see online is a comedic retelling of the complex, yet somewhat very, very, very contradictory emotions that shapes the Yardi experience. So when you go on TikTok and you see something that says #Jamaican TikTok, think about what the emotions that created this, what prompted, what are the codes that you see, what are the language being used, and just think critically. As you can tell, I'm a media analysis nerd, but just think about these spaces as cultural productions, especially with the advancement of technology. These are the spaces that you're gonna see the new forms of cultural archives and cultural retelling. And that's it. Hopefully you guys stay connected with me, and yeah.
Okay. And here. Yeah. Okay. Awesome. I don't know why I just did that sharing the screen.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm really happy to be here and learning so much from all of your work. I would like to start by thanking the organizers of this space from Northeastern University, from the Caribbean Digital Scholarship Collective, as well as my colleague Ana Meli Ramos, who unfortunately couldn't be here today, but is a co-author of this project and presentation. I would also like to state that this is a work in progress, and I am looking forward to your feedback and comments. And I'll continue to share a little bit about how this project about digital ephemera and cultural memory in Cuba came to be, what we have done so far, and where we see it going, right? Sorry. So how did this come to be, right? Last February, I was browsing through the University of Miami digital collections, and I found this project titled San Isidro Movement Oral History. And I was very interested. I clicked on it. I found 12 interviews with leaders of the movement, and I started to reflect on how limited the scope of the oral history project was, but thinking how much it could be further expanded, right? I was hoping to find in this project, which was amazing, but I thought it could be expanded further. I was hoping to find materials that circulated during 2018 and 2021 in the form of live streams in Facebook, informal videos, shaky phone recordings, or uploaded in moments of urgency that reshaped consciousness, collective consciousness at the time. To understand why these materials matter, it is important to recall the origins of this San Isidro movement, which began as a cultural and political response to Cuba's Decree 349, a law passed in 2018 that required artists to obtain approvals from the Ministry of Culture in order to perform in public and private spaces. In 2020, when rapper Dennis Solis, one of the San Isidro movement members, was arrested after confronting a police officer who entered his home without a warrant, the movement became a focal point of nationwide dissent. Solis was sentenced to 8 months in prison in a summary trial without legal representation. And after exhausting legal and institutional avenues for his release, members of the movement, joined by other citizens in solidarity, locked themselves inside the headquarters of this organization in the Havana neighborhood of San Isidro and began a hunger strike to pressure the state into letting Solis out of prison. By this time, digital connectivity had pretty much transformed everyday communication in Cuba, although access to the internet was and continues to be limited, surveilled, and very expensive. Platforms such as Facebook have become widely used. And over the past decade, social media has emerged as a central venue for civil dissent, allowing Cubans to mobilize, share information rapidly, and circumvent state-controlled broadcasting and cultural infrastructures. The San Isidro movement understood this shift early on. Their motto, Estamos conectados, we are connected, pointed not only to solidarity, but to a tactical embrace of the very infrastructures that were reshaping political participation from the margins. Because of this digital context, the hunger strike of November 2020, as well as the protests that preceded it and that followed it, were documented in real time, and not only documented, but transmitted through Facebook in real time through Facebook live streams and videos. These recordings constituted a dispersed and heterogeneous archive of political action When I opened the University of Miami Oral History collection, I was hoping to find the hundreds of videos live streamed during these years. And now, 7 to 5 years later, these are lost or fragmented, and we only have a limited scope to them, limited reach to them in the form of reels, for example, or reposts by independent media, such as ADN Cuba, Ciber Cuba, or Diario de Cuba. But the point is that a significant portion remains lost or inaccessible. The project I'm presenting today began from this gap, and it is an effort to collect, catalog, and give access and coherence to what survives of these digital traces across Facebook, YouTube, and other platforms. Our goal is to facilitate their accessibility and ideally their preservation. As we embarked on this project, my colleague Ana Meli Ramos and I realized the extent to which documents created for solidarity and visibility in times of upheaval are ephemeral, subject to deletion, censorship, and just simple disappearance amid the daily flood of content, right? They are all dependent also in corporate infrastructures whose priorities do not really align with long-term preservation. Yet despite their fragility, these materials are invaluable for future historians, particularly those invested in history from below or people's history approaches. We conceive this project as a double invitation. First, we invite audiences to think about Cuba's recent history from the vantage point of independent grassroots organizing, those who risk their lives and livelihoods to articulate dissent. And second, we invite scholars to consider how digital ephemera shape political action in Cuba and why it matters to preserve these ephemeral documents. In Singing the Nation into Being, a Black digital humanities project on video recorder performances of Lift Every Voice and Sing, Dr. Sonia Dawson, here present, urges us to think and to take seriously digital ephemeral and ephemeral archives. Those works created and uploaded often with a single intention, and seeing them as sites of memory that register joy, struggle, aspiration, and hope, and as they are crucial for understanding how communities narrate themselves from the margins of institutionalized history. Building on these insights, we created a digital syllabus intended to trace a contemporary dissident political imagination that's improvised, contingent, and deeply shaped by the affordances and the limitations of Cuba's digital ecosystem. Our syllabus, titled Pensar Cuba desde Cuba, to think Cuba from Cuba, about Cuba from Cuba, maps the ways artists, activists, and intellectuals have narrated state authoritarianism in the past 5 to 7 years. In doing so, it works as a portrait of an intellectual and affective community, one that is creative, endangered, and continually inventing modes of survival. We do not present definitive interpretations. Instead, we offer a provocation, a structure for thought. The syllabus foregrounds pedagogy over authority, inviting users to examine these materials critically and collaboratively. Across 6 modules, users encounter a diverse array of media, videos, songs, live streams, essays, visual art, documentaries. Each module reflects a dimension of Cuba's recent political and cultural landscape and demonstrate how digital and ephemeral expand our understanding of dissent, community, and historical documentation. Module 1, for instance, focuses on the San Isidro movement and OVNI Zona Franca, and includes videos from protests. I don't know if, yeah. This is the beginning of the campaign against Decree 349.
Porque yo soy una profesional, yo soy historiadora del arte, yo no soy ninguna delincuente, ¿me oíste? No soy ninguna delincuente. Yo estudié y tengo derecho a vivir en mi país y trabajar en mi país. Tengo todos mis derechos.
there she's talking to a police officer. And we have this alongside footage of artist Luis Manuel Odero Alcántara being detained moments before of this protest. I'm not gonna go through what we have in every module, but I want to give you some context. It's worth to mention that 5 members were detained that day for the protests. On module 2, we turn to the way imagined communities are reconfigured through music and performance. And one of the examples that we posted here is the national whistle, or El Silbido Nacional, that reclaims the national anthem in Cuba through a performatic kind of. Here you can see that the instruments used are also the instruments typically seen at popular protests. Module 3 centers curatorial interventions in Cuba and abroad that reframe national narratives through spatial and symbolic gestures. And these are exhibitions, installation works, and independent cultural initiatives that operate as counter archives that visualize dissent, foreground memory, and build new interpretive structures. Right? Module 4 brings together essays, videos, and interviews showing how individuals mobilize self-harm or violence against their own body. And they reveal the ethical complexity of political performance and the bodily stakes of dissent in contemporary Cuba. Module 5 turns to the collective, and it features videos from the San Isidro hunger strikes, such as this one. I wanted to show this one because you can really see how present the live streams are in mapping all of this. Okay. So everybody there is transmitting through their own Facebook profiles and commenting on what they're about to start doing, which is the hunger strike, right? And I also wanted to show you how these have been used, how these materials have been used so far in this amazing project that maps the popular protest, mass protest of 2021, July 2021, by location. And in each location, you can click on it and see videos of the protests that were initially live streamed through Facebook. So finally, in the future, we would like to see further enrich this project through our own research, but also through collective participation. And that is why we also included a feature where users can send us their materials. We envision all sorts of possibilities and considerations for preserving digital ephemera, such as live streams. Also, they bring a lot of questions about how can they be used. So far, they have been mainly used through journalism. Journalists, media sharing these, and that is how we have been able to keep them. These materials are rarely created with permanence in mind, and they circulate to warn, to mobilize, to connect, to bear witness in real time. Yet precisely for this reason, they offer historical insights that more polished or retrospective accounts cannot. How then might we build platforms that archive not only the media objects themselves, but also the metadata that they generate? Likes, comments, shares, hashtags, and the fleeting publics they gather around it. And what questions should we ask of them so that they may serve us not only as records of what happened, but as guides for understanding how politics is done from the margins and what archives we might use to rewrite history from below. Thank you very much.
That's good.
Hi, everyone. Hello, everyone. My name is Rodell Warner. I'm an artist from Trinidad. I live and work here in Boston. I'm gonna speed read a text and show y'all a project that I've been working on since around 2023. And I'm gonna make sure I don't go over the time. Okay. Yeah, I have a long text. I'm just gonna skip through different parts. And some of this you might already know, but I need to say it in case somebody doesn't, or just to introduce the things. So here we go. People have lived in the Caribbean for 6,000 years. Since around 4000 BCE, photography was invented in 1822, about 200 years ago. Slavery in the Caribbean began 330 years before the invention of photography, with the arrival of the Spanish in 1492 and their enslavement of great portions of the indigenous populations they encountered. And slavery continued, enforced by the Spanish, French, English, and Dutch colonists until the 19th century. The first enslaved Africans were brought to the Caribbean in 1517, about 300 years before the invention of photography. The first indentured laborers were brought from India to the Caribbean in 1838, 4 years after the end of slavery in the British West Indies, which was in 1834, and just before the oldest known photos of Caribbean subjects were made around 1840. Chinese laborers were brought to the region in the mid-1800s. When I think about the Caribbean's past, I don't think about the etchings printed in my high school history textbooks, and I don't imagine the incomprehensible complexity of 6 millennia of human existence. When I think about the Caribbean's past, I think immediately about the photographs I've seen. Photography most readily, seemingly automatically, informs my imagination, my ideas of each island and ethnic group, my sense of the history. Because photography represents so little of the vast history of the Caribbean, any conception of Caribbean history that is informed primarily by photography is necessarily severely limited. That being said, consider that so many of the archival photographs that exist were captured by colonial settlers who had very little respect for, interest in, or access to the personal lives of indigenous African and Asian Caribbean people. Consider all that was not photographed, can you? From these simple considerations alone, we see that any photo-based conception of the history of the Caribbean would be a severely biased representation of our history, apart from being simply inadequate. In 2018, I was giving a photography workshop as a high school in Jamaica. And as part of one of the exercises we were doing together, I was sitting with the students in the classroom with a projector and reviewing the photos that the students took of each other. The first images to come up on the screen were portraits of one of the students who had a lighter skin tone. And as planned, we discussed the angles and the lighting and the focal points and all that. And then we moved on to somebody else's photos. An image of a boy with dark skin popped up on the screen, and immediately somebody blurted out slavery, and all the students started laughing. I'll say that I didn't take this too seriously because they were a pretty close-knit group of like teenagers, but I'm just making a point. This is a moment I think about when I think about what archival images can mean to us personally. Many of the earliest photos of Black Jamaicans made between the 1840s and the early 1900s by photographers like the French settler Adolphe Duperly. I have some pictures by Duperly here, including this one. Depict Jamaicans cutting sugarcane, carrying bananas, or riding donkeys laden with produce. Even when photographed in studios, with painted backdrops, it's predominantly scenes of labor that was set up with props for photos, and not portraits that show the sitter's interests or relationships or anything personal at all. For almost 2 centuries, photos like these have been widely circulated via postcards. This one is a postcard. Via postcards, posters, and decorative prints, reprinted any number of times, archived, digitized, and posted online. These repeating impressions have made and continue to make a strong impression on of the people and the place, that they make such a strong impression that it's not unreasonable that a child would believe that working and looking like enslaved people was all Black people did in Jamaica back in the day, or that Blackness is intrinsically connected with slavery. I say looking and working like enslaved people because those were not photos of enslaved people, as slavery was already abolished by the mid-1800s. But the photos were made so close enough to the time of slavery that not much had changed about the culture around how these people worked and looked, or how access to resources and power informed that. That moment with those children in that classroom brought the meaning and the power of archival photography home for me and into the present. Before that, I could appreciate only the idea of some abstract or distant influence that such old pictures could have on the present moment. Since then, I appreciate those pictures as powerful media actively and currently influencing the perception of self and social experiences of even the youngest of Caribbean people. Rare photographs taken by colonial settlers in the mid-18... I'm gonna have to skip some of this. Let me skip. Okay. I know from years of working on my ongoing project, Augmented Archive, I have pictures of that, I'll show you. I didn't include any videos. I didn't think that they would work. I was having problems when I was uploading. So this is a still from one of my Augmented Archive works. You can see the video of this on my website, and on the last slide, I'll put my website and my email. But it comes from a photo like this. And here's another still from that project, coming from this photo. So I know from years of working on my ongoing project, Augmented Archive, combing online archives in search of images of Caribbean people at leisure, or at least not obviously framed by an oppressive context, just how rare such images are and how hard they are to find. The laughter and hand-holding did occur. Oh, I mentioned in a part that I skipped that people didn't only work in fields, they also had weddings and religious ceremonies, and helped each other build houses, and took their goods to market, and all these things that are documented in written archives, but not in photo archives. So the laughter and hand-holding did occur, of course, along with the backbreaking labor on plantations, along with ambitious work in their own gardens, along with gathering to play games, making beautiful garments, making musical instruments, cooking by the rivers and in villages, mourning, marrying, dancing, immeasurable, unfathomable lifetimes of exceptional and mundane events alike, moments we will never be privy to the intimacies of, were never recorded in the Caribbean during the days of photography's infancy. As a result, we rarely, if ever, imagine that such moments did exist. The power of the photographic archive to direct our imaginations and render reality for us lies as much in what it depicts as in what it does not. As precious as it is for the glimpses into the past that it offers us, it is perhaps even more deleterious than it is precious for all that it keeps hidden from our collective imagination. It falls to artists and others who make the images that influence our identities to oppose the ongoing, unchallenged influence of the early photographic archive of the Caribbean. In the early 2020s, and so now I'll tell you about the project. In the early 2020s, large language models, machine learning tools commonly referred to as artificial intelligence tools, became freely and suddenly available to the public online. Text-to-image generators, one manifestation of these tools, allow users to generate complex images by simply inputting descriptive text. Images that look convincingly like photographs could be generated in seconds by computer systems that have been fed and which have learned to emulate millions and millions of photographs, paintings, drawings, practically everything pictorial that humans have ever uploaded to the internet. The ethics and care with which these systems were developed and deployed is a major concern that warrants its own discussion. These tools, however, give us the ability to easily conjure from our imaginations practically any picture that we could articulate. I'm gonna have to skip some of this, but when I used to show these pictures I would often have conversations with the audience about imagining the parts of these people's lives that don't exist in the archive. Once the AI like text to image tools came online, because to ask an audience to imagine something that doesn't exist is actually really difficult to do with any nuance, because the pictures that do exist are so are actually they limit what we imagine, or what we they kind of put a fence around what we can imagine. So in the context of like introducing this idea to anybody, you can't, you can't get very far. But since I had been doing all this work imagining this stuff, I realized, oh, I don't have to ask the audience every time I show these works to imagine this stuff from scratch. I can generate what I've already imagined and share that, which is why I started this project. These are some of the pictures from 2023, and then I'll move into some from 2025. Let me skip ahead. An image conjured in 2023 by a text-to-image generator of a 19th century Caribbean person writing is not an accurate representation in every regard, and it is not itself a historical document. However, it is a prompt for imagination that might get a Caribbean high schooler picturing more about the life of a dark-skinned ancestor than simply activities relating to the reductive category of slave. The narrative bending power of the AI-generated image over the imagination of the viewer can be as powerful as those of the archival image. What kinds of association with Blackness or with dark skin might be made by prompting the AI to produce a photo of a 19th century Caribbean person laughing, or having an encounter with the grandeur of nature? Would it be richer and more powerful if we prompted the scene to be lit by glorious morning sunlight filtered through the trees and specified a misty Jamaican mountain backdrop? If we prompted the generator 100 times, would there be one image that was especially exciting, or one that inspires us to want to create something else? Would we end up with images that, even though they're not historical documents, have the power to counter the narrow, biased depictions of 19th century Caribbean people that have been offered by the photographic archive? Maybe these are uncomfortable questions. Maybe you're feeling conflicted or concerned with the fragility and purity of the archive. A few of my friends were, and they would tell me about it, and I would understand. We feel strongly attached to our history, and any artifacts that remain can feel precious and deserving of our protection. Here's my question, though. How loyal do we want to be to a telling of our story that cares little for and even actively erases people like ourselves? Should such a telling remain authoritative and unchallenged? Or is it better to use imagination to create conversation about what might be missing and what might be healing to envision? For me, this is where artificial archive comes in. This project is where I conjure images that I would have liked to have seen included in the early photographic archive. This is where I share these images so that they can do their work on the limits and tendencies of our collective imagination. This is also where I take liberties, artistic and artistic license, so that imagination can escape the many traps and oppressions that have ensnared Caribbean people for centuries. In creating this work, I asked, what would Caribbean people have looked like if they were the beneficiaries of their centuries of labor? What would 19th century Caribbean fashion have looked like if these artists and designers were resourced enough to explore their practices without limitation? What would early photographic archive have looked like if it had included representation of the myriad queer bodies, perspectives, and narratives that existed in the 19th century Caribbean? What would photos of Caribbean Carnival have looked like in the mid to late 19th century if it was set in these alternate Caribbeans? How would the visual life of religion have taken shape in the Caribbean in the absence of European missionaries? How would pre-colonial practices of interfacing with the environment have visually affected Caribbean landscapes? How might exposure to images of these alternate imagined versions of the Caribbean affect the ways we see ourselves and each other? I should probably stop here and just show you some more pictures. Thank you.
Works. We have time for a couple of questions, maybe 3 if they're concise. Want me to mic? Oh. Questions?
Amazing presentations. Thank you so much, everyone. I have 2 very quick questions, one for Luis and one for Rodel. Luis, the syllabus is going to take shape as a course. Is going to be a website. How's that going to be happening? It's the first. And second, be great to talk a little bit about the ethics of preserving. If you're thinking about issues of privacy in terms of some people who might post stuff on social media because they know it's going to be ephemeral, versus, because when artists do it themselves, it's a political statement, it's an artistic statement, so it's sort of like that risk is a part of the expression, but maybe other like private individuals are posting stuff and they might, the repercussions when things leave a trace. So I those are like 2 questions. And for Rodel, I'm thinking about our generation of images in dialogue with artificial intelligence, and a lot of the dialogue has to do with the prompts. And I was wondering about what types of prompts were you adding to have that conversation about how to evoke those gaps?
Can you hear me? Yes. Okay, thank you so much for your questions. Right now, it's a website. In the initial page, we had the website is pensarcuba.com. So yes, we don't know if it's going to become a course or what's the end goal of this. Right now, we want to highlight the pedagogical usefulness of these materials. And as for issues of privacy, we have also thought about this question a lot. There have been multiple approaches to that issue. For example, in the map that I showed, this was an issue because, well, you want to show the protest, but at the same time, you don't want the police to recognize some of these faces. What they came up with is blurring the faces of the people in the protests. That's their approach. What we're working with, Ana Amelia and I, is only people that we know and are in contact with, and they are okay with this project. That's so far what we have done, but highlighting the usefulness also of the digital ecosystem that people have built over the last 10 years.
Thanks for your question. And so, so thinking about those gaps, at first it was a very practical exercise of like, okay, I know some things that existed because they were written about, but were not photographed, and let me try and make those pictures so we can see what they look like. And then, but while doing that, and you asked also about the prompts. So the prompts had to be extremely detailed, which yeah, it was sort of challenging, but also I just had to be very specific about what type of person I'm looking for. And so like in terms of just getting the people to look like Caribbean people, I had to be very specific about what race, skin tone, and just, which felt strange to have to do, but if you don't do that, the default you get is just not what, it doesn't look. So doing that to get the people to look right, but then also like, besides what they should look like, what they could be doing in the pictures. So started off with, okay, I know that they had intimacy. Can we picture some of the intimacy that they had? But then in terms of like, what are they wearing? And how to get away from, if I show this picture to somebody, them thinking this is a slave. What felt really silly in the beginning to try and get around the sort of limitations of imagination was to imagine a sort of fictionalized version of the Caribbean. So thinking about what would it have looked like if these people were the beneficiaries of their labor, right? So like, I'm not picturing them in rags. What might they have looked like if they, and it felt kind of silly because this is not something that is existing in our timeline, right? But when I started doing the project, a friend of mine in Trinidad, a writer called Georgia Popplewell, sent me an article from the UK Guardian. In this article, it talks about a foundry that existed in Jamaica of these 80 metal workers who would, the descendants of West Africans. They developed a method for smelting that turned scrap metal into iron. The method was stolen and patented in Britain, and eventually it was open sourced. The person who stole it couldn't pay some debt, and the government was like, we're open sourcing, absolving a patent, open sourcing the process. It is said that the Industrial Revolution in Britain could not have happened without this way of turning scrap metal into iron. They would not have had enough iron. They did a valuation of the amount of metal, that amount of iron that those 80 metal workers were producing at that single foundry in Jamaica per year. In today's terms, it would be something like $7 million worth of iron per year. What if those people, those 80 people, were paid their $7 million? When we think about those people, and we think of them in rags, and we think of them as slaves, they're actually generating $7 million a year worth of value, the most valuable resource in the world. And so we need to think of them as like, as genius as they are, to produce technology that revolutionize the world. And when we think of them, we can think of them, it's not too silly to think of them in what they might have been wearing if they were getting paid, you know? So those are the kinds of things I ended up thinking about, trying to fill those gaps and realizing, and also trying to get around the like suggestions that the archive itself makes on like what we should imagine about those people. Some of them I started trying to, but I generate so many hundreds of images every night that and I'm changing the prompt all the time, that it became kind of impractical. Yeah.
So, thank you. We have time.
Say that again.
Does that mean that they would have invented the photographic camera?
The same metal workers I'm talking about?
No, I'm saying the people who are in the images, way they because the people who took the pictures of them.
Yeah.
I mean, they did not create the technology to take those pictures.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I'm sorry. I'm saying, does that mean that they would have been the people who created the technology to take pictures of themselves? That's my question. That's kind of my point.
I'm not sure I'm understanding. Do you mean like that we should think of them as like capable of making such inventions?
Would black people have taken pictures of themselves at that time?
If they had access to cameras.
Well, no. That means it seems like what's implied is that they would have owned the cameras. I think that's really the statement. I mean, besides being very Tina Camp.
I think I'm not understanding what you're saying.
What I'm saying is that would they have taken pictures of themselves, would have, whether they have been, should they have been the ones to have created the cameras, which is really the point. They did not create the cameras. So they were not the ones taking pictures of themselves.
Because they didn't create the cameras.
Yeah. That's really what's at the core there. They're the ones being photographed. I mean, the white people did not take pictures of themselves. It's just that when you go to the Caribbean, people taking photographs of these people is not black people. So you're asking something out of the technology that's not created by those who are being in the pictures, which I think is kind of like some of the. It's kind of even though this is very Tina Camp and like questions of frequency are really at the heart of this. I think that you're asking something, it's almost like asking the archives to have the kind of writing that black people would have done if they were the ones creating the archives.
Okay, I think I understand. I think I have a sense of what you're saying now.
Sorry.
No, I appreciate it. I'm sorry for, I needed you to say it, to articulate it over and over because I wasn't getting it. And so I think I understand something now. You're saying that what I'm asking for would not have existed, could not have existed, is itself like fictional. Okay.
Because you're asking something of history that
Yeah. So because what could have existed does not exist, right? We speculate and we imagine, but there's no way to, it's like a dead end. And the only thing we can do is imagine. And I don't know, I kind of even want to, maybe we can talk afterwards. No, maybe we can talk afterwards. Can you?
So one, if I may, in observation of the time and the schedule, I'm going to invite folks to continue the conversation so that we can take during the break, which we are taking now. And if other folks in the audience have questions as well, please talk to our wonderful presenters. They do amazing work, and I'm really so happy that we got to hear their work and have them share it with us. So thank you again, please.
During the break, we asked that the panelists on panel D, Caribbean cartographies, please start to make your way to the front. Thank you. No.
Question for you. Can you show me really quickly how do I advance my slides?
Sure. This is panel.
Mm.
Hello, everyone. Let's start, please. It's been a long day. Thank you for continuing to be here. Every previous conversation continues on into the next, which is part of the magic of the day. In addition to the fact that it's so many panels that it's a lot rippling through the room. I want to thank Reba Dickson and the organizing team. And in fact, two of our organizers, Andrina Soto and Clifton Sorrell, are on this panel. So it should be very lovely. More than one panel will have multiple presenters. So just to remind us that that still means that each presentation will be 15 minutes. And so I invite you to go to the website to look at everyone's bio, but I'm going to just briefly say what you can see on the program. Andrena Soto and Clifton Sorrell will present on geocimarronaje, reconstructing the spatial histories of maroon communities in the early modern Spanish Caribbean, 1520 to 1804. Diana Payton, Randy Brown, Lindsay McMillan, and Estherine Adams coordinated on a panel entitled Mapping and Connecting Enslaved People's Judicial Activism in British Guyana, the Voices in Slavery's Archive Project. Michael Henry's project presentation is Invisible Migration, the SS Duo and Digitally Recovering South Indian Jamaican Identities. Anthony Smith, Greg Bailey, and Eleanor Nelson have collaborated for the presentation, Mapping, Making Meaning, a digital archive of Jamaican visual art learning. I have some cards to hold up. I believe the first one means you have 5 minutes left and so on and so forth, but you will see. Welcome everybody, and let's get going. And Caribbean folk communities. Sorry about that.
Good afternoon, everyone. There we go. That's nice. How's everybody doing? Everybody all right? All right, all right. Now, as was said, I am Nasika Aliman. I'm the publications officer at the African Caribbean Institute of Jamaica, Jamaica Memory Bank, of course, in Jamaica. And today I'll be presenting on digital sovereignty and cultural survival, media technologies, and Caribbean communities. Now, the specific focus of my paper was to explore the challenges and opportunities presented by media technologies that reconfigure the social and geopolitical contours of the Caribbean and its diaspora. Now, we're going to do a little exercise so I can take you down sort of my line of thinking when I was writing the paper and where I was coming from. So I want us to, it's not moving. It's probably lagging. But I want us to think of how has any Caribbean country changed in your lifetime because of media technologies? So while I get this slide to, it's taking a while. Think of one way culture, social norms, or political life looks different today than it did, say, 30 years ago. Think of, sorry? This one. Thank you so much. Do you believe these technologies have strengthened those changes? And is there more to the story? Now, for me, when I was thinking like, when I was in the 4th grade and I had this pen pal from Cuba or something, and I used to write to her to better her English and my Spanish. And I was thinking, what's the difference between that and now when I message my friends from the Dominican Republic on Instagram, right? The only true difference is that my Spanish has not gotten better. That's the only that's the only thing. It's been so many decades and no improvement there. And then of course too, the fact that of course the communication lines have changed to make accommodation for this modern technology, right? So by the end of this, I should have completed all of these. So let's just see if I check these boxes. We're going to be exploring how media technologies reshape the Caribbean's social, cultural, and geopolitical landscapes. I'm going to examine the balance between digital engagement and cultural preservation among Caribbean folk, especially the Jamaican Maroons, who are my case study for expounding on some of these points. I'm going to highlight opportunities for advocacy, visibility, and resistance through digital platforms, discuss the risks of cultural dilution and commodification posed by global media exposure, and show how institutions and communities strategically use media to safeguard and promote cultural heritage. It sounds like enough, and it is, but we're going to fit it in the time. So first we have the opportunities, and truly it's endless. There are so many opportunities. I could have based this entire presentation solely on that, right? But for the purpose of my paper, I focused on just these 4 because they also work in tandem with exposing certain things from the community I focused on in the case study, right? So the first is visibility, amplified voice, and digital diplomacy. And what do I mean by that? Research showed that, because of media technologies, we're able to be exposed more to what each country and island and people are doing. So we're having more exposure about what's going on in different parts of the world, not just where we live or where we're from, right? And that visibility works now to increase accountability. Point 1 and 2 work in tandem because now that we have a sort of all eyes on you, all eyes on me type of relationship, we can hold certain government heads and even our fellow neighbors accountable for what they're doing. We also see how that makes people want to sort of put their best foot forward. So every country, even though they don't succeed, really try to be on their best behavior because the world is quite literally watching. And everything we do affects our relationship with other countries and therefore affects the well-being of their citizens, right? The third point being connection and community, enhance connectivity and identity. Now, my fellow Jamaican from Port Moore sort of touched on that, and I agreed with all of her points. For the purpose of my paper, though, I was focused more on the benefits of it in terms of how media technologies are able to create that community so that even though they aren't physically there, so yes, you might be living in America or living in the United Kingdom, and you can't sit on your grandma's lap anymore and be physically on the ground. At least you still get, to know what's going on. Like there's an election and who are we hoping to win and why aren't we hoping that they win and what are their policies and how is the nation feeling? We get to have that sort of communication and conversation about topics like sports and things that are going on the ground so you can at least feel like you're there. And it's not quite the same as she said, but it's better than nothing. Imagine being so cut off and distracted from what's going on at home or disconnected from what's going on at home that you have no idea. And we're seeing that, especially now after Melissa, the Category 5 hurricane that passed through Jamaica and tore off at least 3 parishes away from their loved ones and cut off communication from them. We're seeing the effects now of not being able to know what's going on with your people, right? The mental effects that has on different people. And then my fourth point being cultural preservation and promotion. I initially started out with this point being the mandate or the objectives of cultural agencies and different government bodies. But dare I say, I charge each of us to make this our objective, that we all find a way to preserve our own independent cultures and promote same, The work can't really be left to certain organizations, but instead should be everyone's mission to ensure that we're preserving the culture we know now because it will change and it will morph into something that we don't recognize in the very near future if not preserved, right? And I'll touch more on that one. Now, for the purpose of expounding on certain points, I also have two other slides, which can be, the first one can be either, by the way, the same thing is happening again, tech team, it's not skipping, but there we go. Thank you. But yeah, so the first one being media technology and geopolitical visibility. Digital platforms amplify Caribbean presence on a global stage. Now, I have said that. Phew. Regional politics, diaspora linkages, inter-island alliances become more visible. And if you look to the right, you'll see an excerpt from a prominent media house in Jamaica, Jamaica Information Service, and the headline reads, Foreign Affairs Minister highlights support from India. So we're able to see how our country is working on expanding its bilateral relations and fostering good relationships with other countries. And that's very important because now, you're able to get assistance from these third parties and international countries. And it's important to see how that will in turn benefit the country you call home, right? So it's good that media technologies are able to expand on and expose these relationships so we can know not just what's going on in our own country, but what's going on behind closed doors, so to speak, and how that will benefit or not benefit us as people living there. And the examples I have is media circulation of political statements touching regional geopolitics. That being like that your heads of governments making certain stance on certain international news that's going on, whether it's Palestine v. Israel or Venezuela v. USA, you have these major international news and situations, crises happening, and it's important to know your country's position on those. So it's important to know where your country stands, and with that information now, as a people, we're able to decide what it is we want to do. Do we want to take action? Do we want to say, hey, I know the government has done this, but we as a people are not in agreement with that or agreement with that. And so we're able to make a stance, right? And hopefully alter positions that we don't align ourselves with. One more time. Nah, it ain't working. There we go. I fixed it. The second slide being environmental risks, and we're getting closer to the Jamaican Maroons focus that I have. Environmental risks, resource conflict, and the media lens. Now, many Caribbean nations, we know this, face resource exploitation like mining, logging, extraction. And what was about to happen specifically in Jamaica was that the government had approved mining to be done in the cockpit country, where the local mining crew would have done mining on bauxite, which they used to make aluminum. And what happened was the Jamaican Maroons came out and said, well, we got those lands through a 1738 treaty, and we didn't sign off on that. We didn't sign off on any mining being done in our area. That's our home. We live there. It's sustainable. That's a part of our history and our current. And it benefits so many other parishes, right? And so they said, we didn't agree on that. They took the government to court, fighting their lands. And I'll touch a little more on that on the next slide. But it was because of media technologies and this visibility that I was speaking about, that they were able to get attention on the matter and use international forces to I don't want to say, but pressure the government into swaying their decision to have that. And we're still having conflicts and conversations surrounding that. But now, dare I say, they're more empowered because of that exposure, right? The case study again, the Jamaican Maroons. So they're very, I want to say, important, right, in terms of Jamaica's history. For those who don't know, the Jamaican Maroons are freed slaves who made it to the Blue and Drunker Mountains and made up, their own space. And there, I have 5 minutes left. Okay, they made their own space and sustained themselves away from the rest of what was happening in Jamaica at that time. And since then, they have built their community there, kept their community there, and really kept to themselves, right? Now they face traditional secrecy versus demand for documentation in a digital age, because they benefited from the technology, the use of media technology to amplify their voices when they needed it, right? But they're also very known for secrecy. So they're known for keeping to themselves and preserving their heritage to keep it rich. outside influences can sometimes sway that. And so they're battling now between using those media technologies to amplify their voices and to preserve their legacies for the next generation, and also keeping to themselves so they can maintain and exist, right? This touched on what I was saying pretty much earlier, the digital activism, the cultural advocacy that they used these media technologies to amplify their voices through. So I won't go over that. As with anything with risks, with benefits, there are risks. So now they face heightened spread of misinformation, erosion, and not just the Maroons, but the general Caribbean region, and dare I say the world, with media technologies. These are the risks: erosion of culture and local identity and values, secrecy versus openness, tension between preserving integrity and sharing heritage, amplification of negative stereotypes, and fragmentation of discourse. Because we're having so many conversations about the same thing happening all over the place, that it is possible that misinformation is finding its way in these cracks and crevices, right? Now, this is the role of cultural institutions. Institutions like the one I'm from, the ACIJJMB, National Archives, museums, they play a critical role. Digitizing oral histories, exhibitions, virtual galleries help preserve culture, and we do a lot of those, right? Institutions can guide how folk heritage enters the digital sphere and guard against commodification. So at least, I think it's the same thing too, because I used to be a practicing journalist. It's the same thing too with what journalism used to be when journalists had, that passion for truth and honest and not trying to sway information, as opposed to citizen journalists who just record on the no and the right no instead of the full picture and the full story, things like that, right? So cultural institutions have this unique opportunity to do the preservation the right way, to ensure that the right and truthful story is being told, so that the next generations coming don't lose their way and don't lose a part of their heritage and history that makes up their overall contribution to who they are today, right? And a part of their story. And so, wrapping up the conclusion and call to action, I'll just read: digital technologies are double-edged, but necessary tools for survival and preservation. Opportunities center on unprecedented visibility, enabling small island states to amplify their voices on global issues like climate change, fostering greater accountability in governance, and strengthening connections that reinforce diaspora identity. Risks involved, vulnerabilities stemming from this increased openness, including the rapid spread of misinformation, the potential erosion of unique local identities by global narratives, and the amplification of negative stereotypes, which can damage international reputation. Now, cultural institutions like ACIJJMB and the scholars have a critical role: curate digital spaces with respect, preserve heritage, support communities. The final point: the path forward demands proactive strategies to leverage global connectivity while implementing robust frameworks to mitigate digital risks and to safeguard cultural integrity. Now, just a little, I wouldn't say self-plug because it's not myself, but just a little shout out to the ACIJJMB. If you're interested in the work we do and interested in following us, follow us on social media at ACIJJMB, and you can go to our website. Hold on, let me see if I can do it. No, I almost had it. but I am practically there. That's just my reference. And thank you. Again, I am Nasika Aliman, Publications Officer at the ACIJJMB. It has been my pleasure making this presentation. Have a good rest of your day.
Our second panel. Thank you very much. Another round of applause, please, while I find my place. Now we have Andreina Soto and Clifton Sorrell, Geo Cimarronaje, reconstructing the spatial history of Cimarronaje in the early modern Spanish Caribbean, 1520 to 1804.
think this is Sorry, Instagram moment. Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here. My name is Andreina Soto, and this is my colleague Clifton Sorrell, and we're really excited to show you the results of 2 years of conversations, pulling hairs, and a lot of combos about topology and coordinates. So yes. Okay, so start. Our project, Geocimarronaje, seeks to recover the histories, the special histories of Maroon communities. This first phase that we've been working on, we're building a prototype that is based on a relational database and a series of digital maps that can serve as a model for reconstructing the geographic trajectories of cimarronaje, understood as a slave fugitivity and the creation of alternative and social political orders. And this we want to do it across the greater Caribbean. But for now, our study is spanning from 1520, when the first Maroon uprising was documented in La Española, or IUT, and 1804, with Haiti's Declaration of Independence. We also focus on Spanish Caribbean because that's also our fields of expertise. I do Venezuelan history, Clifton does Jamaica, and so those are the starting points. Our projects focus on Spanish colonial rule and this period that it was under Spanish colonial rule, and we understand this region was profoundly shaped also by people of African descent, those who were enslaved, legally free, also living as Maroons, who we see contested colonial powers and trying to sustain autonomous positions to flight, negotiation, resistance, and community formation. We also see that across the region, Maroon settlements, which have been known in the Americas and the Caribbean as Cumbes, Palenques, Mocambos, Quilombos, and many other names, challenged European traditional control and survived despite sustained military campaigns and legal efforts to destroy them. And we see how in these colonial records, we see different labels like cimarrones, negros alzados, huidos, futillos, that speak about these histories or these fragments of people that claim highlands, valleys, forests, and other interstitial spaces, and they build autonomous livelihoods. So there are numerous examples and an extensive scholarship on cimarronaje, and we have examples in Panama, Nueva Granada, Panama, Jamaica, Cuba, Santo Domingo, and beyond. And this is a landscape that hopefully in time we want to document and represent in our project. But overall, the argument is that cimarronaje and Maroon geographies were central to remaking of the Greater Caribbean. And paraphrasing Catherine McCritic, which had also been mentioned in other panels, these Black geographies produce patterns and alternative forms of placemaking that are entangled with traditional geographies and sites of struggle. So in terms of the project development, we first thought we were going to do a lot of fun things, and this was fun. But the first phase, we decided that we needed just to concentrate on a couple of things that were really big, and we needed to develop standard tools and methods that can help us identify, document, and georeference instances of Maroon communities with a combination of resources. So this phase, our goal was to create a spatial analysis of Marroonage, or at least a prototype that will help us do that. That could expand beyond nation states boundaries and individual cases, so we can examine Marroonage as a regional phenomenon, as a community formation, especially because our projects are in Venezuela and Jamaica. So during this process, we focused on 3 core components. First was establishing common data collection standards, creating a relational database, and developing a series of digital maps. This one. Yeah. So the first one was data curation.
The irony.
And as you can see, Alex still is there. Yeah, that was a surprise. So I put his picture here also because it was part of the many conversations that we've been having in how to curate and how to approach this data. And we did a lot of mock-ups and a lot of sketching. That's how we started. And that just really helped us to kind of visualize where we wanted to go and then kind of start thinking what our plan was. The other thing is like how we're going to bring conversation Jamaica and Venezuela. Because precisely we want our project to bring these different jurisdictions and spaces in conversation with each other. Understanding, as Tessa Murphy has said, that Caribbean Sea is a conduit that links Maroon histories that have long been discussed in isolation. And especially in the case of Jamaica and Venezuela, these are not contexts that we commonly see in history in conversation to one another. These researchers were shaped by particular administrative, legal, and ecclesiastical structures, but their archives provide distinct windows into how Spanish colonial officials and then British officials in Jamaica understood and responded to a slave flight and marronage. And that has been like a really rich conversation between us as to how to see marronage between these two spaces. So in terms of sources, we use a wide range of sources, records produced by cabildos, so city councils, clergy, military officers, audience and magistrates, witnesses accounts, missionaries, Cimarron petitioners, early colonial maps, etc. Anything that could provide some input into these communities that we could cross-reference and use for a database. However, across these materials, we confronted a central methodological challenge. There's evidence that was produced by colonial authorities and military campaigns. So they usually tend to portray marronage as a threat, as a crime, as a disruption. So they are obviously very biased. However, we cannot just deny them. We need to try to see how we can analyze them and use and taking into consideration this hostility and these biases. So although this has supposed limitations, our project is trying to highlight the importance of these ambiguities and this uncertainty that we see in these records and try to use them as best and as ethically as we can to make visible the stories of marronage. So as we engage on these fragmentary sources, we aim to acknowledge our limitations in crafting accurate accounts of these communities, locations, or portrayals, and to contest the idea that they were invisible, hidden, and disorganized. So rather than treating these gaps and bias as dead ends, we treat ambiguity as meaningful information. The silences, contradictions, and indirect references of these sources speak of the adaptive practices that enable Maroon communities to endure. And this commitment is something that we want really aligned with conversations on Black data studies and ethical Black digital humanities. So we can build a tool that can humanize Black past lives while acknowledging the violence and incompleteness of the archive. So so after many discussions about our approach to data curation, which is still an ongoing conversation, our next step was to translate these materials into a relational database that could accommodate uncertainty and change over time. And after experimenting with different tools, we settled with NoCodeDB, which is a cloud open source interface for creating relational databases. And I think you can go to the next one. And our main variables, as you saw in the previous slide, was time, space, events associated with each of these Maroon settlements, Maroon sites. And we further disaggregated those variables to incorporate into a relational database. And this is kind of the hierarchy of the relationship with the different sets. So as a result, the building blocks of this database include 4 relational tables, a primary index, a table of one of events, colonial landscapes, and sources. The main index the main table serves as an index that documented all the Maroon settlements. It includes approximate coordinates, which we evaluate the precision based on the level of uncertainty that these sources are providing about the location. We also distinguish between physical settlements and broader activity sites, which adds crucial texture to both the database and the maps, because sometimes we see there's like a cumbe, there's like a lombo, but sometimes you tell us there were people around here, so it's not quite clear if there's like a settlement. So in practice, the settlements are mapped as points, and then the activity sites are mapped as polygons, and we'll show you in a few minutes how that looks like. Then the second table focuses on events. Many Maroon settlements underwent political, legal, and geographic transformations over time. So this table helps us document these moments as recorded in the archival sources. So each entry includes a start and a change date, allow the recording of approximate time frame for each documented event and settlement. And these events are part of a controlled vocabulary that we created to describe different moments when these communities appear in the record. And we have created like a list that includes terms as uprising, great formation, relocation, reducción, which is a common term in Spanish legal vocabulary, destroy, shatter, re-slave. Each of them has a descriptor that we allow us to fit the best descriptor to the events that we are documented. So another feature of this table is that we also distinguish between because we're historians, we distinguish between the event and the report dates. And because we know that colonial officials didn't always provide accurate timeframes about the existence of these Maroon communities. So we want to catalog these report dates as something distinctive so we can separate those things from one another as best as we can. For example, the Palenque de Juan Lubolo in Jamaica was from in the 1650s during the English conquest. 3 years later, and then gained his freedom in 1660. And this timeline forms a single event record. And then 3 years later, in 1663, it was shuttered as a free black town. And then by 1680, it has dissolved due to plantation expansion. Excuse me. So the second timeline for the same community becomes another event record. And the separate event records represent different phases of this community's trajectory. And the next one. And then this is how it looks when we converted everything into a code that or ArcGIS could interpret it and actually reflect in the map that you're going to see in a few minutes. So this also requires like a lot of conversations about like the measure of the polygons, what kind of visual representation do we want to make about the activity sites, about the identified settlements, how we were going to do it. And it was a really fun experience to do JSON. Okay. All right, so I think we can go straight to the map so we can, because we have 5 minutes left. But I guess, yeah, so I guess the results, we have documented 82 maroon settlements, and you can see a little bit of the breakdown that we have here. And then in terms of events, this is kind of like the different events that we have disaggregated from the data set. And yeah, I think we should go to the map.
So the role of these maps function with the main index and colonial landscape as a distinctive layer of information. This highlights the relationship between the maroon geographies we were tracing, the natural environment they inhabited, and the built colonial geography that Spanish officials sought to impose in the Caribbean, showing that this sentiment of isolation, ever present in the sources, did not necessarily correspond to the tangible presence of these communities. In fact, what we found across our data gathering and mapping was that many of these maroon activity sites were purported in proximity to cities, haciendas, and towns, complicating the notion that some maroon people were isolated and, more importantly, ungeographic. A significant example, did I time it correct? Oh, I missed it. A significant example is in the northwestern Venezuela corridor in the early 18th century. This corridor is closely tied to a maroon insurrection led by a man named Andres Soto against the implementation of centralizing policies in Venezuela's cocoa trade. This snapshot, I missed it. This snapshot shows how these sites of activity were closely connected and were part of a chain of contraband with Curaçao, which also affected inland transit to the region. Overall, the digital map allows us to see these geographies at multiple scales. At a macro level, it highlights cross-regional patterns of marinage across the Caribbean basin, showing how mobility and placemaking constantly drew the boundaries of colonial rule. At a micro scale, the map will enable exploration of individuals and group entries. Users can filter sites, compare trajectories, and observe how settlements and activity zones changed over time. We are developing a second map to illustrate how the different events we have documented can be displayed in space and time using our visualization tool. Ultimately, these maps are not just a visualization tool, but a way of rethinking Caribbean space in the early modern world. It reveals the interplay between maroon geographies and colonial geographies, showing how Cimarronaje reconfigured the landscapes, the jurisdictions, and territorial imaginations of the Spanish Empire in this period. By mapping these settlements across the Caribbean's vast and varied landscape, our project opens the door to broader questions about how maroon geographies shape the political boundaries, legal regimes, and colonial policies ongoing in this time period. In doing so, we offer a new perspective on the making of the early modern Caribbean, one that challenges narratives centering solely on European actors in the historiography. Instead, we emphasize that the political and geographic development of the region cannot be understood without recognizing the persistent strategic and spatial practices of maroon geographies. Our long-term goal, we envision this project as a collaborative platform that invites researchers and people from active maroon space to contribute to materials and help expand the database. We want to bring additional collaborators onto the project and incorporate new regions in the future, such as Colombia and Haiti, to further broaden the scope of Geocimarronaje in the near future. Thank you. And if anyone is wondering about the names, it's Spanish Jamaica. So it's a different rendition here. So. And it flew by fast.
Yes, another round of applause. So 2 papers have brought Maroon communities to life. So the next panel is Diana Payton, Randy Brown, Lindsay McMillan, Estherine Adams. I realize it's 3 of you here, but it's your paper next. Mapping and Connecting Enslaved People's Judicial Activism in British Guyana, the Voices in Slavery's Archive Project.
Does this thing not go higher if you talk? I'm not sure. Oh. It's on. Okay. Hello, everybody, and thank you for everyone who's presented their wonderful work so far, and also to the organizers, and especially to Reba for being so great in getting us all here. So I'm Diana Payton from the University of Edinburgh. I'm speaking today with my colleagues Estherine Adams and Lindsay McMillan, but the paper was also written by Randy Brown, who can't be here because he's teaching today. So we are introducing a new project, which we are super excited to be able to announce that it's been funded by the UK's Arts and Humanities Research Council, and it will begin in March 2026 for 3 years. It's called Voices in Slavery's Archive, as you can see up there, and the subtitle is Law, Place and Testimony in British Guyana. So the 4 of us who wrote the paper are also working as part of a larger team that crosses Guyana, the US, and the UK. I'm not going to read everyone's name, but you can see who's involved here. Our project responds to the problem identified by Jessica Marie Johnson and other scholars, especially in Johnson's classic article, Markup Bodies, which there are some quotes from here. As Johnson notes, there's nothing neutral about doing histories of slavery, and she calls on slavery scholars to infuse our work with a methodology and praxis that centers the descendants of the enslaved and grapples with the uncomfortable, messy, and unquantifiable, and in doing so refuses disposability. So Johnson was writing partly in response to the fact that the explosion of digital projects that related to slavery has mainly been built out of archival material that by its nature erases the humanity of the people who are represented, whether that's through the ledgers of slave ships or the accountancy records that documented the compensation that was provided to enslavers at the moment of abolition. We're attempting to confront this challenge by starting with a different kind of archive of slavery. We're building a digital resource that, as far as possible, is built out of the words of enslaved people rather than out of data about them. So this is our archive. It's called the Reports of the Protectors of Slaves for Demerara, Berbice, and Essequibo, the 3 colonies that went on to form British Guyana and then Guyana. So there are 26 large volumes of this material. They're currently held in the National Archives of the UK in London. And each one is made up of a number of cases, handwritten, sometimes just free form, sometimes in a kind of response to a kind of questionnaire. So the Protector of Slaves, and before that, the Fiscal, which is another name for essentially the same thing, was a judicial office that enslaved people could approach with complaints about their lives, and specifically with claims that enslavers had broken the law. Enslaved people did this a lot, but they were rarely successful in getting redress. Nevertheless, their judicial activism produced an archive that contested the terror of enslavement and also that reveals a lot about everyday life. The Protector's Records produced the largest collection of verbatim or near verbatim testimony by enslaved people in the Caribbean in existence. Now, this material has been used before, including by Lindsay in her PhD, by Randy, and by other important scholars like Amelia da Costa, Mary Turner, Trevor Bernard. But our work will make it more visible on its own terms, more available to people who can't go to the archives at Kew, the UK archives at Kew, and also make it more possible to see patterns within these records. I want to emphasize this doesn't mean this material is transparent or necessarily easy to read. There are lots of questions that we want to dig into about exactly how it was collected, exactly how it was recorded, the scribal practices, the summaries, and the language issues, and so on. But nevertheless, it's an important set of material. We're connecting this material to a second archive, which is called the Returns of Registers of Slaves. From 1819, all enslavers were required to submit a list of all the enslaved people that they claimed ownership of. And these records are in tabular format. An example is shown here. They note various kinds of demographic information. And importantly, they also note sometimes, not always, mother-child relationships, which enables partial genealogical reconstruction, although only through the maternal line. Theoretically, everyone in the first records, the Protectors of Slaves records, should also appear in these returns of registers of slaves. So we're trying to connect the two. And Lindsay is going to explain a bit how we're doing that.
Thanks, Di. So I'm going to share the pilot phase findings from our project. I've just broken this. And our aim in the pilot was to test a workflow that could support large-scale digitization, transcription, and data integration across multiple archives, while also foregrounding the lived experiences of enslaved people embedded in these documents. So we began with a very manual but essential step, which was building a local database in Excel. And for the pilot, we focused on one volume from 1826 in Berbice. From this volume, we captured data from 102 individual complaints. We transcribed 20 of those, mapped 29 of them, and then managed to find 7 of the individuals within other key archives, including the return to the registers of slaves. So for each complaint, we recorded basic demographic information about the complainant, including their name, their age were given, their occupation in the plantation or estate where they lived and worked. And alongside this, we created short summaries of each complaint and its outcome, noting whether it was upheld, dismissed, or left unresolved. This stage gave us a structured data set that could later support both computational analysis and richer historical interpretation. And it also allowed us to better understand the shape and variety of complaint narratives and to begin to assess common themes in both quantitative and qualitative terms. So with the structured data in place, our second step was to experiment with AI-assisted text recognition. As mentioned before, we selected 20 cases from the pilot data set and uploaded them into a tool called Transcribus and used their free OCR handwriting models. And our goal here was not just to produce transcripts, but to understand what a scalable transcription workflow might look like for this type and volume of handwritten manuscripts. So the Transcribus output was, on the whole, remarkably quick and accurate. And it was accurate enough that we only needed to go through and do sort of manual correction rather than having to transcribe things from scratch. And having this level of accuracy is crucial because it enables us to think about the next phase, which is enriching these transcripts with detailed tagging. So we'll be tagging people, places, relationships, types of complaints, outcomes, and other administrative actions, which will ultimately feed into an advanced search function within our final database. And this phase of the pilot project helped us to identify best practices in order to achieve this at scale. The third stage of the pilot involved testing whether the data from these complaints could be meaningfully connected to other archival sources. So we did this by attempting to triangulate individuals mentioned in the complaints with other key records, primarily, as Diana mentioned, with the returns of the registers of slaves, and also with a broader constellation of material such as historical maps and the Legacies of British Slavery database. So despite the fragmentary nature of many of these archives, from the 20 transcribed cases, we successfully traced 7 individuals across these different sources. Here's an example of one. You can see the complaint on the left-hand side of a man named Duff. He was a field laborer on plantation Rotterdam on the east coast of the Berbice River. And he complained of being severely whipped and confined in the stocks overnight after being wrongfully accused of not completing his work. He was later punished with 25 lashes for pressing an unfounded complaint. And we were able to trace information about Duff in the returns of the registers of slaves, a digitized image of which is found on the right-hand side there, and it provided further information about his appearance, including, interestingly, a remark that his country marks were on his whole body, a statement that has important cultural significance that ties to his identity and his lived experience. This process represents a significant part of the project, demonstrating that these records, which offer uniquely rich information about enslaved individuals based on near verbatim testimony, can be connected to wider histories of plantations, proprietors, and kinship networks that confirm enslaved people's identities and offer a wider view of their lives. So in this way, our project shows the potential for recovering aspects of enslaved people's biographies that are rarely visible in colonial archives. So finally, if I can get it to move. Thank you. Using ArcGIS, we began exploring how spatial visualizations can bring these triangulated data sets together. So by mapping enslaved people, plantations, routes of travel, and outcomes from complaints, among other types of human actions and administrative processes, we can start to imagine how enslaved complainants navigated their worlds. These visualizations give us new ways to see mobility, proximity to centers of authority, and the geographical distribution of abuses or conflicts recorded in the complaints. Most importantly, this approach foregrounds the humanity of enslaved complainants whose voices we find in these records. It allows us to move beyond abstract lists of names and towards something like reconstructed life geographies, something that many digital projects based on other types of colonial archives have struggled to achieve. In sum, the pilot demonstrated that a combined workflow of manual data capture, AI-assisted transcription, archival triangulation, and spatial visualization is both feasible and historically generative. It opens up new possibilities for understanding the lives and actions of enslaved people who use the complaint system, and people whose voices, though mediated through colonial bureaucracy, still speak powerfully to these records. I'm going to hand over to Esther.
Thank you, Diana and Lindsay. I just want to talk quickly about where our project is headed next. Oh, sorry. Yeah, so where our project is headed next and some of the opportunities and challenges that lie ahead as we work with this archive. So our immediate priority is a series of community workshops in Guyana and in the United Kingdom in the summer of 2026. These workshops will bring the project back to the people whose histories are recorded in these documents and to their descendants across the diaspora. They will allow us to present early findings, gather community knowledge, and invite participants to help shape the interpretive direction of the work. So in short, these sessions are central to ensuring that the project develops with the community and not simply about them. Our advisory board will continue to guide us through some of the most complicated methodological and ethical questions emerging from the archive. Their expertise will help us to think carefully about representation, interpretation, and best practices as the project expands. Another important step will be the creation of a high quality facsimile edition of the documents for deposit in the Walter Rodney National Archives of Guyana. So this, of course, will ensure long-term local access, anchoring the project within Guyana's own heritage infrastructure. Much of the day-to-day work will involve building a hybrid transcription system that includes combining automated text recognition with detailed human check-in. Once the transcription phase gets underway, several exciting opportunities will become visible. This includes the spatial analysis, where we can begin mapping where complaints were made, who brought them, and under what circumstances. Second, this archive will open a new window into the legal history of slavery by examining these cases closely. We will see how law functioned both as a mechanism of control and as a narrow but real space for negotiation and resistance. It will allow us to reconsider the legal dimensions of slavery from the ground up. The records will also allow us to recover elements of everyday life, pleasures and conflict, family ties, social network, and the aspirations of enslaved people. These details, scattered across hundreds of cases, will help to humanize the archive and deepen our understanding of lived experiences. And by digitizing and summarizing this material, we will make it far more accessible, not only for scholars, but for students, teachers, genealogists, artists, and community historians. Of course, the archives also present several challenges. One is the difficulty of writing summaries that remain clear and usable without losing nuance and or emotional depth. Many cases are complex, and simplifying them risks flattening the texture of the lived experiences. Another is the pervasive presence of violence in the sources. We aim to represent this honestly, but with care, avoiding sanitization and sensationalization, and ensuring users have meaningful context and appropriate warnings. Third challenge is many cases involve multiple locations, which may make them difficult to map or categorize neatly. We will experiment with tools that can reflect this movement and complexity without imposing artificial order. And finally, we are hiring. So please share. Some of you might be interested, or please share with your colleagues and your postdoc friends, because we are hiring. Thank you.
Thanks very much, everybody. Every panel has been so lovely on time. It's been very powerful to see how. So the next panelist, Michael Henry, Invisible Migrations, the next presentation. And it's been interesting to see how the panels have been emerging from grants from this organization, but also in this case from you did a lot of this work at the summer school this summer in Jamaica. And then I have to say that, of course, all the presentations have been powerful, but from the beginning yesterday to this morning to now, the panels on Guyana, I have to say, have been really, really powerful. Okay. Michael Henry.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. All right, much better. We're almost at the end. I need you to wake up. So my name is Michael Henry. I am an independent cultural heritage researcher based in Miami, and I am of Jamaican descent. And today I'm going to be focusing on invisible migrations, the SS Diwa, and digitally recovering South Indian Jamaican identities. So what does that mean, and how did we get here? So how did we get here? Growing up, I come from a family where my mom is Indian and my dad is Black. But I grew up in an Indian household, and they were very much rooted in a tradition of oral history. So there was always someone telling a story about something that a family member did however many generations ago, and the significance of whatever they did, or a place where they went as a family and why they enjoyed that and who was there. So I had just grew up hearing stories, and I was always fascinated by the stories. But I always asked questions, and I never got answers around, well, when did we come from India if you said we're from India? And unfortunately, no one in my family knew. So ever since a young age, I've been on a quest to identify, like, when did we come from India? And as I got older, realized that there are records in Jamaica that are housed at the Jamaica Archives, and it's called the Indenture Collection. And in that collection, they have some records for people that came from India, but they don't have all. So I then decided if I can find someone's origination from India, then I'll feel good, even if I don't find my own. So that's how we got here. And once I identified that I wanted to focus on that type of work, it works. I decided to pick the SS Diwa because of my personal connection to it. Much later in life, I realized that one of my cousins, her great-grandparents, were on that ship. So someone in my family did know when they came from India, even if I didn't. Also realized that a friend of mine locally in Miami, her grandfather was also on that ship. So while we think of British colonial history as something far in the past, this is an example of how this past is really the current, and that's been mentioned by others today. So really want to figure out who were the people that were on this Diwa ship. And what's unique about the ship is it was a combination shipment, so to speak, of North Indians and South Indians. And that is unique because in Jamaica, for Indian indentureship, the majority of the workers were from North India. Very rarely did they have a shipment where they were both on the same ship. And this is also important because it's the very last one. So this image talks us through the timeline. So 1845 is when they arrived, and 1916 is the last voyage. In total, it was 36,400 individuals across 89 voyages. As I said, only 9 voyages came from South India, and they came from the Madras presidency, which is now Chennai. Interestingly to note, for the people on the Diwa that were indentured starting in 1916, they signed a contract to work for 5 years, and they had to stay in Jamaica for another 5 years before they could get their return passage back to India. However, in 1920, the system was abolished, but they did not abolish the contracts, so they still had to stay. And that plays a role into this story. So 359 of them came from North India and Calcutta. 258 came from Madras. Out of the Calcutta group, there were 2 births. Out of the Madras group that we're going to focus on, there were 2 deaths. They actually left Madras April 7th, and then June 14th is when they arrived in Jamaica. And with this project, I wanted to humanize these stories because oftentimes the colonial record doesn't really add a name or a story or just identifying information. It's very much just focused on a transaction. And this pass on the right is the recreation of an immigration pass of what they look like. And this is for my friend's grandfather. And she was very moved by that moment when I shared it with her. And she was able to actually find out where she was from in India. And you might be wondering, well, how did I know it was her grandfather? So part of the process that I undertook for this project was manually transcribing the 258 passes. Yes. So this was a labor of love over the course of 2 years of going back to Jamaica multiple times. And the reason why it was manually transcribed is because it is exorbitantly expensive to acquire archival documents from the Jamaican archives. And when you're not grant funded, you just got to work with what you got. So I did this manual transcription, but part of trying to identify someone's family, we were fortunate enough that we had a list of where the passengers went. So if you knew the estate that they went to, you were then able to talk to friends and family to say, okay, well, did your family grow up in Grays in Jamaica? Is that where your grandfather had his first children? Then let's look at the immigration passes for all the people that went to Grays Inn. And it's not, oh, it is on here. So when I was trying to find out from her, do you think this is your grandfather? I mentioned to her, I was just like, do you remember anything distinctive on your grandfather's body? Like, did he have a tattoo or anything like that? She's like, no, he didn't have a tattoo, but he did have like moles and scars on his chest. And I was like, oh, that's interesting, because the person that I think is your grandfather on this document, it says he has a mole on the left side of his chest. So that was part of the discovery process of trying to match back an immigration past to someone's story. On the left, this is all the paperwork that would have happened prior to someone becoming indentured. Basically, the estate and plantation would make a request to the colonial government for a certain number of workers, and many months later, they would find out how many they were getting. So there were varying amounts. So this is just a recreation of all the various names from the group of people that came from Madras. And what I wanted to focus on is, what does the data tell us? Like, are they all from the same area? Are they from different areas? Are they all from the same caste? You know, what was the age variation? And like I said, this was before cameras were heavily used. So the biometrics that they took was literally just inspecting them and documenting it and using that to identify them. So it's things just as, you know, smallpox scars, tattoos, moles, even skin discoloration. So it was very diverse in the things that they documented. At the top, this is where it says all the different types of paperworks that would be associated with this passage. Unfortunately for this group, they didn't have everything listed here. They had some of it, but they had enough that I could tell the story of who these people were, whether they were indentured or they were workers on the ship, because there were quite a few people that were employed on this ship. If you look on the far right where it says headmen appointed, that basically means people signed up to be indentured, and they were somehow selected once they were on the ship to perform a role on the ship that they would get additional compensation once they arrived. So as a headman, your responsibilities were basically to communicate with your charge, however many your charge were on the ship, to make sure that they were following the orders and that they were staying in line, but you were that local translator, so to speak. And it was noted that some of these people were appointed because they had previously been indentured. Unfortunately, it doesn't identify which one of them were indentured, but it just says of all these headmen, some were indentured. You can use some reasoning and think the older ones would most likely have been indentured, especially if they were in their late 30s. So this is the good part. After all that manual transcription, you were able to plot out where did these people come from. And we can see the large recruitment areas in what is now present-day Tamil Nadu, but at the time they were in the North Arcot region and the Chittor region. So these recruiters would recruit folks as laborers in these adjoining areas. One of the things I was curious about was, how do we dispel the myth that we are a monolith? Because a lot of times people think everyone came from the same place, everyone was in the same group, and we can see from this map that they were not from the same place. And if you know anything about India, a lot of these areas in India have different linguistic practices as well as different regional cultures. So they all speak different languages. So they were not from the same group. The next slide should be one that shows us the breakdown of the group. And there we go. So what this shows us is the caste of the people that were indentured. And within the Indian social hierarchy, there are different names for their caste, and it usually ties to an occupation. And what you see is the Vinaya group was a large group, and they were actually a group that had more social agency than others because they were potentially landowners or just politically connected, versus another group, their name might give it away, pariah. They were at the bottom of the social structure, therefore they had no agency. But they were still recruited very heavily in that North Akrat area. So you see in this large recruitment area, we have the diversity of the types of people that were being recruited, and it really just depended on what their circumstance was that made them decide to do that. I wanted to put this here to memorialize one of the passengers that was lost, because oftentimes it's really just a small notation. There were two people that were lost, but the second person, interestingly enough, I could not find any notation of them, so I don't know who it was. And that goes to show you, while this was a very rigid system, it was structured, and it had rules that were to be followed, they didn't always follow those rules. It could also be that the documentation was just destroyed or lost, and I wasn't able to find it. But one thing that surprised me, and I got a real kick out of reading this, is upon arriving in Jamaica, remember I mentioned there's two groups, North and South. They usually try to keep them separate. Well, apparently fight broke out. In the quarantine station, there was a fight, 17 cases of contusions and wounds, because it didn't say why, but we suspect that it was something between the North Indian and the South Indians. They just did not get along on whatever the issue was. And in all of the notes from the superintendent, they were focused on the damages, like how many cots were broken, the glasses were broken, not about the people that were injured and the wounds that they had. So that was interesting. And I feel like those things are not often talked about. So where did they go in Jamaica? So this is a map of the various plantations, and most of them went to St. Mary and Westmoreland. And Westmoreland is one of the parishes that was decimated by the recent Hurricane Melissa. So that is an area that historically has Indian population for the ones that stayed in Jamaica. So quickly, in the 30 seconds that I have left, success story. We oftentimes think about the bad stuff and the arduous nature of it, but there was somebody that went back with the bag. He literally went back with his family to India with the equivalent of 12,000 pounds in today's dollars. So him and his wife came, and they went back to India with 4 Jamaican-born children. The wife was actually pregnant with another child. Unfortunately, that child died prior to arriving in India after being born premature. But the family did make it back to India with wealth. So while we often think of Indian indentureship as a very arduous process, and sometimes there may not be, success, there was success for some, and there are quite a few that did go back with varying amounts. So just wanted to say thank you to everyone for listening. I hope you learned something new, and I am also looking for funding to continue to do this work. So if you are with any organizations that have funding, feel free to reach out.
Thank you very much. Next presentation, Anthony Smith, Greg Bailey, Eleanor Nelson, Mapping, Making, Meaning, a digital archive of Jamaican visual art learning.
Okay.
Okay, first and foremost, thank you so much to the Digital Caribbean. We are beyond grateful for this opportunity to learn from so many incredible projects and methodologies. We are Mapping Making Meaning, and our goal is to increase access to the Jamaican art world knowledge through digital means. Who are we? We are 3 artists, researchers, and educators who care about the development of Jamaican art. My name is Eleanor Nelson.
I'm Greg Bailey.
And I'm Anthony Smith.
So how did this project come to be? From 2017 to 2019, I was a Peace Corps volunteer in Jamaica. I worked in a primary school in St. Anne, and in this capacity, I began to understand art, not as a class taught in school, but as one that I was able to squeeze in as supplemental activities to increase student buy-in. I also became the art director of a girls' nonprofit, and stayed active for the following 5+ years when I came back to Chicago. The hallmark of these programs were ensuring that they were led and facilitated by Jamaican folks. So that meant not being from Jamaica, trying to figure out and kind of tap into the local knowledge banks that were there, which was really hard to find when it came to art. Whether it be curricular or otherwise, I was able to find them in, for example, the seamstress who led the classes not in art directly in the high school, but in home ec. She ended up helping with like a Shark Tank program that we, summer camp one time, for example. So doing this really made me want to find out, was this a shared struggle for other folks experiencing and teaching art on the island? So ended up deciding to go back and do my master's in art education at the School of the Art Institute of Chicago, but really needed to make sure that this research was grounded and was shared by other folks in the Caribbean. So how did I find these people? Through Instagram, through the digital memes, the digital world. I found Greg Bailey and Anthony Smith. And with them, I just started going down the rabbit hole of this archive, this growing space where I got to see these people, see these spaces, and really connect them and bring them back to the classroom. So mapping, making meaning, mapping. How do we see mapping? How are we here in this in this panel exactly? Well, when we are talking about mapping, we're talking about Italian philosophers Deleuze and Guattari. They talk about mapping as a way of understanding knowledge systems counter to linear or hierarchical systems like a book. We have the beginning, middle, and end. No, they said we need to think about it like a map. Rhizome at its foreground comes from biology. Rhizome is the kind of structure that is in ginger, that is in mangrove. So when we think about a rhizome, it's nonlinear, it's open-ended. Growth can come from any realm at any time. So the map like that is open, connectable, detachable, reversible, susceptible, and constantly modifying. Kind of like Monsters, Inc. You can go through any door, can go into another one, out through the next one. So when we're looking at that as a framework for this project, we are applying Natalie McGuire, who is a Barbadian curator, 3 principles. Her first principle is that multivocality seeks to distribute authority. When we're looking at and talking about colonialism in these discussions today, we understand that these systems in place were put upon, and they still operate within. So rhizome, at its peak, seeks to bring people into the conversation. These conversations that we began having over the course of 2-3 years really also identify the different stakeholder groups, be that formal, informal educators, the oral tradition, artists, craft artists, curators, collectors. These are a number of the folks from the interviews themselves. In total, 38. 6 different groups. As you can tell, the artists in Jamaica have to play multiple hats. You will hear from Greg and Anthony who wear constantly multiple hats. These folks range from media, so the 2 major national papers, it's artists, it's people understanding craft history, it's understanding the investor side, gallerists, it's understanding animation history, etc. Now we're going on to Natalie McGuire's 2 other principles: relationship building over data collection and accessible research outputs. When we talk about relationship, we also really have to give ground and space to the existing research out there and the existing folks who have been in this field. National Gallery of Jamaica's blog, NLS podcast, they have a fellowship program. They just launched an art camp in the Maroon communities. Tide Rising. Onika Russell, for example, is a lecturer at Edna Manley, started a blog, Art Jamaica. But this, as this bottom part says, it's closed. It closed because all of those hats, not necessarily the most naturally enthusiastic or great writer or administrator. It takes a lot of work. We were hoping to be here and with a fully fledged site, but we all have full-time jobs outside of it, so it's hard, right? Also, I wanted to shout out Marlene Burnett, whose book came out a year or maybe 2 years ago. She was able to fully employ photographers to continue to document her work as well, which is a greater hope of this work. And to Onika Russell's point, sustainability is a huge importance, and we do hope that future iterations of this are able to have like a youth committee to be doing this work. So what do our outputs look like? This website has a number of modalities. These are 38 interviews, right? They're each 2 hours, 1 to 2 hours in length, very meaty. We are gonna have the transcripts and the audio so you can hear, and for researchers that might be able to put these together. But as my thesis recognized a number of assemblages in these multiplicities. And so the podcast starts by looking at some of these voices together on different subjects: migration, growing up with creators, investment, etc. Also, we have a blog feature. So for this project, I went back and taught high school visual art. I worked with 2 incredible teachers who had been there at the school in St. Anne for 25 years and 20 years respectively each. They hadn't heard of Ebony G. Patterson. They hadn't heard of Greg. They hadn't heard of Anthony, but they know Anthony's work when, oh, he did that campaign on the road. Like, they know these people. So being able to have a place where you're able to see from the artist's personal website or social media, and then going out to what's created by first putting what they've created. So again, going back to building the relationship, making sure that we're in conversation and putting first what's already out there. And so same with our internet or our interactive timeline, which has the sources embedded in, clicked in, so everything is right there. I'm going to pass it on to making of me.
Right, so I want to look at a context for looking at Jamaican art, and we're looking at Andrea and Douglas's essay, Facing the Nation, Art History and Art Criticism in the Jamaican Context. This presents a vernacular that adequately utilizes the rhizomatic theory as a way of looking at and understanding Jamaican art, its complexities and its organic unfolding growth. Jamaica's motto is "out of many one people," which says a lot. This is why the country has oftentimes been described as a melting pot, and so too has most of the Caribbean. Oh, yeah. Oops. Oh, this one. Okay, all right, cool. Ooh, wrong direction. It's going past a lot. Oh, okay, all right. Okay, see. Yes. So I'm looking at practice and experience. So I'm an artist. I'm also a full-time lecturer at the Edna Manley College. Organizer, so I've participated in Artist Talk, this conference right now, residencies, right? So what happens is this puts me in a pole position to see and explore art from a privileged position, really. So, you know, I'm doing exhibitions, looking at portfolios for students who are incoming. And students where we invite them to participate in the EARTS exhibition. So EARTS is really an abbreviation for And I Resume the Struggle. This is an artist-led initiative where 5 of us really came together. This was in the middle of the COVID-19 pandemic, and we were really experiencing a kind of drought, a visual art drought. There weren't really any exhibitions happening or much happening on the ground. So we had this initiative where we started to do exhibitions, and we've been doing that for quite a few years now. And we also use this exhibition to give students who are leaving the college a kind of transition into the professional world. So what you see on screen here is a student who is currently at the college. She's a painting major, Alexia Allen, and this is part of a body of work she created in her 3rd year of study. So the art scene is pretty much active. You have a lot of young people making art, and so as we navigate teaching, students enter the college at different levels of artistic maturity, right? And this is probably a result of despite everybody coming using the same CXC syllabus, right? It's like people really coming at different levels of maturity, and this is something that we have to deal with at the college level. So now, how do you deal with everybody who are at different levels and to have everybody performing at a similar yeah. So how do we challenge them through rigor to become practitioners in the field? All right, so I'm gonna quickly transition into practice. So this is one of my pieces here, Post-Colonial Paraphernalia. And this looks at a point of reference for the contemporary crossroads of cultures through presentation, medium, language, and style. So while Dr. David Boxer, Dr. Virli Poupé, and Annie Paul has made crucial contribution to contextual framework for Jamaican art, Douglas argued on the insufficiency of distinctive categorization. But this complexity can be informed and better understood through artist biographies and hearing from the artist directly, which gives a better concept of what the work is. And this platform really archives a lot of this information that you can access. So I agree Kwame Anthony profoundly stated, and I quote, "Third world countries, cultural practice is constructed as an ever-evolving continuum," end quote. This is a statement that I agree with for practicing artists. The society is alive and it produces culture, which we interact with, make art from, and meaning is generated and regenerated constantly.
Now I will be moving on to meaning and access. Eleanor spoke about the products of our research, the result of whatever we've collected and put together to share. Greg mentioned how the students come in at varying levels while all having experiencing the same CXE curriculum. Still not. So for me to make sense of, for us all in the group to make sense of what we've observed, especially with the high school students, we started to realize that that is really that's where majority of the problem lies. When we're looking at it from a school to school situation, living from high school to college. And I realized that there are some things that are missing that if we put it within the confines of a framework, we might be able to understand it better. So I'm referencing Stuart Hall's encoding and decoding, and I'm just applying it to the practice of visual art and craft. So the pillars I'm using are technical infrastructure, modes of production, relations of production, and frameworks of knowledge. Wait, wrong direction. All right, with frameworks of knowledge, we're talking about how people gain access to art education. So how students learn when they start a proper art education, what is the quality of the art education they're able to access. Who teaches this art education and what kind of students are able to access art education? And then that depends on where you're situated, the kind of access that the educators have to relevant knowledge about the art world and practicing artists. By default, the students will not get that. They're also living within communities that don't have access to these things as well. Libraries don't have books on art generally. They do not. So not having the right information right off the bat, which is frameworks to knowledge, throws the students off. So looking at frameworks of knowledge, we're thinking about what the encoders have in common with the decoders, what the makers have in common with the receivers. And with frameworks of knowledge, that helps us to understand that. With relations of production, we're thinking about every single person involved in the creation process from ideation to implementation. So for an art student to be developing a body of work and they're in class, they're given an assignment, but not knowing exactly who to go to for advice. We're talking about it at the high school level. They don't know who to go to for advice. They don't know that they can find someone on the internet to get some good advice from. They don't know that there's a website. Well, there isn't a website for them to get that access from, get that information from. We're also looking at technical infrastructure. What kind of resources do they have? You know, the materials, the tools, the spaces to create. So what we're doing with this research is putting out information that they can access broad, right across the scale, that they can access to use to enrich their practices, to learn more about art and the art world, so that when they get to college, they're more readily prepared to actually process the college experience better. And then hopefully, after applying themselves, they can move out into the working world professionally, a lot more equipped than they would have been before. Shout out to our residence librarian, our honorary fourth member.
Thank you to my mom who went through all 38 of the interviews and transcribed them manually, in addition to building up our database of practitioners. She's using her Master's of Library Science in her retirement, so really do appreciate her.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to this rich panel. We have 3 minutes for questions, and of course that includes questions that the panelists may have for each other. Yes.
No one else. Thank you guys. That's wow. My question is for those of you who are using databases and the struggle. Well, okay, if you're having a struggle, if you're having difficulty with, you know, the columns and what to put where in each column, because it's a you know, it's an infrastructure that is forcing you into a certain epistemology. And so I'm wondering if you could tell us a little bit about that challenge, if you're having that challenge, and how you're working around it.
Thank you for your question. This is definitely one of the challenges that in our project that we were confronted with at the outset, was how to model a database based off of the type of materials that we were using, but also the questions we were trying to ask. And so trying to balance that is always a tension in our project.
Yeah, I think like what questions are we answering was like a major thing, and then like how we make visible things that are supposed not to be there, or being like a hidden or being undocumented. I think that was like a major challenge into how to build those relationships and what information to put, but also how to make sense of 2 different contexts. So that required I created like this like a control vocabulary for events, then determining like how to establish these coordinates, how certain and uncertain, and what does that mean when we put a location in a place. So I think it involves a lot of decisions, and sometimes those decisions are not the most, they're not serving
to the original source, but they are serving to the visualization that we want to make. So those are things that we need to document, and we need to be very mindful when putting these databases. So we have like a log of all the different like elements, filters, and hierarchies and relationships that we're putting together, because we really want to be mindful of like what decisions are we making, how this is affecting of data, how is this like being used for doing like a mapping tool or for something else. And I think also like another challenge or like another exercise has been like what will be the best software to hold this information. We started with a Google spreadsheet, and that was a nightmare because we made a lot of errors every time that we were like putting new information, and every time that we moved something or modified, we had to modify everything. So there were a lot of sessions in which a lot of data cleaning was happening. And then transitioning to this no-code DB, which originally was supposed to be like a free, it's not necessarily free anymore. So that will be like another challenge if eventually like we don't have the money to pay that. But it does allow us to make things that we were doing manually that they were a challenge, and building the relationships that we wanted to see in our information. It started with like this main index and putting the events and then the other databases that we're building. So I think that was another process of like thinking about what would be the best choice to have this information and build this database that wasn't something like a spreadsheet, which is not necessarily the most appropriate software for it. So, yeah. So we're at a very early stage, but one of the decisions we made, which was to include full text transcriptions of all the documents, is partly in response to that concern that future users won't have to have the same thought process as us to be able to find things in the database. Having said that, if they can't, they're not going to necessarily know what the specific terms that are in the documents are. So we still, and in order to make it findable and not just an overwhelming mass of words, we are still going to have to make all of a lot of decisions that involve categorizing. And I think we will learn from you guys and from other practice, but I think that kind of careful recording of the decisions we're making is probably the best we can get. I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
Just to say that I guess in the pilot project, these were questions that came up, but we're all about proving the viability of the project, and so we were kind of guided just by what's in the records. And so building the Excel database that we built was purely based on the categories that exist within the reports that we showed you images of. But going forward, some of that will be informed by conversations with Guyanese communities as well, and thinking about how the database will be used by other types of users beyond researchers.
Okay, thanks so much to this panel. Actually, it's 5:18, so we don't have time. I'm sorry about that. And so maybe during the break, and we're supposed to, I guess, come back in 12 minutes at this point. Thank you very much to this panel.
Everybody stay so I can get your photo. So I'm gonna split it up because my lens isn't wide enough. So I'm gonna get from, actually, that'd be great. If everybody can stand behind. Yeah, I can give you my card where the gallery will be. Okay. Yeah. All right. Oh, did you want to get in the photo? That'd be great. Oh, okay. All right. You can get a little bit closer to her. All right. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Awesome. Thank you. Congratulations.
Me jodiste con la voz, me jodiste, yo no te voy a perdonar eso. Yeah, that was great. Good job, everybody. Good job. That was great. Absolutely fantastic.
I'm at University of Miami. I saw in the bio that you've done an exhibit at NYU. Are you down in that area?
No, I'm on Miami Gardens.
I live in Miami Gardens.
But when I was a startup fellow, I had like a committee of some that's probably professor.
And you're doing all of this work.
It's I'm trying to make it. I'm trying to make it full time.
How would that happen?
So in the ideal world, I would found Indian Heritage Center in Jamaica because there is an organization there that is a nonprofit that is preserving Indian heritage out that and coordinating.
Is there a model that
Singapore has an Indian Heritage Center. They're also a well-financed nation. So it's a government institution. A lot of municipalities, it's not permanent. It's not this was about ending the slavery. It just features spiritual and part of Indian I have to find the sky, but I'll take it up.
I mean, one has to know the pie in the sky.
So we are on the break. We ask that the individuals for the final showcase, the alumni showcase, could you please start to make your way up? Thank you. Again, the individuals presenting for the alumni showcase, please start to make your way up.
No, they're based in Philadelphia. And it's an online. They were melting. We're just trying to apply to as many I was lucky to start at one developer allowed me to publish in their other Indian publications that published it. So that's just maybe put something out there and keep amplifying the stuff.
Sorry, I'm trying to read your text. I was reading that, so I think I'm looking for acceptance.
Yes.
That tells you how far I can read. Yeah, I mean, because I give it I also have
like everything is top of the
You were two different groups.
And that could have also been part of the fight because what you have is different groups coming together that in society they don't
Hello, hello. If we could just have the panelists for the alumni showcase come on up so we can get organized. Everyone else, feel free to keep chatting and eating and drinking for 2 minutes. Calling on the panelists for the alumni showcase. We got one. Thank you for your prompt response. Are you first? Order of the program. No, Samantha's first. I'm gonna start name checking you. Samantha Stevens. Nikolai, okay, just showed up. Sharifa and Tarika. Samantha. Sophia. Tarika, yes. All right. All here. Yeah, so we got 1, 2, 3. Yeah, Nikolai, we need at all. You saw her. Okay. Looking for Samantha Stevens. Which group are you with? Oh, you're with Sophia Monet. Is Sophia here as well? Yeah. Oh, that is Sophia and Melissa. Okay, so we got you two. We got Nikolai. Okay, no one else on this. We've got Tarika. Nikolai, do you have more people coming? Yeah, there's 4 of you. Okay. Okay, so I'm just missing Samantha Stevens. Well, I thought I saw 2. Oh, there you are. It's good to see you. How are you? You're here. We are all here then. You all can take a seat. Does anyone want to have a look at this and make sure they understand? Oh, yeah. Sharifa Balfour. Does anyone know Sharifa Balfour? No? No? Oh, just a word? So when you're using the just takes a moment to advance. So press it, but don't hit it because then it's going to go too far. Just give it a second before panicking. It feels uncomfortable, but it'll, yeah. Spacebar or these arrows on start to move. Yeah. And again, give it a breath before panicking, and then panic. Now the next thing is we're on a hunt for Sharifa Balfour. Start. So I'm gonna start looking for her. Sharifa Balfour, will you please show yourself? Sharifa Balfour.
I'm entering full screen mode. Yeah, but isn't it supposed to be a PowerPoint? What Clifton Honey? The other one. I'm sorry, I swear I'm not trying to edit nothing on this.
So let's start taking their seats so we can get started on time and have time for Q&A.
I just need to get my stuff from Clifton. I need you real quick. Is there a way to do a PowerPoint presentation from Canva?
Oh, yeah.
Is it animate or position?
This is so. What? Sorry. You know what? Where's VM? Because she's a campus.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Is this audio? When I do, it would be. That's the best spot where you can take. Yeah.
You want to try this? Expand. Whiteboard. No.
If folks could make their way back to their seats and towards silence, we're going to get started imminently, immediately. This is happening. Let us please take our seats. I'm looking at you and you and you and you and you. Come on. Yes, I'm looking at you, Kelly. Mm-hmm. Where else? You're all set?
Go ahead and introduce.
Okay, this is now happening. I'm Kayama Glover, OG co-organizer of the Caribbean Digital. Very, very delighted to be here for the Alumni Showcase. We're calling it the Alumni Showcase. It means that these are folks who, at some point in their trajectory, have been a part of this Caribbean digital ecosystem that we've been trying to gather over the last more than a decade, meaning the Caribbean Digital Conference that you're attending right now, but also the broader CDSC collective and various and sundry other ways that we've been in communication and community with one another for some time now. House rules continue to apply. Everyone knows the codes and the symbols. Look at me at some point in your presentation so that we can be in conversation. And I will introduce each presenter right before they speak, so we have a chance of remembering who they are and what they're offering. So we're all set here. So to start off, we have Samantha Stevens from the University of Virginia with the fabulously titled 404 Not Found, Underwater Glitches in M. Norbesi Phillips Zong. Welcome, Samantha.
Oh, is that on? Okay. I have a soft voice, sorry. Okay, hi everyone, or good evening. Very excited to be here and very excited to be a part of the alumni sort of group of this, this larger group and network. So let's get started. In a striking and arresting aesthetic, M. Norbesi Phillips' poetry spills across the page, illustrating the significance of water and the sea in the drowning of over 150 enslaved Africans in the Zong massacre. The inability to retrieve the drowned Black bodies in the watery wake of the Zong and questions of exhumation haunt the poet and the text. This? Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, so what do we uncover if we try to plumb the depths of the Black Atlantic to find what marks the spot of subaquatic death? No signal or error 404 not found. Clifton, you don't have to come. This is intentional. No, it's good. In the digital realm, 404 is. I'm joking. It's a joke.
That was very triggering.
I'm sorry. But yeah, 404 is one of the most recognizable status codes used to indicate that a web page our user is trying to reach cannot be found on that server. And 404 signals a break in data communication, with one of the most common triggers being a broken or dead link. My favorite one is the one with sadness in the corner. It's very dramatic. So while in the context of web browsing, this error frustrates and displaces, what if we think fugitively to consider the error or glitch in water as a method of escape? In this way, the state of not found is not interested in a project of rescue. Not found is a way of being, a praxis of refusal. And so today I'm thinking about the glitch as a mechanism of fugitivity to ask a larger question about the boundaries of marinage and what it means to escape or take flight in aquatic spaces. And so Zong could not have been composed without a computer. Yet its creation, influenced by ancestral spirits and digital technology alike, illustrates the inability of computer software and hardware to process Caribbean writing, namely in the final and often neglected Eboro section. Eboro is Yoruba for underwater spirits, and the text it contains appears as if literally submerged in water. Imagine Philip's fingers pressing Control P to print Zong and discovering the fragmented words from the Gregson v. Gilbert court case transformed into near unreadable, illegible text. In the Notando section of Zong, she details her writing process. Having completed the first draft of one section, I attempt to print it. The laser printer, for no apparent reason, prints the first 2 or 3 pages superimposed on each other, crumped, so to speak, so that the page becomes a dense landscape of text. The 7 pages of the brief Ebora section are comprised of overlapping, faded words and fragments that almost fade into the white background of the page, defying legibility. This printing accident or glitch becomes poetry, as the printer's failure to comprehend or process the language of the slave trade remains as a part of the text. Significantly, Philip does not take full credit for this part. In her notes and interviews, she describes how her long poem writes itself, the words suggesting how to work with them, where the poem finds its own form, its own voice, and that Ebora in particular wasn't so much written as given. And this ancestral spiritual influence of the Ebora or underwater spirits on Philip's poetics is one she shares with Kamau Brathwaite's poetic legacy through Sycorax, who we heard about earlier today. And Sycorax is his spirit in the machine. The metaphoric submergence of Sycorax as Caliban's mother in The Tempest inspires Brathwaite's poetic voice and computational innovations, where he disrupts the colonizer-colonized dynamic so that Prospero get cursed with his own cursor, playing with the word cursor to signify the computational. Displacing the colonizer's cursor/cursor by naming his computer Sycorax, he describes her as, quote, the alter Prospero, the person who is submerged in the whole story, the submerged African in that story. And therefore, I celebrate her by saying that she is the person who creates the video style that I'm working with, end quote. Similarly, Philip's co-authorship with Satay Adamo Boteng, who reveals the submerged voices of all who were on board the Zong, mediates her computational poetics. An ancestral voice for Caribbean poets, Sycorax's haunting presence is transient as it is wayward, shifting from her identity as submerged mother in The Tempest into the colonial imagination, the post-colonial imagination through Brathwaite. And so resisting death in Shakespeare's text, subaqueous spaces become sites of escape for Sycorax and her fugitive descendants who work underwater or like under the hood of the computer to engineer Ebora. Operating Brathwaite's Macintosh computer, and glitching Philip's laser printer, she's an agent of fugitivity, illegibility, and distortion in the wake of slavery. So let's look briefly at the text. So Philip and Boateng offer an aesthetics of marronage, a graphic and poetic illustration of escape into and through the sea. The deeply rich layers of meaning amidst the literal layers of superimposed text subtly symbolize the seascape of the Caribbean and the Atlantic, holding the memory and remains of the drowned Black bodies. In this way, the texture of visual text is intimately linked with the skin of the sea, on which the pen can no longer write. In its computational design, Eboro implicitly asks, what does it look like for the sea to hold this history? And this question is in conversation with one of Derek Walcott's most well-known and cited poems, The Sea is History. Referring to the sea as that gray vault, the St. Lucian poet illustrates how Caribbean identity, memory, and monuments are locked away. Where are your monuments, your battles, martyrs? Where is your tribal memory? Sirs, in that gray vault, the sea. The sea has locked them up. The sea is history. The palimpsestic gray font color of Eboro echoes this metaphoric archival loss. Contrasting the sharpness of Black text on a white background, as in the bottom, the aesthetic choice of the slightly mottled gray letters not only plays with illegibility, but also gives an archival letterpress quality to the work. On close examination, the edges of the letters appear uneven, as if hand-pressed into the page using movable type, compared to the uniformity of a digital font. There are also little dots around some of the words, as if indicating a spillage of ink. My cursor, yeah, you can see this dot down here. So what does it mean to attribute these aesthetic choices to a computing error or glitch? Why would the Sycoraxian spirit of Boateng in the laser printer make this choice? If we think of Philip and Boateng as co-conspirators, in the production of Eboro, we may understand the subtle archival aesthetic as a metaphor, where the spillage of faint ink over the page gestures to Black feminist scholars like Hortense Spiller's hieroglyphics, or to Alexis Pauline Gomes's spill. So Boateng, as an agent of fugitivity, might also be subversively recruiting the technologies of documentation in 18th century Europe, juxtaposing it with glitches in modern digital technologies to trouble the waters or literally mottle the views of colonial history. In a way, mocking the sort of like the archival record in that sense. So recognizing the potentialities of water, I consider what the aquatic space offers discourse on marronage, paralleling the slipperiness of the colonial archive with the fluid quality of water, and how technologies of resistance trouble or glitch these waters. Sycorax glitches through the Black Atlantic, making herself visible in moments where technology appears to fail or malfunction. These are the resonances of marronage that travel across time and space, and from land into the depths of the sea. Marronage is writing on the skin of the sea. Marronage is the error 404. Such marronage explains why optical character readers, like OCR, cannot read the text of Eboro. I aim to illustrate, or hope I did, how attending to the computational aspects of reading Eboro teaches us something about fugitivity and digital rebellion. It is a marronage that is in the water versus the land or mountains or the bush. It's a marronage that is digital, a marronage that is textual. So to close, Zong, as told to the author by Sote Adamo Boateng, reveals or surfaces a sophisticated, subtle, and subversive fugitive network through which Philip and Boateng, with the influence of the spirits of Sycorax, glitch colonial narratives and epistemologies. And this fugitive network makes Eboro legible in completely new ways. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Samantha. And that was under time, so super bravo to you. Up next, we have Sofia Monegro and Elizabeth Milagro Alvarez, who will be presenting their paper, Remapping the Plantation in Dominican Society, a speculative geography of Mayorazgo de Coca.
Oh, it was already opened. I opened it twice.
Thank you. Saludos. Evening, everybody. Thank y'all for sticking around. Beautiful to see how packed the room is this late into the show. I am very grateful to the Caribbean Digital Scholarship Collective for being the first folks to fund my project. That is now our project, that is now a much larger collective. I am also really grateful, especially to Dr. Aljoe and Dr. Sonia Donaldson, who really inculcated in me what I felt was the necessary rubric, as well as Mila when it comes to data sciences. Just an incredible, honestly, showing of how you make pipelines of scholarship. So my hats to all of y'all. I am very grateful also because the Caribbean Digital Scholarship Collective granted me the micro grant. I was able to invite Elizabeth to be a consultant and ArcGIS consultant on the original grant that has now evolved to several iterative afterlives that we're going to be walking through today. So I'll pass it off to Elizabeth.
Hi, everybody. It's nice to be in this audience for the first time. I'm Elizabeth, and I'm just going to start with a provocation from our dear Sylvia Winter. She raises one of her critical works about how we've mistaken the map for the territory, right? And what happens when that misrecognition becomes the ground upon which racial, spatial, and political orders are built. And our case study about the Kingsley family in Florida and the Dominican Republic is going to be illustrative of just that. So this history of the Kingsley family initially appeared to us as an anomaly, and we can talk about it more during the Q&A. But the Kingsleys were among the wealthiest land-owning families in all of Florida, from St. Augustine to Jacksonville. And when Florida became a U.S. territory in 1821, the head of the family, the planter, his name was Zephaniah Kingsley, he used his political influence and very opulent wealth to argue that free Black people should remain free and retain their property. And of course, this would impact his own family, as our case, again, will illustrate. But by the 1830s, it became clear that this argument would not survive in face of the tightening racial order in the American territories. And he therefore moved his Black family, of which you now see their family tree. He moved them to Boyers, Haiti, which he called the Island of Liberty, so that his family would be able to retain their wealth from this very particular subjectivity that the Haitian Revolution was able to award them. So they ultimately kept their wealth in Florida, including all of their enslaved person property, while attempting to establish a new life in what would become the Dominican Republic. And I'll have a slide of what that looks like in a second. But this latter project in the Dominican Republic, or what would become the Dominican Republic, is precisely where our Caribbean microgrant project opened into a line of inquiry with no clear end, as Sophia kind of gave us a preview to. Let me just advance this slide. So faced with the deep ambiguities produced by this history, for this project, we allowed ourselves to be guided, not by taking the dead ends as such, and thank you, Mila, for always being a resource to open up all of those different avenues methodologically, but by thinking through the politics of what those particular dead ends reflect back on the work that we were doing. And of course, with also a healthy skepticism of that epistemology that generates so much silence. And that silence of a very particular kind, such as those produced by the planning discipline. So the silence has shaped our inductive approach to this work. And we essentially asked a very general question as we progressed into our methodology, which was, how can digital humanities help us learn from the historical silences animating the Kingsley story? And how are these silences produced and reproduced across the long array of an island whose histories are entangled yet asymmetrically legible? For me, there are two interconnected silences that stood out. The first is the erasure of Haiti Quisqueya from broader histories of the formation of the West, for better or for worse, even though the relationship between race, space, and capital was actually born within this territory. The second silence is this near complete erasure of the Kingsley history from the Dominican archive, which is diametrically opposed to that of the case in Florida. So even though the trajectory encapsulates core questions about race-making, kinship, and early nation formation in this enigmatic island of ours. So these silences take place at multiple scales. The macro logic of the center versus periphery, as well as the north and the south, and in addition to the micro logic of the island's own racial, political, and archival infrastructures. So our project essentially looks at the outward spiral that these silences produce and situates them within Winter's well-known distinction between the map and the territory. So just really briefly to touch on that provocation, Western bourgeois society created its own biocentric definition of the human and universalized it. And it grounded it in personhood that has almost all of its ties to property, but very rarely do we investigate the subjectivity of new Black subjects in early nation formation. So that was essentially my preoccupation with the mapping of this plantation. So our project then is a sort of archaeological knowledge dig in the sense that Winter provokes us with, one that takes seriously the tension between the map and the territory as it appears in archival logics, planning histories, Dominican land tenure, and the formation of Black subjectivity itself. And it is precisely this tension and the mistranslations that it generates that led us to our ground truthing methods, which I will now walk you through. How are we doing on time? I don't know. So because the map we had was hand-drawn, the archival descriptions also had no location or no known limits to this property. The state registries also had multiple registration changes over the last several regimes of property that you had in the island. We turned to a methodological framework that it cannot be described as anything other than ground truthing, which is essentially using the original map to guide our physical encounter. In other words, the field and its representations of the objects of our research demanded our methods be embedded in land, our relationships to people, and our embodied encounter with this community. Our methods unfolded across 5 interlocking domains, and I'll briefly touch on them in general before I let Sophia kind of like get a little bit deeper into what our fieldwork looked like. But this generally consisted of participant observations, community engagement, archival and genealogical research, spatial analysis, which I'll go into in a tiny second, oral histories, as well as archaeological fieldwork. So you can imagine the way that this project grew from trying to create a data set with a handful of archival objects to this much broader work that we're doing that has multiple different components, including public scholarship, which we're really excited about. So our methods, let me just find my place. Yes, so I'll focus on the special before I hand it over to Sophia to talk about how our in-field activities spiraled into broader research roadmaps. So our GIS and land title work began not in a spatial data set, which folks in the West are very lucky to have, but in the land tribunal of the Dominican Republic, where we first were required to identify the actual locations, meaning latitude and longitude locations of the properties that we were identifying in the archive. And we were required to identify those geographic coordinates of the quote unquote object property before we were even able to use the database within the tribunal. And this is how a lot of our like archival construction actually began for our spatial sources. So this inversion, moving from the territory to the map, rather from the map to the territory, became a methodological principle. Spatial data collection included locating sites referenced in the archives, as well as integrating ruins, which again, Sophia will talk about, waterways and extant structures in the historical GIS. So I'm about to close out here. What you're looking at are screenshots of our story maps location collection. As most of you probably know, story maps kind of like transformed into something else. So Sophia and I are actually currently in the process of migrating all of that into a new home, which again, she'll talk about. But upon embarking on the structuring of our metadata for our database for the CDSC, which we did by being attentive on the one side to the near complete erasure of Cabarete Mayorazgo de Coca from the National Archive, by literally writing the place and its women and their spatial practices into our metadata, and on the other, by being confronted with a completely separate series of questions about the products of their knowledge, of which preservation is central. So to close things out before I hand it over to Sophia, at a time when many metropolises and metropoles are confronting their colonial legacies, and in some cases destroying the representations of that violence, what does the practice of preservation look like in the case of a nearly erased legacy of histories like that of the Kingsleys? On the island of Dominican Republic. This opened up a broader digital humanities research agenda regarding the role of place and memory in Black geography scholarship and community engaged preservation. That complicates how we think about Haraway's plantation scene with our broader existence. So with that, I will leave it to my colleague, Dr. Monegro, to discuss our fieldwork.
Before I rush through these slides, I'm going to point here to this wooden house, una casa de caoba, that burned down in the 1940s, and it was essentially the big house of the plantation space. And we're talking about this Kingsley plantation space in what is the northern coast of the Dominican Republic. It is a 32,000 acre plantation. It's about the size of Miami. It was purchased by the enslaver under his Black son's name, because in Haiti, white men could not own land. And what we're mapping here is the way that this plantation was divided as dictatorships, imperialism, and dispossession by the Dominican state unfolded throughout the 20th century. So we went to a lot of places to do this, and we're still going to more. Some of them include Jacksonville, Florida, which is where the Kingsleys originally immigrated from. And I'll add some context in terms of gender here, saying that the women that Zephaniah Kingsley enslaved and then turned into his common law wives were all African women, so most that had migrated, that had been forcefully migrated from the Kingdom of Wolof, and some that were born in the US South, specifically in Florida. And his method was, after he forced himself upon them and they had his children, he would emancipate them and the children. So these women, particularly Anta Mataginjinjaya Kingsley, was known as the plantation manager of his estate. And she, according to historian Daniel Schaefer, was supposed to be a queen of Wolof. She was of royal descendants within the Wolof kingdom. So we went to Cabarete, which is where the contemporary big house is in the Dominican Republic, the National Archives in Santo Domingo, and Sosua. This was part of a larger method that I'm developing called guerrilla archiving. When we go to these places, I honestly didn't think the audio was gonna work. So I am gonna play this because who doesn't love a little palo song? So whenever we go to these archives, especially because these are like municipal archives, they're local library collections that are outside of the capital, especially. As Caribbean folks, we know that all of the national archives are always in the capital city, and there is no infrastructure or library science personnel available in these exterior spaces. So this area that you see here, this library that we're working in, is the Biblioteca Renovación in Puerto Plata. And the volunteers that you saw here, I recruited through Instagram. Please follow me on Instagram. That came to Puerto Plata to help preserve this archive. In this archive, I found letters of the Kingsleys from 1836 that were just falling apart, not being no preservation, no post-custodial method of like keeping them alive. So in addition to going to municipal archives and making sure that we're reinforcing and making digital collections of their papers, we're also paying close attention to the land. And we found the original stone foundation of the big house in Puerto Plata. That's what you see here in the steps. And working with some very limited fund, grateful for the funding from from BCAT at the University of Maryland. We found a consultant that came with us, an archaeology consultant, Diana Bastaya, and we spoke to the community and asked them if they would allow us to essentially map the space and build what is going to be a VR exhibition. So this is a 3D scan using Scaniverse of the stone foundation. I'm currently working with SketchUp to try to remodel the home, and this is going to be based on the picture that I pointed to earlier of the caoba wooden house. So currently we have the length and width of what the original house was, and our attempt will be to scale the house on top of this stone foundation. We're doing this as our specific part within the within the BCAT grant, but they're going to use our house to put other Black objects inside of it. I'm kind of thinking of it as like something that Octavia Butler would be very proud of, a kind of like Black fabulation of this bringing together of domestic objects in a Black home place. So this is, the Kingsley story is part of a larger set of stories that are now being funded by the ACLS Digital Justice Seed Grant that is going to bring together these stories in a multimodal public-facing way. Specifically, our collaboration on the ACLS grant that also has co-PIs, Elise Mitchell and Margarita Rosa, as a part of the team, brings together an original 50-item data set of Spanish paleography documents. So we're talking about 1500 and 1600 script. That is very difficult to read. Thus far, the major contribution of translating these very early Spanish documents has been done by firstblacks.org and the Dominican Studies Institute. We seek to advance the work that they have done by contributing original data, documents that will tell the stories. We're gonna start with 4 women, the Kingsley women, La Negra del Hospital, who is the first recorded Black woman of the Americas. She was a healer, as well as Ana Caona, the chief cacique of Hispaniola. And our last woman is Maria de Cota, who traversed the Atlantic 3 times during the 1500s. So in addition to contributing the original paleography set, we are going to be telling site-based micro-documentaries where these women moved with Afrohistoria RD. That is the only Black collective that is telling stories of Black history in the Dominican Republic, while being persecuted by the Dominican government because they do not allow tour guides to tell Black history in the Dominican Republic. And we will be using these stories, the micro documentaries and the documents to use to put together these multimodal essays that will have animation and ArcGIS mapping that will be available in Spanish, English, and Haitian Creole. So this is a long grant that we will be launching the beta sometime in February 2027. And this is all thanks to the seed funding of CDSC. So thank you all for being here for our presentation.
All right, thank you so much, Sophia and Elizabeth. We have up next Nicole Aljoe, who is from Binghamton University and will be presenting for his collective of collaborators a presentation titled Digitizing Queer Communities, Building and Managing the Trinidad and Tobago Queer Archives. We can clap while we wait.
Nice.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. As they previously said. This? Right. Yes. I'm happy to see the room full, and I must say I really enjoyed the last two days of presentations. And I'm really excited to share this project with everyone on behalf of my team, who really hope they could be here, but for various reasons were unable to come. So actually my presentation may be a bit shorter, but because they had initially hoped to share some reflections, so I have some slides with their thoughts and their reflections for you to read with me, right? So the Queer Archives of Trinidad and Tobago started as a project coming out of my PhD in 2019, when, without knowing where I would end up, interviewing one of the persons whose collection I would talk about, Cyrus Sylvester. He mentioned to me that, you know, he had boxes of VHS cassettes, hi-8s, negatives under his bed, and when he dies, his family will destroy them. So, you know, just innocently, I said, you know what, give them to me, I will figure it out. And over the years, during the COVID lockdown, I spent time digitizing all these things, and then I found CDSC, and you know, I'm very grateful for the continued support as I work on this project, and we continue building the archive. So we have a website that provides, and this archive, you know, really provides a glimpse of Trinidad and Tobago's queer history, what we're calling We Story, that represents facts from as early as the 1920s to present. And the collection currently comprises of the archive, sorry, currently comprises of two collections, the Cyrus Sylvester Digital Collection and a timeline of Trinidad and Tobago's LGBTQI plus history. So the Cyrus Sylvester collection, so that's a collection I started working with in 2019. The original collection includes a mixture of approximately 5,000 photographs, videos, posters, magazines, and other media collected by Cyrus from the 1980s to present. Cyrus is a queer elder in the community who has just kind of been walking around with his cameras, camcorders and stuff, and just recording community activities. And he has also provided a safe space for the communities over the years. So the majority of this archive remains private because of, or restricted because, again, of the nature of the archive. And as Trinidadians, as Caribbean people, we like bacchanal. So, you know, that was actually a really important part of our ethics of community care, which I'll speak about in a bit. So while the majority of the archive remains private and restricted, we have a selected group of about 200 items currently available for public engagement. And these public items are featured through the Caribbean IRN and hosted on the Digital Library of the Caribbean. So, and Then we have the timeline of Trinidad and Tobago's LGBTQI plus history. I'm hoping I could show you from the website, but because of the technology issues, I have some screenshots, and I'm happy to keep in touch and show you more. So this is an interactive timeline of significant events and moments in Trinidad and Tobago from the 1920s to present. And this has been curated by Keith McNeil, a member of the team, and he was building this timeline for years, and then we came together realizing we're doing similar work to support each other. And again, we're excited about how this archive is really blossoming into a dynamic repository that celebrates the complexity of queer experiences in Trinidad and Tobago, but also in the Caribbean, because the Caribbean emerges in the archive in really interesting ways. And from the feedback we've been getting, people are really enjoying seeing themselves, seeing communities, seeing all these histories that are often kind of silenced in larger narratives of life in the Caribbean. So just a quick, the project team, quickly. So Cathy Shepherd, who is our archivist, community archivist, and she spent a lot of time in the archives digging for us. She actually spent about 6 months looking for one piece of information where the first Prime Minister, Eric Williams' nephew, was caught in a gay party in South right after Republic began Republican status. So it was sanitized from the news, but community stories told us that it exists somewhere. So she spent 6 months, and the day she was about to give up, she found it. So we were happy to find that. And we have some aspects of it in the archive. Alessandra Herman, a Guyanese trans woman who is currently finishing her master's at the University of the West Indies in Trinidad, did a lot of the sorting and speaking to community members, speaking to Sarah Sylvester to get accounts of the stories of the photos and determining for us which photos we could make public, which are restricted, which would remain private. Keith McNeil, who again worked on the timeline, and Angelique Nixon from UE St. Augustine, who through CAISO Sex and Gender Justice has really also spent a lot of time supporting this project as we have it today. So just a quick word on our methodology, right? The archive, we really insist on a local, regional, and transnational embodied approach to knowledge and activism. And we acknowledge that queer space making is vital to understand, again, the complexities of these experiences. And we also see ourselves contributing to this growth of the queer digital humanities in the Caribbean that has been gaining increased attention. So I just want to acknowledge Anil Gosai's work, currently developing the archive collection to preserve the work of the late Colin Robinson, Trinidadian activist who died in 2001. He currently has an archive collection at the Schaumburg Museum. Schaumburg. So there's a collection there that you could check out. And Colin was the founding director of CAISO Sex and Gender Justice in Trinidad. Matthew Chin has also curated the Jamaica Gaily News Archive in 2020 in collaboration with the Caribbean IRN. And Angelique Nixon and Rosamond King, along with Vidyarata Kisoon, who has also been a lifeline for us in Guyana, have been building the Caribbean IRN Digital Archives since 2012 in collaboration with DLOC. So again, we see ourselves contributing to, again, this growth of the queer digital humanities in the Caribbean as we do this work. So we were also really careful about, and we continue to think about the role that documentation plays in really acknowledging these long histories of community building, queer activism, and so forth. And we see the queer archives of Trinidad and Tobago, living up to this commitment and making such a timely contribution to the digital scholarship. And important for us as well is, seeing how these archives also allow us to better understand how Trinidad and Tobago becomes this important site, this important transnational site in the post-colonial Caribbean, through which queer people continue to challenge these long legacies of European colonization and continue to carve pathways of belonging within these very volatile contexts. So just quickly, we engage, we think a lot about what an ethics of community care looks like for us. And we continue to engage with members of the community, members of the media, scholarly sources, national and regional archives, and more to verify the information that is making it in the collection on the timeline. And we've been co-developing with community members kind kind of living protocol of how we approach these archives. Again, paying special attention to the kind of bacchanalish nature that we all kind of know about in the Caribbean. But still, we acknowledge that there will still be gaps, missing information, multiple perspectives of events and moments in the timeline in particular. And this is why we think of the archive as living. It's a young archive. People can identify themselves in the archive and so forth. And we've been inviting members of the community to continuously contribute and engage with us. So we've had several sessions with community members to verify information. When we launched the archive in Port of Spain, we invited persons and we continue to be in dialogue with them. And we've devised a plan to meet quarterly as a team, invite members of the community to review information. Persons are invited to continuously submit information to us. So it's a constant process of being in collaboration with the community. And then even on the website, you know, again, in this age, we can't really prevent persons from like using their phone to take a photo of what they see on the archive, although we've prevented downloads and stuff like that. But, you know, we've really asked persons to think about how they engage with the archive as well, respecting people's privacy, honoring the sensitivity of some of the material contained in the archive, and even to consider the potential harm that they would cause by sharing information out of context through screenshots and other means. And we really ask people to consider themselves and share, you know, these reflections ethically, right? And I think that's an ongoing conversation we're having with community, with each other, as we think about, especially in this day of AI and deep fake and all these things. So those are things that we continue thinking about. So just, I'm afraid to take you to the website in case it messes up things, but I have some screenshots. If we have time after, I can show you quickly, right? So just to show you what the timeline looks like. So we go, this is a screenshot, but the timeline goes, it's an interactive timeline. It goes all the way back to the 1920s. And you scroll, you hover over stuff, you could click, it gives you a pop-up with information, the sources, and other information. So I can show you quickly some screenshots. When you click on the boxes, pop-ups come up to show you some really interesting information. So like the first one, Society of Trinidad Independence, that's something from the timeline and that we found from the 1920s. It was a group of artists who were doing very risky stuff. They had like nude painting sessions and stuff like that in the 1920s and whatnot. So in the 1990s, the first gay pride observation, in 2011, when the first trans asylum seekers were documented to be heading to Amsterdam and so forth. So really interesting, exciting timeline that I would encourage you to interact with. If you have information you'd like to add, there are places you could upload and contact us and so forth. And then we're hosting the Queer Archive on DLOC. So when you click on the website, it takes you straight to the collection. And then you could engage. So we have, for instance, the Bohemia Party invites series of images. I think it's 14 images of party flyers from over the years. Then one of our sons is missing. So in the archive, you see a lot of theater, you see a lot of HIV/AIDS activism, public engagement and so forth, especially in the 80s and 90s at the height of the HIV/AIDS epidemic. You see a lot of that kind of engagement in the archive, right? So I just, in the interest of time, so the team members couldn't be here, but they've sent some reflections. So I'd invite you to just take a quick read as I go through them. And Alessandra is currently collecting life stories of trans elders in Guyana. So she's found ways to kind of use this archive to inspire that work. Guess it's stuck. One. Tech team. I don't want to press it too much. In Trinidad, they say stop pressing up your father head. So I don't want to. Okay, good. And Kaiso has really been an important resource for us. We were able to use their infrastructure, their website and so forth, their connections to collaborate with other community groups, to collaborate with DLOC and so forth to house the archive. And so that was really important as well, and thinking about how the community collaboration aspect of this project. Right, in the interest of time, I will go past. So just kind of thinking about the what's next. So as I said, we're doing quarterly timeline updates. We're in constant contact with community members, and I see Fiona sitting there. We had a really exciting conversation about a colonial document housed in the London archives about an enslaved African in Trinidad and Tobago who was penalized for propositioning another man. So I'm excited to get that on the timeline. So again, we'll be in touch, and if you have things you want to contribute, we're excited to get stuff. We're working with People and Places portal, important people you see in the archive, and I'm currently working with another group, Friends Alive, on the Esbic Padmore Friends Alive Memorial Collection. I have one more VHS cassette to digitize next week before I go back to Trinidad. Again, the HIV/AIDS activism. So we're excited and hope to launch that collection early next year. We're continuing community collaborations, and we need funding. So if you know where we can get some more funding, we're happy to talk about that as well. So thank you very much. Oh, and thanks to CDSC, IGDS in Barbados, the Women and Gender Studies Institute in Toronto, and Kaiso Section Gender Justice for all the support, financial, administrative, muscle power. Special thanks. And Vidya Ratak is soon in Guyana. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tatai. Last but by no means least, we have Tarika Sankar from Brown University, whose presentation is titled Desi Wine, Black Music, and Chutney Beats. Yeah, this is good. Negotiating Digital Diasporic Consciousness and Indo-Caribbean Identity Through Music on Social Media.
Thank you. Okay, so I'll just jump right into it to make the most of my time. So this project examines the development of digital diasporic consciousness in social media spaces created by and for the Indo-Caribbean diaspora. So I look at how the Indo-Caribbean diaspora mobilizes and navigates social media as a space for diasporic identity formation, and for some reason, music came up as a theme in a lot of the social media posts I was looking at, although I won't be able to get into that a ton today. But I argue that Meta's Instagram facilitates connection and dialogue that exposes a tension between more traditional conceptions of Indo-Caribbean as a racial ethnic category and Indo-Caribbean as a diasporic consciousness. And I'll define that in a second. So the COVID-19 pandemic saw a really big growth in online spaces that connect Indo-Caribbean communities across the diaspora and generate conversations about our cultural and linguistic heritage. So examples include Instagram accounts like the Cutlass magazine. So my work is very much in conversation with Dr. Webb's project Beyond a Haunting that we heard from earlier, and also the Caribbean Canadian Network, but there's many other examples, which I will show when the slide changes. I'll give it a second. Online spaces that use social media platforms have been theorized in multiple different ways. So Dana Boyd writes about mediated publics or environments where people can gather publicly through mediating technology. Sarah Jackson, Moya Bailey, and Brooke Wells talk about hashtag activism and how marginalized groups can use platforms to create counterpublics. And Kelly Baker Joseph, of course, theorizes social media as a digital yard, riffing on Brathwaite's notion of the Caribbean yard. So all these theorizations share the idea of social media as a space for public engagement, connection, and mobilization, which even as they create space for marginalized identities and offer a liberatory potential, are still mediated and constrained by the fact that these are platforms operating under capitalist power dynamics. Still waiting for the slide to change. But I can just continue. So the work here connects to my project in general about diasporic consciousness and kind of brings us into the digital space. So the project draws on Aisha Khan and Vijay Prasad's critiques of models of diasporic identity, which they argue rely too much on race and its corollary, culture. So Khan argues that culture serves to unintentionally fix ethno-racially defined groups, notably African and Indian or Asian. As Khan puts it, quote, the indispensable use of the culture concept keeps intact the boundaries that divide diasporas into distinct ethno-racial units. Additionally, she asks, what would a diaspora look like that's not predicated or held together by culture? So she offers the concept of diasporic consciousness, defined as, quote, a particular consciousness about the experience of migration and a diasporic sensibility. So I take diasporic consciousness as a framework to describe how Indo-Caribbean individuals in North America release the culturalist mode of thinking and define identity outside the bounds of ethnicity and race. So I propose that an emerging generation of Indo-Caribbean writers, content creators, and activists construct their identity as a politicized consciousness of colonial labor exploitation, multiple displacements, and overlapping racial hierarchies, rather than basing identity on shared cultural practices or Indian ethnic origins. So diasporic consciousness illuminates how Indo-Caribbeans assert their identity without reproducing those conservative politics of racial purity and separatism between Asian and Afro-descended groups. So I argue that social media discourse around the Indo-Caribbean diaspora negotiates this tension between traditional concepts of Indo-Caribbean as a race or ethnicity and Indo-Caribbean as a diasporic consciousness. So in the interest of time, I'll just look at one example of social media discourse. So this post was shared by the Instagram account, The Cutlass Magazine, in June of 2023. And the Cutlass Magazine is a social media platform launched by Vinay Harichan in 2020. It covers history and culture, and it serves the Indo-Caribbean community and global descendants of Indian indentureship. So here, the account shares a tweet from a different account, Afropunk, and you can see the original tweet is kind of reclaiming all these different genres of music as Black music. So reggae as Black music, calypso as Black music, and the list goes on. But kind of the point of tension here was specifically chutney is Black music, and that statement generated a lot of controversy. So the Cutlass Magazine commented, the Caribbean as a region is a literal representation of fusion culture, and you do a disservice to the people and history by ignoring the complex nature of our multi-hyphenated identities. Chutney is Indian, and Soca is Indian-African fusion in origin. So this post generated a heated debate in the comments. It was very controversial, but for the most part, it was kind of, I think, an instructive and respectful dialogue. But the question is chutney music Black music, and does it constitute erasure of Indo-Caribbean identity to say that? I think that breaks open the contradiction between race as a fixed cultural category and race as a political category, and also showed how people were bringing all these different understandings of race, power, and privilege to this conversation. So as illuminated by the work of various scholars, we might think about Afro and Indo-Caribbean communities as inextricably intertwined in a dialectic of solidarity and struggle. I won't get into a lot of the historical background there, but I draw from, Vijay Prashad, who says, quote, Afro and Asian cultural worlds are imbricated in complex and varied ways. So I think there are kind of two things that were going on in the dialogue around this post. And one is that tension between race as an essential and mutually exclusive category shaped by culture versus race as a more expansive political identity. And then the second thing was where, like, people's geographic positionalities in the diaspora, so like where they were located. And I think that informed the opinions that they were bringing to this post. Thinking about the first tension, according to critics of the Afropunk post, claiming chutney as Black music constitutes the erasure of Indian culture and of the Indo-Caribbean contribution. However, the argument that chutney music should be absent from the list of Black music because it's predominantly Indian relies on an understanding of race as fixed, discrete, and culturally immutable. So those who conceptualize Indian and Black as mutually exclusive racial groups have a problem with labeling chutney as a Black genre. Vinay of the Cutlass magazine says that chutney originates in private Indian spaces, namely at pre-wedding rituals for Hindu women. So when Black and Indian are framed as culturally and ethnically separate, then labeling chutney as Black music inherently means the exclusion of Indo-Caribbeanness. But what if we think about race more expansively as a political identity and a diasporic consciousness? So viewing Blackness more expansively means that naming chutney as Black doesn't automatically constitute the exclusion of the Indo-Caribbean. Like in the UK context, Black has historically functioned as an umbrella term of political solidarity that included not just Afro-descended people, but also South Asians from the Indian continent and from the Caribbean. In What is This Black in Black Popular Culture, Stuart Hall argues that Black popular cultural forms are, quote, always the product of partial synchronization of engagement across cultural boundaries and of the confluence of more than one cultural tradition. So this is a kind of anti-essentialist framing of Black that opens up space for a statement like chutney music as Black music to acknowledge the cultural fusion and hybridity inherent in Black and Indo-Caribbean cultural forms. So we rethink Black and race in general as political and evolving identities rather than as fixed racial identities, then Black does not have to be mutually exclusive with Indo-Caribbean. And of course, like multiracial people of mixed Indian and Black heritage have always existed, meaning that Afro and Indo are never really mutually exclusive. The second thing that kind of came into play here was the tension between how race within the Caribbean and race in the American diaspora operate and how those are different. So like generalizing very broadly, I understand that I'm speaking in broad strokes, but in the Caribbean, race relations are often informed by a long history of, quote, lateral hostility between Blacks and Indians, which originate in colonial discourses of race, and were also fostered by post-independence US intervention. So in post-independence Caribbean nations, there's been sort of a reduced visibility of Indo-Caribbean communities in creolized society. In general, this means that many Indo-Caribbean people perceive their position to be marginal compared to Afro-Caribbeans, even though segments of the Indo-Caribbean population have shown significant class mobility in the generations following indenture. So in coming from that position, claiming chutney music as Black music feels like another instance of erasure of Indo-Caribbean identity from Afro-dominant constructions of Caribbeanness. Comparatively, in the US context, racial discourses are more often dominated by a Black-white binary, and where other groups emerge their position in relation to white supremacy and anti-Blackness. In the US context, Indo-Caribbeans are sometimes interpolated as South Asians, which operate under like this model minority discourse. So anti-Blackness shifts from like that lateral hostility in the Caribbean to a hierarchical classification of race in North America. So coming from this context, Indo-Caribbeans who are located in America or in the US diaspora who are social justice oriented wouldn't necessarily criticize the Afropunk post because this could be perceived as anti-Blackness. So to them, the need to assert the Indian diaspora's claim to chutney music furthers existing divisions between the Black diaspora and the Indo-Caribbean diaspora, rather than building solidarity between the two. So although the digital yard, like the space of social media, appears to collapse the constraints of geography, we still bring our context and geography-dependent understandings of race into those conversations. So the tensions and disagreements that arise in comments of this post can be productive sites of intellectual exchange and sites of identity negotiation that reveal how we might shift from conceptualizing Indo-Caribbean as a distinct ethno-racial unit to a diasporic consciousness that critically interrogates power relationships in the diaspora. So a little bit about the next steps for this project beyond this kind of like qualitative analysis. I have an initial data set of public facing Instagram accounts and collected like the list of who they follow. So I'm interested in doing kind of a network analysis of these different social media accounts to see who follows who. And like, do we see like social media like engagement across racial lines? Also, I'm interested, like, does the global North engage with the accounts that are based in the global South or in the Caribbean itself? And also, what does a decolonizing methodology for social media research look like? So very open to suggestions, thoughts, disagreements, or provocations or anything on this topic. And yeah, I think I talked really fast, so I'm probably under time, so I'll wrap up there.
My goodness, we are in a position of me being able to say the words. We have ample time for Q&A. So yes, excellent.
Hi, everyone. I really enjoyed this. Well, I've enjoyed all of the presentations today, so thank you to everybody who's presented. I really enjoyed this one as well for multiple reasons. I have a question for Dr. Atai. I'm really interested in the way that you talked about the community groundedness of the archives in Trinidad and Tobago, and the way that, you've even invited us, if you have anything that you'd like to submit, please submit it. And I'm thinking about how you also talked about your quarterly meetings where you're kind of fact checking within the community to see, what may be true or what may not be true. And I'm wondering, in this kind of situation, I'm thinking about like the kind of social network analysis work that I've done and interactive map making and ArcGIS work that I've been able to do in Toronto, mainly around health care systems, and the way that we invite community in to analyze, give feedback, critique, et cetera, and then like what we're left with. So, sometimes people are like, we hate this map, like we don't want it, or who's going to update it, how's it going to live on, et cetera. And then we have to kind of grapple with that at the end of the day and determine, okay, well, we might have this great idea that looks great on paper and for funders, but to community, it might look a bit different. But in any case, what I'm wondering for you in these kinds of community fact-checking or cross-checking sessions that you have, I'm wondering if you've ever had a situation where people don't agree with something, or where two people have two different stories of a particular artifact or event or experience, and then or whether that happens in those meetings or outside of those meetings, how do you deal with the differences of opinion and the differences of experience and understanding?
Do other people have questions right off the bat or still percolating? In which case, why don't you go ahead and answer?
The fact-checking process has been a really interesting and generative one. And I could give a quick example of kind of what that process looked like initially. We built the website, we had the timeline ready, but then we went back to the community to say, okay, we're launching this thing. And then we started to get a barrage of emails, calls. It's like, listen, I think I in that archive. I need to know how I appear, right? And again, there was this intense anxiety, especially by older members of the community who would have been in the archive in the 70s, 80s, and stuff like that. So we had to call an emergency meeting with community members we were in touch with. I was actually in Guyana at that time, and I had to go get data to call people. I was flying to Trinidad right after to pull together this emergency meeting. And we probably had about close to like 40-something persons on the call to show them the archive, although they had seen various iterations of it, but to show them what the final thing looked like. And so that moment, again, I think it was really an important moment in the process where persons were able to sit with their anxieties, and we just allowed people to kind of look at things, see how they were presented, and they're like, oh, okay, yeah, that's fine. And I think like the example of Eric Williams's nephew being held in the party, there were persons who came to this meeting. I was like, oh yeah, I was there. And then we had a whole conversation around how they remembered it happening. And I think even that was generative in thinking about how community stories help us to make sense of the information that we're collecting, especially when in the context of the mainstream kind of reporting of the incident, it gave us more context to what really happened, how people remembered it, again, the drama, the bacchanal behind it, and stuff like that. But people, in that instance, people were really happy to see what we had done. Then there was also another incident, another instance where a community promoter, a party promoter, he was happy with being in the archive, but he didn't want his government name to be used. He wanted the name that the community know him by to be used in the archive. So simple fact checking, things like that. And he was happy to see the pageant. So he managed one of the longest running drag queen pageants, Queen of Queens. And so we had persons saying, okay, no, change this name and stuff like that. And Kathy Shepard has been really instrumental in doing that as a librarian, as an archivist. She spent, again, months in contact with community members, although as an elder in the community, had a lot of that community knowledge as well. So she knew who to go to, and stuff like that. So I think like just by involving community so closely remains important for us as part of that fact-checking process and so forth. Yeah?
Sure, yeah.
Hello. So I would like to talk about the Indo-Caribbean project. So you had asked a question in the next steps about how does Afro-Caribbean and Indo-Caribbean social media accounts interact with each other. So my question is, would it be more of an urgent question how the platform itself, Meta, amplifies or constrains those interactions? So like, are you measuring like community relationality or maybe like Instagram's algorithmic imagination of that relationality? And my second question was, in terms of analyzing the public accounts, how does how do you negotiate like consent in that manner? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a really great question. So thank you for asking that because that would be a great direction to pursue. I guess I'm thinking the thing about social media platforms like Meta is like algorithmically, they're often a black box. Like we don't exactly know how they work. And because those companies like to keep that information very proprietary and kind of under wraps. So that is definitely a challenge, but that's a great way to frame the question. In terms of the second question, so I try to take the ethics of social media research very seriously because although people are on social media platforms, that does not mean they automatically provide consent for things to be used in academic research. So like that's why I didn't quote any comments directly in the talk. I kind of paraphrased some of the directions of the conversation. Although the post is up on Instagram if you want to go look and kind of see what people were saying. So that's why I specifically mentioned public-facing accounts and sort of accounts that represented like organizations and not individuals. So I didn't collect information about like individual people that I follow. But although that line is not always extremely clear either, sometimes people have individual accounts that seem very public-facing or public engaged. But yeah, that is how I'm trying to navigate consent is by only looking at accounts that are public and kind of like the public metadata that's available about them. So yeah.
Other questions? Kelly? Oh.
My question is for QTNT, right? Thank you for your project and the work that you do. And I, as you were talking, as a photographer, I was just marveling at all of the things that you guys were doing. in Trinidad and Tobago, collecting, different people's different stories through photography and just other artifacts. And I was curious to know, in your research, were you able to find other things like other artifacts, like artwork or beyond photos and video? Were you able to find music from queer folks and queer and trans folks in Trinidad? Were you able to find sculptures or paintings or things like that? Yeah.
So two things we were able to find, just thinking, especially in the more recent years when social media comes on the scene, kind of more of the digital stuff happening, we would see there were especially trans women, trans persons doing more stuff online. So when you look at the timeline, when you look at like from the early 2000s come forward, you see a lot more of those kinds of media. There was a trans woman who would have sung a song called Love is Love, a Tree Canal. So there's video with her performing during Juvie on a truck, singing Love is Love. So that's like one example. But I think even just thinking about how the stories that are emerging out of the archive, I think even that we're interested in finding ways to document these life stories. So thinking about pride, when you talk to the persons, especially older persons, about pride and carnival and stuff, they would, like some of the stories we hear is that the first pride in Trinidad was a carnival when a bunch of gay men saw this tourist walking down Woodbrook and they picked breadfruit leaves and wrap it around him and had him dancing in the road, and then a whole parade happened, right? So that's one story that we hear, and they said that's the first pride, right? All this at a parade they're talking about and whatnot. Now the young people is the breadfruit leaf through Woodbrook Port of Spain. So we're really interested in finding ways to document these stories. So I think that that's something that's emerging as well in the archive, beyond the photos, the videos. But I think there's something so nostalgic about even like the negatives, a lot of which were damaged. So you're seeing kind of things layered on top of each other sometimes and whatnot, and kind of seeing what we could do with that as well. Yeah.
Okay. I've been trying to figure out how to word the question, but it's about the double work that we have to do in digital humanities to not just build, but then to write about the building. And then I guess maybe triple work if you count the writing for funding, that the grant writing part. And that question, so I'd like to hear a little bit more about the non-building work that those of you who talked about projects, not the grant writing part, but the non-building, publishing, theorizing, that kind of work that you find you have to do to make this visible, or if you want to go to the other side, that grows out of that work. And that question comes a bit out of watching Samantha's presentation, which was great, but is a theoretical presentation, right? It's really theorizing, thinking through questions of technology with the literature, but I'm remembering that you were weren't you part of the Summer Institute? So at some point you were building something. So I'm wondering about that shift, or if we just happen to have this paper from you today, if you've decided to shift more to theoretical. So it's a two-part question. One is just for Samantha, because I was wondering about that shift, but for all of you, that double work that digital humanists often have to do in making the work that you do visible and understandable to institutions and your publics.
Thank you for that question. Yes, so I did attend, I was fortunate to attend the Caribbean Digital Institute, and I took I'm trying to remember the full name, Building Digital Caribbean Archives class with Dr. Aljoe and Dr. Donaldson. And yes, so I was working, so I don't know, I feel like as someone interested in digital humanities, I tend to have like the main I'm a PhD candidate. I have like the main dissertation project and then some like side projects. And so ultimately trying to think about one big picture sort of idea. And so when I was working on the building part in that course, it was thinking about a particular enslaved woman documented in Haiti. And I was trying to build out an archive through visual art and some like speculation to do that. But I found that I don't know, maybe I feel like the project, like the archival work, even though I did some theorizing in that space, felt like the appropriate medium is the project itself, not to really write too much about it. Like it just should appear and speak for itself, kind of like an curated exhibition, sort of, versus like the theoretical work that I do. I feel like the only medium is in print or writing. And so, yeah, like, but I'll think like more about like the transitioning, but I try to hold both of those at the same time. And I do find it difficult though to like integrate those things. I'm not sure how people feel about that sort of like shifting in your own work.
Thanks for that great question. I find that it's really important to make sure that all of the things you're producing are in relation. I recently published, shameless plug, an article about La Negra del Hospital, who is the first recorded Black woman of the Americas. That is also one of the featured stories in the Sin Marronas platform. And she was a healer who set up a bohío in what then became Santo Domingo in 1502. Interesting story about this bohío. In 1502, when the third governor of the Americas shows up, Nicolás de Ovando, who's also the inaugural governor that brought the first enslaved Africans of the hemisphere to Hispaniola at the time, La Villa de Santo Domingo. It was set up next to a different river than the Osama River where it contemporarily is. This colonizer, after a hurricane that passed that summer, moved the villa to Santo Domingo proper, where this Black woman had set up her infirmary and dispossessed her of her home and set up what became the first hospital of the Americas, known as Hospital San Nicolás de Bari, that is today a UNESCO World Heritage Site. So in the article, I make this argument about the need to study shadow intellectuals, looking at the physics of shadows to talk about the ways that the Black woman is shadowed within the archive, but specifically to talk about labor and the intellect behind labor, and that we need to not just credit Black folks that are enslaved and in these archives as creators and affectors, but as for their Black genius and their Black intellect in the making of this labor, in the making of this product, which for her was this infirmary. So to me, her being part of this digital archive is what I see as the teaching aid that I need to be able to teach her in my classroom, because visualizing, as we've talked about today, colonial art, colonial Caribbean spaces and people is a difficult task. It's one that I cannot entrust personally to an automation. It's one that I feel I need to spend critical time developing slowly. And that's what I see the digital project as, something that helps me visualize collaboratively, interdisciplinarily with folks that can help me think about the land, that can help me think about the actual physical environment, the way that roof helps me think about living monuments. And I find that that theory is deeply connected to how the digital project is developing. So to me, they're very intertwined. And I think that my method of making sure that they're happening at the same time helps me be able to teach the scholarship that I'm producing simultaneously.
That was so perfect. The only thing that I want to add is that as part of mine and Sophia's project, something that I don't think either of us anticipated doing as much as we have done, is community engagement. And community engagement as a form of visibilizing and engaging in these histories, like in present day. So I think that one of the most extraordinary things that have happened to us in this work from like a visibility standpoint is raising consciousness around these different historical spaces. And it's led to these really close relationships with the communities that we work in. We constantly hear from our interlocutors in the community giving us updates about like the landscape, or like if something has been updated with this archaeological site that like we're working on. So we have found a lot of like synergy in working directly with the communities that our project directly tries to like intervene upon.
I really like this question as well. Thank you. Just like getting us to think about kind of DH labor and knowledge production. Because I think you can clearly see in my presentation, the building part has kind of fallen to the, like, put to the side. And that was really because this paper, or this talk, is part of a chapter that's going to come out in an edited collection soon. That's not specifically DH related. It's on the Asian Caribbean. And I just needed to get that chapter written. And if I tried to build something before, I just wouldn't have time to do it. And so then the building part fell a little bit to the side. As a DH librarian, I do build a lot of things, I promise, that I do, just like not necessarily connected to this project. So that's like something I'm always like balancing. And then sometimes the things that I build at the Center for Digital Scholarship, they don't get written about. And then sometimes I write things and I don't build. And so it's just tricky navigating that, because I want to get like publications out and things like that. And there isn't always like space and time built in for building. But I always say that, or like I tell my students too, like, the building is always informed by theory, and then out of the building emerges theory, and like it's very cyclical. So I agree that they're really intertwined. It just, I think that sometimes the way that like the publishing and like knowledge production in academia works doesn't always recognize that those two are so connected.
Thank you so much. Can everyone join me, please, in thanking this panel? Thank you. So we're going to have a bit of a transition moment, some photos taken. This is the penultimate moment of this conference. We are going to have an artist conversation between Rosamund King and Geraldine Rivera in just a moment. We have a reception that's just open, but we're going to take this kind of transitional second to, Kelly, come on up. Kelly, come on up. Yeah. To just say an enormous thank you on the part of the OGTCD crew, Kelly Baker Joseph, Alex Heel, and myself. We put this kind of TCD baby in the hands of our Northeastern colleagues and collaborators and friends, and we could not be more delighted and impressed with what has come together here. So we are first and foremost grateful to Dr. Nicole Aljoe, to Reba, come look straight at Reba Dickson. I don't know if anyone here has any idea of how much work was put into bringing this herd of cats together. Of course, Elizabeth Dillon. And then also I want to name check all the folks who are on the advisory board, meaning those who decided who got to come here and spend this delightful freezing 3 days in Boston, Massachusetts to talk about the Caribbean. I don't know. Andreina Soto, Zarina Prater. You can clap all the way through this. These are the people that help. Faith Smith, Savita Maharaj, and Clarice Hill. Did I not say Sonia? And Sonia Donaldson, who is also right there looking at me. So yeah, so thank you to all of them. Thank you to all of you for sticking with us. It's amazing to see a room full for 2 days straight, right up to the very end. Please reward yourself with something to eat and drink. I'm about to say.
But also remember,
Yeah.
look.
Is this my first time? Okay. So please, no, but you have to come back and do your thing. Reward yourselves with eat and drink. We have a couple of requests, and I now pass the microphone to Alex.
All right, that's right. Just for raise your hand, or just a couple of raising your hands. One, did you know that we have a journal where we have been publishing the work that you do for now 8 issues, and working number 9 about to come out. Did you know that this journal existed, Archipelagos? Right here, raise your hand. Okay, so most people, but some didn't. Okay, good. Well, you can find the journal at archipelagosjournal.org. And please, if you present it here, consider submitting your presentation as a formal. I know it's the extra work that Kelly was talking about, but this is a vehicle that we have for academic recognition of a certain kind. And we created it just for you. So please consider submitting all the projects. It has 3 valences. The first valence, which you will find towards where you're scrolling down, is where we publish our traditional academic essays, double peer review, and we also publish single peer-reviewed process essays. So process essays is you're just celebrating what you did and describing to the rest of us how you did it. Hopefully the contribution in those process essays is giving something back to the community on how these pipelines work. How did you get there? What were the ethical things that rose up and while you were doing the project? What kind of community building did you have to do, etc., right? So they're not necessarily an academic argument where you're trying to intervene in the field of Caribbean studies. Here, you're just describing the processes that you went through creating your project. The second valence is where we have a dialogue about your project directly. So in the last issue, for example, which, as you've heard, was a special issue on the ABD Islands, the Dutch Caribbean, with our digital project, separate from the special issues, was Las Criadas by Sarah Bruno. What we do in this second valence is we actually pair you with an anonymous reviewer who is going to have a dialogue with you, a sort of like constructive critique. What did they see? What are future directions that they may suggest? And you get a chance to respond. So this is also a way to actually highlight your project. Some folks in past issues have used it as a way to launch their project. So for second valence, what we look for is a project that is almost there, that you're about to release, close to the release of that issue, or that you just released, and but you're still looking for feedback on ways to improve it. You know, as most of you know, some of these projects don't end the moment you publish them. You refine them or add materials to it. And finally, the third valence is the digital project review, which works pretty much the same way that a book review would work. A book comes out and somebody writes a review of that book. Well, here is a public review of your project.
Or if you want to review someone else.
If you want to review somebody else's project, perhaps one of the projects you saw here, let us know. We're always interested in people who interested in having their projects reviewed, but also people who would like to review a project the same way you would do a book review. So if you want to learn more about the journal, our managing editor is hiding in the back over there. Her name is Winnie Perez Martinez, and you can please just come and ask her any questions you have during the dinner session. And really quickly, also, we did create for this community a directory, because one of the sad realities of digital humanities projects is that they still don't show up in library catalogs. They still don't show up necessarily on Google Scholar. So what everybody ends up doing is promoting their own projects, right? But there is no global directory or global catalog of the work of the kind of work that we're doing here. So this is why we created Caridisco for. It's now in its 4th year. It works like a census. When you suggest a project for inclusion, when you suggest your own project, there's a form you fill out. We evaluate all the submissions for a given year, and we usually refresh the directory at the beginning of the next year. So this year we'll be probably refreshing in January. So you're in time. If your project, go there first and see if your project's not there, because also we add it. If we see you in the wild, we will add it. So in the uncatalogued wild, you know. So please, if you're not here yet, please submit it. There are different categories that you can browse through. The one that has the most submissions is digital archives, what we call collections and curations. That's by far the most common type of activity But we also do maps and visualizations. You saw some here. We also list some blogs of a certain reach and periodicals and journals in the region. Reference works, there are dictionaries and encyclopedias of Caribbean culture. And of course, Cabinet of Wonders is where we put what we cannot figure out what it is. Like if the genre is so weird that we just don't know what to do with it, we just put it there. And of course, last year we created a new category called The Departed. Sadly, digital projects that are no longer with us. Now, thankfully, the Departed section is not that big yet. But please browse the collection. If your project is not there, then submit. The form, the button for the form is on the homepage. Now you can Google this, find it, or you can go to the CaribbeanDigital.org website. And the name of the directory is called Cari Disco, but it has an H, Caribbean Digital Scholarship. Cari Disco. Now, of course, you know, a little disco theme there. The emoji is the disco emoji. So please, if this is your first time hearing about it, we look forward to having you included in our directory. Yeah. And with that, I pass it to Kelly. Yes, why not? It's symmetrical.
So that Kelly can tell you, go get some food, but bring it back to your seat because we are about to talk to our TCD artist in residence. So a few moments, grab food, mingle. Do we have a time that the time was 7 o'clock that we were coming back. No mingling. Grab food, come sit and learn and wonder.
Could you stop sharing on over here?
You want to stop sharing? What are we doing? You want
Stop
to
sharing
take care of it?
there.
Yeah.
Stop share here. You want the audio over there? Can we what? It's muted. You're hearing feedback? When you say mute, oh, that's for this. That's what picks up. Oh.
Um, Okay. And do you turn that back up when? What is this? Okay.
The volume is on.
Okay, we are beginning the last item on the schedule, which is our artist in residence showcase and conversation. This is information about the artist residency. Am I talking to myself? Okay, thank you. This is the information about the artist residency, which we began as part of the Caribbean Digital Scholarship Collective in 2022. So we have had 4 artists in residence, and our artist in residence this year is not on here, Geraldine, who will be in conversation with Dr. Rosamond King. I'm here as just a moment to sort of say a few words about our first artist in residence. And there's an ad. I was not prepared for that. There we go. It's I'm not playing sound. I just wanted you to have sort of to see Marina Sharif's work. She was our first artist in residence in 2022, but could not travel to the conference. And so she was finally able to join us for a conference. And I just wanted to introduce her, show her work for a moment. She was our inaugural artist, and you can learn more about her and or our other artists on our TCD website, Caribbean Digital website, and the artist residency. It will be, for the moment, paused. We don't have one next year, but we hope it will be coming back after that. So I don't think we have anyone to introduce Rosamond and Geraldine. So I will ask the two of them to come up here, please, to get seated and ready to discuss Geraldine's work. And Reba's gonna come, or someone.
Yes, please. So before we actually have our conversation, it would be great if you could see some of Geraldine's work, right? So we're going to have a video of what she has been working on during this residency. It's only about 4 minutes long, and then we'll have our conversation.
Hola, mi nombre es Miranda Lora, tengo 21 años de edad, soy de República Dominicana, soy estudiante de diseño de moda y también estoy empleada en una tienda.
Hola, mi nombre es Luisa Almonte, tengo 23 años, soy de Santo Domingo, vivo en el INVI, actualmente no estoy trabajando, pero estudio ilustración.
Hola, mi nombre es Lucia Rebeca, tengo 16 años, soy de Venezuela, pero vivo en República Dominicana desde hace 10 años, voy a la escuela.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Soy Sam Martínez Vargas, tengo 18 años y soy de República Dominicana, de Santo Domingo Este. Y he estado buscando un trabajo, buscando dónde me voy a quedar también, dónde y en qué tiempo voy a comenzar a estudiar en la universidad.
Olis,
Mi nombre es Johan Michael Buret, tengo 25 años de edad, soy de República Dominicana, Santo Domingo, y vivo actualmente en Santo Domingo Este. Bueno, me dedico a la belleza, al maquillaje, al estilismo, todo lo que tenga que ver con la belleza y el arte también.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Mi nombre es Yocadi Celeste Vargas Mejía, tengo 20 años de edad, soy de Cristo Rey del Distrito Nacional, pero actualmente vivo en Ciudad Modelo, en Santo Domingo Norte. Soy secretaria en la Junta Central Electoral y estudiante de término de mercadeo en la UNFU.
Si yo fuese una estación, fuese la primavera, yo nací en primavera. Intento siempre transmitir lo mejor a los demás y soy muy atenta a los detalles, tanto lo que yo hago con los demás y lo que hace el entorno conmigo.
Por una palabra, por la libertad. Y no porque actualmente me siento libre, sino por el hecho de que me gustaría hacerlo.
Si fuera un sentimiento, me describiría como... Me describiría como enojo, sí, por las injusticias que siempre veo a diario, todos los días a mi alrededor.
Si mi habitación tuviera un sonido, sería una cigarra, como en Evangelion o en cualquier anime.
Si mi habitación tuviera un sonido, fuera un grillo, porque yo vivo en el monte.
Si mi habitación tuviera un sonido, creo que sería como una gota cayendo en una cosa de agua, porque mi cuarto es muy húmedo.
Si mi habitación hubiese un sonido, sería el sonido de las aves, por la mañana y por la tarde.
Me imagino en 10 años, espero que ya fuera de la universidad, quisiera estar ahorrando para una casa o ya tener una casa y decorarla y tener mi espacio. Y no sé, el trabajo es como que no pienso mucho en eso.
On. Yes, should be.
Am I on?
Excellent. I think we're on.
Yay.
So thank you for that piece and for the work that you've been doing. And I would love for you to just start off telling us a little bit about the origin of that work. And I've had the opportunity, which I hope many of you will after this as well, to do a deep dive into your work. And a lot of it actually focuses on your own performance. But at least so far, you don't appear in this. So if you could tell us a little bit about how you came to this and how you came to not have yourself centered.
Thank God I am not in that video. Finally, one of my videos where I am not the star of. So hi everyone. Thank you so much for sticking around. I hope dinner is well. And yeah, thank you for having me. The people that have me here. I'm sorry if my English is not as professional as my peers that have been here before me, but it's been interesting to be in this kind of setup. I'm not normally in such an academic setup, so I'm not that an academic person, but here I am. So this video is part of the residency that I have here. I've been working with the Caribbean Digital, and it came to be mainly because I see images that come from the outside of what the Dominican Republic is supposed to look like, but I don't see that many images that come from us towards the outside. And then I also noticed like when you Google like Caribbean girl or Dominican girl, it's like mostly like very sexualized images, like from the age of like 13 till like, I mean, yeah, from 13, like images are very sexualized. And when you search like for example, like white girls, it's like you get this variety like of images, like they get to be fragile and they get to be vulnerable and they get to be just pretty or just girls. So I was like, there's such a dissonance there. I'm like, why? So I feel like there was this boy that I kind of wanted to fill up. So I did this casting of girls in Santo Domingo, just hoping to get a little sense of what adolescents look like now. And I took this sample from 15 till 25, just so I can get like a good like 10 years. How does it look like how does it change? And it was just such a wonderful, interesting experience because it really opened up questions to me, as in, I was like, okay, I'll do girlhood, but what does it constitute to be a girl? Am I only picking cisgender women? Like things like that. Like it opened gender to me, and I was like, that's interesting. Like I feel like I should open this a little bit more, not just to cis girls. And I was like, okay. And then I also thought like I want to do this interviews of girls in their personal spaces, so meaning their rooms. And I was like, but what constitutes a home? For example, like what is a private space? What's a home? And especially like in the Dominican Republic, like we are so blended in the way we live and families. It's like sometimes you are living with your neighbor that's your aunt because your mom left for Spain like a while ago. So is that my house or is that the neighbor's house? Like, which like one of the girls that I interviewed, she was going through this process of literally being homeless in that moment. And that was just like the word is not interesting. It's just like every fear that I had before coming into interviews kind of like manifested itself, you know, like she told me so many like stories about her upbringing, and it was like, okay, so I'm really dealing with very vulnerable topics here, which I already knew, but to me it's something like sometimes you logically know something, but once you face the reality of it, it's like a completely different thing. I was like, okay, so this puts me in a position of having to be kind of like, do you really want to do this project and like showcase like what are the ethics of this, like of you having these images out there of you in this very vulnerable period of your life? And she was like so willing. She was like, no, like this doesn't define me. I am not this moment in my life. Like I want to have this out there just so I can see how far I've come. So things like that were really interesting to me to explore, like ethics and vulnerability, and also like kind of give them the space to showcase how they want to be portrayed too. So it was very collaborative in the sense of like, so like how do you imagine yourself, like what do you want to be wearing, like also with the questions that I was asking for the interviews, I sent them all of them, and I was like, is there anything like you will tweak, and then we will find like interesting questions between us. So I don't know. Also another question that I was really drawn to was the idea. I was like, I want to have this portrait of the Dominican Republic, specifically Santo Domingo, which is the capital. And I'm a Santo Domingo princess through and through. And that opened up the question of like, okay, so what does it mean to be from a country? Like, do you have to be born in the Dominican Republic to call yourself Dominican? Like, so I would say, oh, this also opens up this other question of like first generations that are there, people that are living the diaspora, also like people that are, for example, like a very close example, like Haitian, that they cross over, but then they start like this whole life, and then they get nationalized there. So like this project in particular, like just like really made me like open up a lot of like questions that I didn't like have always been in my work, but like everything has been very me focused in the things that I do. So like to turn the lens, it was just like it was perfect. I was ready.
That's great. I appreciate that. And I mean, even in this short clip, we could see the diversity of the young woman who you chose. So I'm also interested in the fact that you talked about collaboration, right? Rather than kind of subjects. And something that seemed to me to be a part of your work is the sense of both collaboration, because at the end of most of the performances and videos, there's a credits, you give everybody credit, but also community. And Geraldine has a Lonely Hearts Club newsletter that you can join through her Instagram. You can DM her.
Join the newsletter. It's fun, I swear.
It's a lot of fun. And that seems to me, at least the way you talked about it on some of your IG posts, to be about building community in part, and not just about like, look at me and my art. So I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about how collaboration and community function for you.
That's a really good question. Thank you so much. So to me, all my work is collaboration. Like to me, like if there's people here that work in video, it's like you do not do a video by yourself. You can put the camera and set it up, but everything is like this long list of people that work behind the cameras. So I come from that world of audiovisuals, and to me, like to give credit to someone is like the most natural thing ever. And everything that I do involves the community and involves like giving other people the power and the space to share the story with me, and for me to like kind of like take those stories and make them into something fantastical or into something, I don't know, something beautiful. I just like I live for stories, and I run out of stories myself, so I have to like I have to go to other people and be like, "Hey, let's talk. Like, do you have a story?" And I don't know. Most of my work is very collaborative overall. Like, I very much believe that the piece is part me and part the audience. Like, the audience is like always. I have this poster in my room in the art that says, "The audience is always right," and I live by that. I'm like, my audience is always right. I talk to them and they talk to me. Like I always put like casting lists on Instagram or questions on Instagram, and I just like build off out of that. And we have this really special parasocial relationship, me and the audience, and I just love it. I want to get to this. Like I always imagine. One of the questions I asked them, like, where do you see yourself in 10 years? Well, hopefully not dead. I would like, hopefully not dead. But if I were alive, then I want to be creating pieces that is like, it's just giving the whole power to the audience. Like the audience has the power to create the piece, and I'm just like a vessel for them. Like to me, it's just like, it's such a magical experience to create community. That's how like my newsletter came out to be, because like in the DR, we are lacking these third spaces for us to like share stuff that don't revolve around drinking and being in a colmado, which is really cool. Don't get me wrong, I love that. I love una presidente en el contén. That's my shit. Pero I also was like, we need more spaces where we're not drinking, and it's like in the afternoon and we get to discuss topics and things that we care about as well. So I created this newsletter, and it's also a WhatsApp community, and then we talk and we send resources, and we have like a picnic as well where we talk about the readings, and it's really lovely. Like people are so starved to talk as well, and these spaces really gave me like that insight, like, oh my god, you mix all these strangers in the right space, and they will talk and they'll get personal and vulnerable, and hopefully relationships create out of that, and friendships, because we're all lonely hearts. That's why it's called like that.
It's beautiful. And I should say that it's a visual newsletter. It's not just text.
Yes.
There's a lot of images in it. And so it's really fun to flip through the issues that are up. Since the audience is always right, get ready, because I'm going to see if there are any questions from the audience. I just have
roast me.
I just have a couple more, but you should tell us what the end of this video is going to look like, if you have an idea what stage it's at now and what's coming.
Okay, so this video right now is a little teaser that I put together of all the materials that we gather, and we have interviews so each of the girls, and then the scans of the rooms, the scans of like personal special objects of them, and we want to make an exhibition and maybe do some augmented reality, but I also see it as a website. Like, I'm very much into net art, so I see it like laid down. I already have the design in my mind, so I'm just like playing with ideas right now of what the final result is, because it's a lot of material. It's like we've gathered a lot of material during the summer, so it's still
interviews are complete.
Yeah, interviews are completed. So we'll see.
That's wonderful. The Caribbean IRN project that Nikolai was talking about earlier, we chose the URL Caribbean Homophobias because we were like, wouldn't it be great if you looked up Caribbean Homophobias, you actually got queer Caribbean people? So I'm thinking about that for your project, because what if when people looked up Dominican girls, they got your project? So
that's hilarious. I love that.
Yeah, so think about your URL. Do we have questions from the audience? You have one?
Hola, hola. Gracias,
Gente,
paisana.
gente.
Hey, por la representación, lo agradezco de verdad. Quería que hablaras un poco sobre... I wanted you to speak a little bit about the way that femininity is perceived in the Dominican Republic, right? And how this is having a very interesting, I feel like, visual and like relational conversation también with like queerness, especialmente en la zona, and the way that there are like certain spaces that I would say the high femme is safe and other places she is not. You could talk a little bit about that. And if you could talk a little bit about what these girls, how they're like making relationships with one another, spaces that they are mitigating this, like, housing insecurity, or like how, like, in the process of you doing these interviews, you also got to know how folks were like, surviving in this like very sexist society.
Okay. Well, gracias por la pregunta. O sea, yo no soy tan inteligente, pero traté de responder a lo mejor que pueda. O sea, so thank you for the question. Let's see. So specifically Santo Domingo, which is like what I grew up, and I used to live up until 3 months ago, where I left my whole life to pursue a master, and I am regretting that, but that's okay. Okay, so the Dominican Republic is this really interesting place in the sense that we present ourselves to be very conservative, but that's a lie. That we will die on a hill saying that we are a Christian, Catholic, conservative country, but detrás de la oreja, o sea, behind the ear, we're this hypersexual. It's just like, I feel like it's almost embedded in when you grew up, the way you grew up, like once you're born. I feel like the first thing you get told is like, mira qué linda esa niña, o como, like, look how pretty that your girl is, or lock your boy, because he's gonna be a catch, or like in RD we say like guarda el gallo, something like that. Is like something that has to do with, I don't know how to say rooster, right? Ajá, gracias por la traducción. So I feel like just the way that we talk and we move our bodies and we move around the space just like really shapes us to be just like naturally like sexual, which is like really weird. It's a really weird space to be in because you don't really know, but it's like I feel like you try to ignore it, but it really shapes just like every single thought and every single interaction you have on the street as well. So that's really, I don't know, it's like an uncomfortable place to be in, but also a lot of people really thrive in it and really like kind of like flip the narrative and make it their own and make like, no, I'm gonna own sexuality. But it's just like, yes, own your sexuality, but you're also 13. So I don't know. It's just like, how do you explore in a healthy way, like those feelings that obviously like is part of growing up. And I don't know. It's just like a really weird space to live in, and especially also being queer as well. When you get thrown even more, if you're if you're a cis girl, you're naturally like sexualized, but if you're queer, it's like you add this we call it like morbo. It's like there's this perversion around it, around the idea of like being this queer woman moving in these spaces. And I don't know how much I can talk about this without getting really vulgar about it. So I'll try to like keep it as PG as I can. But this figure that you say of the high femme is really interesting to me as well, because I feel like they have this natural like owning the spaces, and you kind of have to develop this thick skin in order to be able to be this high femme and survive in this ambiente full of like tigre all over you. Like for example, expat, which is like one of the girls I interview, she's trans, and then I met expat before her transition, and I mean I didn't know, but she was also drawn to. She used to be a drag queen, and then she stopped being a drag queen, and now she's like full on in her transition. And for me to talk to her, and then she says something that I thought it was just like really nice when she said like, I identify myself as anger because I feel the injustice happen around me all the time. But when you meet expat, like she feels nothing like anger. Like she feels like the lightest human being possibly. Like she just carries so much joy in her. And it's so interesting to be living in this dichotomy, which I feel like is very Dominican, of like being really jolly, but being really upset, angry, violent. It's like our happiness is very violent. It's like we just live in it and we kind of like get used to it. And I mean, when we have to get used to it.
And well, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like you're playing with exactly that in your work. So a lot of your work, you've got you perform yourself as kind of a parody of the perfect woman, the perfect mother, the perfect wife, and yet there's also perversion kind of hanging around this traditional character, yeah?
Wow, I never thought about that. Thank you so much, Rosamund. Like, like I do work kind of like vomiting everything. I'm so exposed to everything, to the environment. It's so chaotic. So when I sit down and I'm writing a script, it's just like all comes out, just like puking all these feelings and everything. So to me, sometimes to describe it, it's just hard for me to describe it because I'm literally reacting to every single context that I'm in. My pieces are very driven by that. But yeah, I do play a lot with I love parody. I feel like the best way to make someone really get a message, a political message, is if you make them laugh. So to me, laughter, I just play with laughter all the time. I love it. I am at my joyous when I know I'm making people laugh, and then they're like, wait a minute.
You're thinking as well.
Wait, but when you said that, what? And I'm like, yeah, exactly. That's where the sauce is.
Thank you. I think we had another question in the back.
It was me, but is there someone who's not an organizer? Yes.
Hi, hola, me llamo Paola.
Hola, Paola.
Un placer conocerla. It's a pleasure to meet you. Mi papá viene de Sánchez La Fe, So
Good.
this really hits when I think about my family. But I'm curious to learn more about your casting process. How did you go about selecting the girls in the film? And for those who didn't make it, right, are there any connections that you've been able to make or networking in that sense to kind of open them up to these larger communities of creators? Thank you.
Gracias, Paola. Excelente pregunta. The casting was really interesting, and it was like the hardest part as well, because when I first introduced the project, my intention was to make it like young, even younger. Like I wanted to do 13, and then I started to think like, wait, when you do like really young, now there's parents involved. There's like there's another layer of ethics involved. I did try, but the few girls that I know that were friends, if they were gonna be minors, they had to be like friends of friends. Like that was like my rule for myself. I was like, okay, so there needs to be like, since there's gonna be like parental guys, so when they're minors, like I have to know their parents and they have to know me, or at least there has to be like a friend that's involved so they can vouch for me. And I was like, okay, let me raise the age a little bit to 15, because I also feel like if you say yes at 13, then it's just like it's really vulnerable. I feel like you might regret it later down the line. You might be okay with it, but then you're like, why did I say that? I don't want that on the internet. Like, I don't want people to look at my awkward self. So I raised the age limits. And so once I had that done, I opened up a casting and I used my Instagram for a lot of that. And I also sent it to like a lot of friends as well, just to see like if they had nephews or they have cousins or they have friends of friends that wanted to be in this. And once I had like, I got like honestly, I got like 60 girls. Yeah, it was crazy. Like I didn't know that many people were gonna reply. And I sent out this form, and in this form, like it was like a rough versions of the questions that I had in the final interview, just like to get a sense of like who you were, what do you want from life, like, and to really see if like I was trying to get, for me, like an array of experiences and people that I felt like, okay, I feel like you kind of represent this type of girl that I kind of know from this place. So out of all the girls that kind of have like a similar background, I feel like you're more willing to talk. You feel a little bit more comfortable in this setup and in this camera. So that had a lot to do with it. And I don't know if it sounds weird, but also like a hunch. Also, like there's just girls that I was like, I have like, there's just something there. I resonate with you. Like, there's just something in there. And for the girls that didn't make it, like a lot of the girls that apply and didn't make it are girls that have already been in a lot of my projects. Because it's like, I'm always opening castings to do a lot of things in my stories. So people are like, oh, I'll just get it next time. It's okay. And I'm like, yes, you will. So please like keep replying to my stories, because like I need y'all to do my work. Otherwise, like I'm here sitting down alone. And now that I'm in another country and I'm so far away from my community, I'm like, how am I gonna do work now? So that was a lot that had to do with the casting, which it was hard to nail down. Like those 6 girls, I was like, oh my God, it's so hard. Like I don't want to say no to nobody either, because like they were also sweet too. So for me to be like, sorry, you didn't get it, and be like America's Next Top Model and selecting this is the photo of the girl that stood and that's not you. Like, so I was like, it was interesting. But I'm glad. I feel like the 6 girls really represent like what I know of Santo Domingo, from my experience at least. Like, I don't know.
Thank you. I think, Kaima, we're happy to have your question. Where are you?
Thank you. Hi, Geraldine.
Hi.
I know that video and animation, primarily the moving picture, tends to be the key choice when it comes to storytelling. But I want to know, how did you arrive at video as your primary medium?
Thank you so much for your question. Video came to me, and it's such a funny story because like I studied graphic design in school, and they gave me a class of video, and I hated it. I was like, this is little, like, I don't understand what things move. This makes no sense. Like, I like my design. I put one thing here, and then it's done. Boom. So once I came back to the Dominican Republic, I studied in this little farm in Long Island, and then I was thrown back to the art after that, and I was like, what the hell am I gonna do now? Like, I'm not getting any job. I'm here in my parents' house doing nothing. And then one day I took my webcam, and I've always written scripts. So I was like, I'm just gonna do this script really quick. And I posted it on the internet. That was like 2017. So this was like prior TikTok. And I just uploaded the video, which was like a comedy skit. And then I saw all these people replying to it, and I was like, oh, that's fun. So I did another one, and then I did another one. And then I spent like a whole year just like doing comedy skits just because I thought they were funny. And then it became a numbers game. So I dropped that. I was like, oh no, fame is getting to me. I can't do this anymore. But I really enjoy the editing process. I was like, there's something about editing because like I love crafting stories, and then now I have this like malleable material that I don't even have to talk. I can use images to talk for me. So once I got a taste of that, I was like, no way, there's something here. I'm really enjoying this. And then I started doing video art, which like just completely blew my mind. The idea that a narrative doesn't have to be like first image, second image, third image, like this, like a really classical structure, which I was used to for like writing scripts. And I was like, wait, this is something interesting. And video kind of became my thing. I started doing another video and then another video. And so, yeah, now I've always had a complicated relationship with video, but now I'm coming back. It's been a minute since I've edited a video. So like for me, this one has been like, I don't know, maybe like a year since I've edited a video. So for me, like come back to this with new, fresh material that I was excited about. I was like, oh my God, I'm falling in love with it again, all over again. It's just, so that's my funny little story with video.
Thank you. Thank
Would
you.
you
Thank
say
you.
that in fact that video is your primary medium? Because a lot of the pieces that I really enjoyed were installations. So they had video, but there was still things hung on the wall or in the space. And then you have a video, forgive me, I'm not remembering the titles, but it was completely immersive and people walk in and there's sound and the projection is on the people. So I'm curious about the other types of art that interact with the video for you.
Yeah, I do installation and video. Like that's mainly what I do. Thank you for bringing that up. Like I feel like I never get recognized for that. Thank you so much. But I just like and it's like what I was telling you earlier. I really want to make more interactive work, and I really want to like. I love when people can just get immersed in a space and kind of like get lost in it. To me, there's just like this beautiful moment when you're just like hypnotized and in this brief trance when you're like in a space when there's nothing else around but you and the piece. So to me, in doing installation is like it's that part of it. It's like let me take you out for a second, like let me steal you from reality, like welcome to this world, and kind of like create your own world with the piece. It's not even about like let me show you my story. It's more about like get lost in it, like think of the thing like just like in Spanish I say pilotea. It's like get lost, like girl, like do your ADHD in the video, in the piece, and just like be in your little trance. I love that. I love when people can just be in a loop and like stay in the loop. That's to me, I'm always trying to do that. Just like stuck you in my own loop, and then you have to find your own way out. And I'm always playing.
That's great. Thank you. Other questions? Kaim is going to move. Dr. Glover.
I want to thank you for sharing your work.
Thank you for watching.
Yeah, and I wanted to ask you, during your in your journey, like trying to find your voice, and like when you think about your place in like culture, in Dominican culture, Caribbean culture. Because personally, I also identify as a queer Caribbean artist, and also the founders of our project Little Islands. We are all Caribbean and queer, and right, and so we, a big piece of the work is trying to figure out how to present the project, how to present our artwork in a way not to be respectable, but to have the voice that is impactful and to be able to be seen not only on a global scale and accepted in the art industry, but also like amongst our elders and our like, our homeland or our island or where we're from, and like to be seen in culture. Just, I don't know if you saw QTNT, but he was talking about how they were talking about how the work, when whether it's oral stories or photographs or remnants of our existence, when it doesn't get accepted into the institution because it is queer, or like who is the steward of it. And so we're always thinking of that, like when we make this art, my photography that is queer, or inherently because we are, right, it is queer. And so like I wonder, do you often think about that? Does it shape, do you feel like you have to shape shift to be to have an impactful voice, or to like see yourself in spaces, or do you just completely give all that you are without, any hindrance or any filter? Do you invite your elders to the shows? Do you sometimes, how do you establish your voice, and how are you continuously thinking of your voice and I guess your legacy as a queer Caribbean Dominican artist is my question.
O sea, I love that. Thank you so much for bringing that up. Honestly, like I resonate with that so F word much. Like honestly, like because I'm in like the minority in Santo Domingo that do the things that I do, like not in the, and I don't mean that in a way like, oh, nobody does what I do. Not in that sense, but in a sense of like traditional art in Santo Domingo will always come first. It's like if you don't paint, then why are you doing art? If you don't do something that can be in touch in a physical space, it's like, I can't even tell you how many times I have to fight institutions just so they don't turn on a light when I'm projecting a video, just because there's a photograph next to it. And I'm like, why are you putting a photo next to a video? Like that make it make sense, like why are you doing that? So I feel like I am constantly fighting all the time. And it's just like and also like I really resonate with that question, because to me it was really hard to be taken seriously as an artist, especially as somebody like I used to do like these skits and comedy skits, so then people wouldn't take me seriously, and I was like, oh, so now I have to change everything that I am and become like this, like if I'm not being as literal as you want me to be with the things that I'm saying, so that doesn't make it you don't feel like it's valid. Like it has to be with your words, with your way of speaking. Like if I'm not using the correct academic terms, then F me, right? Why? Like why? Why do I have to be such an intellectual to get heard? That makes no sense to me. So I actually did this. It's really funny actually that you asked me this. I have this video that I call it my one-hit wonder, and it's called Some Call from Hell. And it's about this character, which is like Metami. And she's having a Zoom call with this guy that's called like Ser Colon. And then she and Ser Colon, like, he's basically telling her like, oh, sorry, you didn't get this Caribbean residency because you're not Caribbean enough. And I was like, it's always been my story, I'm not painting palmeras or plantains or drinking Presidente. It's like, why? What if I exist in a margin and in a glitch? You have to tell me how my arc has to look in order to be relevant to your conversation. So I do feel like it's funny because I've applied for this residency once and I didn't get it. And then I did that video because I was upset. I was really upset. And I always upset because I never got the effing residency. So I was like, that's so funny that I got this residency that I made this video for. and now it's mine, and I am here talking to you after making this parody video. You know, it's like, and every single person always wants me to project that video, and I am so done with that video. I'm like, can you ask me some another
The
video?
video was the diss track. They didn't even know it.
Yo, exactly. It's my diss track, and I'm so over it. So to me, it's just really funny how life works. It's like I always have to shapeshift my speech for people to. But now I found that my power is in shapeshifting, and then I'm like, okay, I understand what you want me to say, and I will play by your rules, but you won't know. You won't know all the messages that I am hiding within your rules. Like, and it's just like, I even won like a biennial, and I knew I was gonna win that biennial because I play exactly all the themes, and I did another parody video, which they didn't know it was a parody video, with every single theme that I knew. I did this data analysis, and I was like, so, okay, so this is to be political, social. It has to have a person like this, a person like this. It has to be said, and this has to be the text. And I won the biennial, and I knew it because I play by the rules, and I did every single thing the institution wanted me to do because I already know y'all. I know y'all. I know what you look for. So I play with that. And I was like, and now you're going to hear me. I'm here. You'll listen now. So to me, it's like be provocative, like, and shape shift when you have to. There is times that I have to shut the f up. I have to shut up sometimes, and I've learned that the hard way. I've been canceled before, so maybe don't say everything if you don't want to get canceled. But to me, it's like art has to be a little provocative, especially for us that live in that are a little bit more, that we live in these margins and we're queer and we're like, why do I have to always say the things that you want me to say? This makes no sense. That's not the way I talk, and that's not how I want to talk. And when you talk about legacy, I feel like that's the legacy. If I ever were to have a legacy, I think I wanted it to be more like just say the wrong thing in the right place. Just say it. Be canceled. I don't know. I don't know. I'm too provocative sometimes. I don't know. I really have to shut up sometimes.
Thank you.
Thank you for that question.
Do you have any other wrong questions in the right place, right questions in the wrong place?
Yeah, gracias. Thank you for being so like candid about this stuff. So important. I went to my first Meca Art Festival last
Not
year.
the Meca.
Tú sabes. And I was just not surprised, but like the pristineness of what feels like them trying to replicate the Guggenheim in what is clearly a Caribbean space, a very queer space, a very Black space. And the fact that it's literally in the middle of this stone city that was built by enslaved intellect and labor. And that is not something that Meca addresses it anyway. But what I found very intriguing about Meca is that there was like all these like epistolary events on the side of Meca. That is where the actual art is. That is where the like innovation and the kind of, you know, like avant-garde and cutting edge things are happening. I'd love for you to like talk a little bit more about that, like that the way you've navigated this, what feels to me is like an imposter syndrome about trying to be high art. And I mean, I'm not saying that like the Dominican Republic is the only place this happens at all. I think we all have these conversations about trying to decolonize and destabilize the high in the art. I'd love to hear more about your thoughts on that.
Wow, y'all really want to get me canceled again.
Oh no, you're in safe space.
Oh my God. That is such a... Ay, es que de verdad, mía, gracias por tirarla. O sea, gracias. Like, you know, I just find it really interesting. That's so funny. You always say, like, I feel like when you say, like, I just find it really funny. Meca was like this really interesting, I'm going to call it experiment to me, because I know a little bit about the art circuit, and I've been a little bit to some of this, like, some festivals. So I know what I'm supposed to be looking at when I'm going to the spaces. So for me to be in Mecca, not as an participating artist, but just like somebody that pay my money to be there and just like enjoy the art, I was like, how did I know exactly the art that I was gonna be seeing on the walls? It's so predictable.
And I'm sorry, you should say what Mecca is for people.
Oh my gosh, yes. So Mecca is an art festival in Santo Domingo. So it's like a fair more than festival. It's like Basel, but like very, very small. And we didn't have that. It was very recent. They only have done it 2 years. So this is our first time experiencing in Santo Domingo what an art festival is, an art fair is. So I like the idea that the city was booming with cultural events during that time, which is really rare. Like in Santo Domingo, like we don't get that many events. So for us to be like, oh, there's so many things to do finally. And it was so cool for me that people had that much art to be seen. And a lot of us that don't really have like that much people calling us to have pieces in their spaces, suddenly it's like everyone wants to have like a piece. And if you have a little space, you want to turn it into a little gallery. So maybe you can either make a sell or position yourself as a curator or whatever the shenanigans are behind the scenes. But the main one, which is like Mecca, is very prestigious. Like they only pick, and I love that you use the word high art artists, which are like the artists that like the 5 artists that sell pieces in the Dominican Republic. You either have to be one of those like hot new artists that I'm not gonna say they all make the same paintings because they don't, but like I already know the symbols. I know what I'm gonna be looking at in your painting. I already know, and you either have to do that or you have to be already legacy. Like you have to like old school painter to be in those spaces, and I don't know. I'm kind of like over it already. I'm kind of over seeing like the same symbols being represented over and over again. And at the same time, I understand like we want to sell, we want our pieces to be well known internationally. Like we all want to live in this movie when we can actually live of being an artist. So I do understand why do some of these like younger artists that are hot in the art rely on those things that they know they work, because it's what the outsiders want from us. So it's like demand and then we just give to them. So I get it. Like I know how this works as a business, as the business of art. But it's also sad to me that we have to keep replicating the same images over and over again just because people from the outside don't want to see us for more than that. Like we're so rich. It's not just like this palmera and this ocean. Like there's so many experiences within those spaces too, which are beautiful spaces. Like don't get me wrong, like who doesn't love the beach? I don't, but people do. I don't like it. But I'm just like, it's tiring as well. And it's really sad for the rest of us that are trying to have like human experiences. Like why do we have to be caricatures all the time of like the idea that you have of being in living your movie of the Caribbean? So now I have to be always jolly and give you a beer and be your best friend and be the sidekick to you and your I don't know. Like Mecca is also during Mecca the city also gets filled with the diaspora, which is like a whole new, like a whole other thing. Like I don't mean to be bad to everyone that's diaspora in here, but like the diaspora that we get there is usually people that come like for the idea of the party, and then they also like bring this new, I don't know, I'm gonna call it neo-colonialism because it is. Like I feel like they are. I don't feel like I know they're they are positioned in this position of being in power, and they have like real resources and real money. Like we're all struggling in the Dominican Republic trying to get a piece of the cake. So when they come to the country, it's like they're like, they bring these ideas of like, oh yeah, I want to put you in New York and whatever and whatnot, but they never do that. It's like you want to eat the whole cake and you want to look like you're helping the community, but are you really helping the community when you're devaluing my work? When you ask me to work for you, but then you just want to pay me, you don't even want to pay $100. You're like, actually, I don't have that kind of money, and I'm like, shut up. Shut up. You do. Like, you came here. I see what you're drinking. I see you partying all the time. You just don't want to share the resources. And that's just really sad to me. It's like, why? Then don't come and pretend that you want to be helpful. Live your movie and that's it. Nobody's going to care. Just live it up. Like, I did it in Basel too. Live it up. But be honest about it. Like, don't pretend. So it's interesting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I wonder if you have any kind of closing words for us.
Closing words. Thank you so much for being here. You've been a really wonderful audience. I love the questions. Thank you so much, Rosamund. You killed that. Honestly, this was so fun. This was so interesting. I don't know. And just I really thank you for being receptive towards me and being a little chaotic and a little weird. So thank you for that. I really enjoy my time here. So that's my closing thoughts is thank to you for sticking around. This was a really long day. So thank you for being here.
And thank you again for your work. And in the interest of community and inviting people to be together, Geraldine, she's going back to Spain tomorrow and then back to the DR at some point. So this is your opportunity to build community with her. And I know there are people in the room who've known each other a very long time, but there's also people who this is their first time here. So I encourage you over the food and the libations to maybe meet somebody new, have a great conversation. Do we have any closing words from our hosts?
Community is amazing and lovely. We have a hard out at 8:30 for the room though. So community will have to happen kind of on the go. Grab some food. Do say hello and acknowledge one another. But also just a quick moment of thanks and recognition that there are people that have to clean up after us today. So if you could at least, just take your stuff, throw it in a trash bin, and imagine if you had to come after all of us after this long day and put things back in order. That would be wonderful and very communal of you. So thank you for sticking it out. We've been so happy to have you.
So I just wanted to add one more thing, that even though we're kicking you out at 8:30, there is going to be a Kwanzaa celebration actually at the African American Institute, where if you walk out of the library and go to your left and just keep going, you'll eventually come to the Institute. There will be drumming, there will be good food, there will be music, all kinds of stuff. So that's an option if folks are looking for something to do.